Picture a scenario where you've worked somewhere for 8 years, put in the overtime, covered for colleagues when they called in sick, never missed a deadline, and then one Tuesday morning, your manager calls you into his office and tells you the company is restructuring. Your position is being eliminated, effective immediately. Security will escort you out, and they'll post your belongings within a week. That's what happened to me 3 months ago. My name is Martin, I'm 42, and until recently, I was a project coordinator at a logistics company in Reading. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills, and I was good at it. The manager who fired me was a man called David Henley, someone who'd been brought in 6 months earlier to implement cost-cutting measures. He'd barely spoken to me before that Tuesday, but he delivered the news with the kind of professional detachment that suggested he'd done this many times before. What made it worse was that I knew the restructuring was selective. 3 people from my department were let go, but they kept on 2 others who did essentially the same work, just less efficiently. The decision seemed arbitrary, personal even, though I couldn't understand what I might have done to warrant being singled out. The first few weeks after losing the job were occupied with practical concerns. Updating my CV, applying for positions, dealing with benefits paperwork, explaining to friends and family why I was suddenly unemployed. But as the rejections started coming in and the savings began dwindling, the anger began building. Not just frustration at the job market or the economic situation, but genuine rage at David Henley specifically. I found myself thinking about him constantly, imagining confrontations where I'd tell him exactly what I thought of his management style, scenarios where he'd face consequences for his casual destruction of people's livelihoods. The fantasies became increasingly violent over time, though I told myself it was just a way of processing the stress and disappointment. Late one evening, after another day of fruitless job searching, I found myself researching David Henley online. Not for any specific purpose, just curiosity about the man who'd upended my life. His LinkedIn profile, company photos, mentions in trade publications. Nothing particularly revealing, but it felt like I was learning something useful about my enemy. The search led me to forums where people discussed workplace grievances and unfair dismissals. Most of the posts were routine complaints about bad managers and corporate policies, but some were more extreme. People talking about revenge fantasies, sharing stories about bosses who'd faced various misfortunes, discussing hypothetical scenarios that went well beyond anything I'd imagined. One forum in particular caught my attention. The discussions were coded and vague, but seemed to revolve around more serious forms of retaliation than just complaining online. Users would reference services and contacts in ways that suggested real-world consequences rather than just fantasy. The tone was matter-of-fact, practical, as if they were discussing hiring a tradesman rather than something far more serious. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and trying to understand what was actually being offered. After several weeks of lurking, I received a private message from someone who'd noticed my browsing patterns. They didn't introduce themselves with any dramatic usernames or obvious criminal references, just someone called Mike, who seemed to understand what I might be looking for. The conversation that followed was surprisingly normal. Mike asked about my employment situation, my financial pressures, my feelings about the people responsible for my difficulties. He seemed genuinely sympathetic, offering practical advice about job searching alongside more pointed questions about my former manager. Sometimes he'd ask oddly personal things, how well I slept at night, whether I had family who worried about me, if I'd ever felt capable of crossing lines I wouldn't normally cross. I assumed it was just thorough customer service. Over several exchanges, Mike gradually introduced the idea that some workplace problems required more direct intervention than traditional legal channels could provide. He provided links to sites that looked like professional service directories, complete with user reviews and detailed pricing. The services range from relatively minor harassment to more permanent solutions. Everything was presented with corporate professionalism. No dramatic threats or criminal iconography, just matter-of-fact discussions of problems and solutions. The option I found myself considering was listed as executive adjustment services. The description was euphemistic but clear enough, and the reviews suggested genuine experience rather than imagination. The details felt just real enough, never specific enough to be incriminating. Mike seemed to sense my interest without me explicitly stating it. His messages became more focused on practical considerations, timelines, payment methods, information requirements for service providers. He spoke like someone managing a service contract, not arranging a crime. What made it feel legitimate was the systematic approach. They required detailed information about the target, including daily routines, security arrangements, and personal circumstances. The data collection process was thorough and professional, suggesting genuine operational capability rather than simple fraud or fantasy. I found myself gathering information about David Henley without quite admitting what I was planning to do with it. His home address, his car, his typical schedule, his family situation. The research felt purposeful and focused, giving me something constructive to do with the anger and frustration that had been building for months. The information gathering became increasingly detailed over time. I started following his routine, noting his lunch preferences, his gym schedule, his weekend activities. Not obviously stalking, just casual observation that helped me understand his patterns and vulnerabilities. The knowledge felt powerful, like I was finally taking control of a situation that had previously been entirely outside my influence. Mike's messages became more specific as I provided information. He would reference details I'd shared, suggest additional areas for research, and gradually build a comprehensive profile of David Henley's daily life. The collaboration felt professional and goal-oriented, like working on a legitimate project rather than planning something illegal. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my own circumstances that seemed oddly convenient. Job interviews for positions I didn't remember applying for. Meetings arranged by recruitment consultants I'd never contacted. Opportunities appearing with timing that felt deliberate. The interviews were for positions similar to my previous role, with companies that seemed legitimate enough. But the conversations would drift into uncomfortable territory. Questions about workplace stress, my thoughts on management accountability, whether I'd ever considered taking matters into my own hands when official channels failed. The interviewers seemed more interested in my emotional state than my professional qualifications. I began to wonder whether Mike's organization provided services beyond just executive adjustment, whether they were also involved in monitoring and managing clients, ensuring that people considering their services received appropriate guidance and support throughout the decision-making process. The job opportunities became more pressing over time. Offers for temporary positions that would require travel, consulting arrangements that would take me away from Reading for extended periods, opportunities that seemed designed to interrupt my research and planning activities. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental. Mike's messages became more urgent as well. He mentioned limited availability for executive adjustment services, suggested that delays might affect pricing or scheduling, emphasized the importance of making decisions quickly before opportunities disappeared. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. I arranged to meet Mike in person to finalize the arrangements. not at his suggestion, but because I wanted to confirm that I was dealing with legitimate professionals rather than elaborate scammers. The meeting was scheduled for a pub in central Reading, public enough to feel safe but private enough for sensitive discussion. Mike turned out to be exactly what I'd expected, middle-aged, professionally dressed, the sort of person you might encounter in any business context. But as we talked, I began to notice things that seemed inconsistent with the straightforward transaction I'd imagined. He seemed to know more about my personal circumstances than I'd shared in our online conversations, details about my financial situation, my housing arrangements, my social connections. When I asked direct questions about operational details, his answers became vague. He couldn't provide specific timelines, wouldn't explain methods, seemed reluctant to discuss practical aspects. Instead, he focused on my motivations. He wanted to understand why I felt David Henley deserved this level of intervention, whether I'd considered alternatives, how I planned to deal with the aftermath. The conversation felt more like a psychological evaluation than a business meeting. When I pressed for concrete commitments and timelines, Mike suggested that I needed more time to consider the decision properly. He recommended taking a few weeks to think through all the implications, perhaps exploring some of the job opportunities that had been appearing, reconsidering whether this level of intervention was really necessary. The meeting ended without any definitive arrangements being made. Mike gave me his contact details and suggested I should reach out when I was completely certain about proceeding. But something about his demeanor suggested that he expected me to change my mind rather than follow through with the original plan. Over the following days, I found myself questioning everything about the interaction. Whether Mike was actually connected to the services I thought I was purchasing, whether the whole setup was legitimate, whether I'd been dealing with professionals or something else entirely. By that point, the job offers had become more frequent and attractive. Legitimate positions with real companies, offering salaries that would resolve my financial difficulties immediately. Again, the timing felt too convenient, as if someone was actively working to provide alternatives to the executive adjustment services I'd been considering. I also started noticing that people seemed to recognize me more often. Once, a stranger mentioned the street I lived on in a casual conversation, though I didn't recall seeing him before. Another time, a shop assistant asked how my job search was going, though I'd never discussed it with anyone at that store. When I tried to contact Mike again, his account had been deactivated. The forums I'd been using showed error messages, and the service websites appeared to be under maintenance. All evidence of the executive adjustment option had become inaccessible. The job offers continued arriving though. Positions that seemed specifically designed for my skills and experience, with companies that had apparently heard good things about my work despite my recent unemployment, opportunities that would require relocation, keeping me busy and providing new focus for my attention. I accepted one of them eventually. A project coordination role with a company in Birmingham, better salary than my previous position, responsibilities that felt familiar and comfortable. The interview process was surprisingly brief, and they'd seemed eager to have me start as soon as possible. 3 weeks after starting the new job, I learned that David Henley had been found dead in his home. Apparent heart attack, no signs of foul play. Nothing suspicious according to the police investigation. He was 45, no previous health problems, found by his wife when she returned from visiting her mother. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental, but I had no way of determining whether his death was connected to my previous planning or simply random misfortune. I'd never completed any arrangements with Mike, never paid for any services, never provided final confirmation that I wanted to proceed. But but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been part of something larger than I'd understood, that my research and planning had been monitored and incorporated into activities I hadn't been aware of, that what I started had finished itself, with or without my permission. The new job kept me busy enough to avoid dwelling on questions I couldn't answer. My colleagues were friendly, my manager was supportive, and the work environment felt positive in ways my previous employment never had. Life improved substantially, making it easier to forget about the strange period of unemployment and planning. Sometimes I wonder if it all started long before I lost that job. I still remember the exact moment I realized it wasn't a prank. There was something about the bruises on his face that looked too real, too painful. And his eyes, God, his eyes as he stared directly into that camera. I've never seen genuine fear like that before, not from Jay. It started innocently enough, just another weird link my friend Jay had found on some obscure forum. He was always sending us these things, supposed red rooms or whatever from the dark web. You know how it goes, always with a bunch of laughing emojis like it was all just a big joke. And it always was, until it wasn't. Jay was the kind of person who exhausted you just by existing. Actually, that sounds harsh. Let me rephrase that. He had this constant need for attention that could be draining. He was always staging these elaborate pranks, fake ghost encounters on video calls, prank calls to forum moderators that he'd record. And once, he even created this whole fictional stalker just to get karma on Reddit. The guy lived for reactions. Any reaction. I usually just went along with it. Never fully believed his stunts, but I'd play along because, well, he was my friend. Sometimes his pranks crossed lines. Occasionally they were genuinely funny, but mostly they were just a lot too much. So when that Red Room link appeared in our group chat, I didn't even bother clicking. Just another one of Jay's attempts to get us all worked up, I thought. But something felt off that week. Jay wasn't his usual self. He wasn't bombarding the chat with his typical nonsense. He wasn't trying to one-up everyone's stories. He was just quiet. I remember thinking maybe he'd finally grown bored of his own antics. Or perhaps he'd been banned from some platform again. But I kept coming back to the last thing he sent us. Something about this link being legitimate, about using headphones, about being warned. Then he disappeared. At first, I didn't think much of it. Jay had a habit of vanishing for days at a time, usually chasing after some girl he'd met online. He'd resurface eventually with wildly exaggerated stories that none of us believed. But this time felt different. It stretched on too long. On the third day, his mother called me. I still get chills thinking about that call. Her voice had this tremor to it that I'd never heard before. She explained that Jay hadn't been home, that his phone was completely off. I tried to reassure her, told her it was probably just another one of his elaborate pranks. But there was this moment, this awful, gut-wrenching moment, when her voice broke while telling me he'd left without his camera. Jay never went anywhere without that camera, ever. It was like an extension of himself. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I promised I'd come over to check his room, maybe look through his computer for any clues. I wish I could go back to that moment. I wish I'd just stayed home. His room was exactly as he'd left it, messy, full of half-finished projects. I checked his laptop first, nothing unusual. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed his desk drawer was slightly open. I probably wouldn't have looked inside if it had been closed completely. Funny how such small decisions change everything. There it was, a flash drive hidden behind a stack of old Polaroids. labelled with red marker, if gone. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just hand it over to his mother, or maybe to the police. But curiosity, or maybe a misplaced sense of responsibility, got the better of me. I took it home and plugged it into my computer. What happened next still haunts me. The drive auto-launched a single file. No name, no extension. Just static at first, and then there was Jay, tied to a metal chair. The lighting was dim, like there was a single bulb hanging somewhere just out of frame. He was gagged. He was crying, trying desperately to communicate something. He looked genuinely terrified. Not the fake scared he'd do for his videos, not acting. This was raw fear. I had to pause it. I physically couldn't continue watching. I remember standing up so fast my chair tipped over. I paced around my room, trying to convince myself this was just another one of his elaborate stunts. Maybe for a film project. Maybe for some weird internet challenge. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. When I finally worked up the courage to look at the drive again, something impossible had happened. There were now 3 videos. I swear on everything I believe in, I hadn't downloaded anything else. I hadn't clicked anything. They just appeared. The second video was worse, much worse. Jay was still in that same chair, but his face was now swollen and bruised. His lip was split open, and his pinky finger, I still have nightmares about this. It was just gone. The stub was wrapped in dirty-looking duct tape and gauze, but it was clearly missing. And the way he looked at the camera, it was like he was looking directly at me, silently pleading, that same light swinging somewhere above him, creating these shifting shadows across his face. You know when something is so horrific your brain refuses to process it? When you keep telling yourself it must be fake, even though every instinct is screaming that it's real. That's where I was, staring at my screen, hands shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, telling myself it had to be special effects or some digital manipulation. But it wasn't. It was real. It was happening. Then the screen glitched. For just a second, everything went black. When the image returned, there was text on the screen. Just one word. Vote. I scrolled down without thinking, and that's when I saw them. 3 buttons below the video: remove left hand, pull tooth no water for 24 hours. I froze. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. Was this some kind of sick interactive video? A game? I didn't mean to interact with it at all, but I hovered my cursor over the no water option, just to see if it was actually clickable. The screen blinked. A message appeared. Your vote has been counted. I panicked. I ripped the flash drive out of my computer so violently I'm surprised it didn't break. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I couldn't stop shaking. I was convinced I'd done something terrible, that I'd somehow participated in whatever nightmare Jay was trapped in, that I'd made things worse. Later that night, after hours of pacing and panicking, I checked the drive again. There was a 4th file. Same setup, same chair, same swinging light. But now Jay was blindfolded, still gagged. There were these horrible marks on his arms, like wires had been wrapped around them and pulled tight. I could barely bring myself to watch, but I forced myself to. I needed to understand what was happening. At the very end of the clip, just before it cut to black, Jay moved his lips. There was no sound, but I could read what he was trying to say. One word: run. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing his face when I closed my eyes. The following morning, I took everything to the police. The drive, the videos, the voting page. I showed them all of it. I was desperate for them to tell me it was all an elaborate hoax, that Jay was fine. that this was just some dark corner of the internet playing tricks on me. But they couldn't say that. Instead, they told me there was no way to trace where the files had come from. The metadata had been wiped clean. The source was encrypted. Whoever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing. They took the drive as evidence and told me not to share anything about this online. Then they sent me home. That was 3 weeks ago. Jay is still missing. His room remains untouched. His camera still sits on his desk where he left it. His mother calls me every day, asking if I've heard anything new. I never know what to tell her. I've deleted our group chat, blocked everyone else who was in it. I don't even open my browser without a VPN now. I've become paranoid about everything digital. Every link, every file, every innocent-looking attachment. Sometimes I dream about that swinging light bulb, that dull, rhythmic sway casting moving shadows. I can hear it even when I'm awake, that faint creaking sound. The last thing Jay told us before he disappeared was that clicking the link could get us killed. I laughed it off then. I'm not laughing anymore. I started working from home last January. The transition wasn't difficult. My job as a data analyst for a health insurance company translated well to remote work. Just me, my laptop, and endless spreadsheets tracking claim patterns and cost projections. The company sent us home with monitors, docking stations, and even ergonomic chairs. They wanted to make sure our productivity wouldn't suffer during the isolation. My apartment wasn't ideal for a home office. 1 bedroom, thin walls, and neighbors who seemed determined to renovate during business hours. I converted half my living room into a workspace, setting up near the window for natural light. The arrangement worked well enough for the first few months. My internet connection was reliable, my work routine established, my performance reviews positive. In April, I started having connection issues. Video calls would freeze. Downloads would stall. Websites that had loaded instantly now took ages to appear. At first, I blamed my service provider. They were notorious for throttling speeds during peak hours. But after several technician visits and modem replacements, the problems persisted. Strangely, the issues seemed most pronounced between midnight and 4 a.m., when I wasn't even using the internet. I started monitoring my network traffic using software recommended by our IT department. The data showed massive bandwidth consumption during those early morning hours, despite all my devices supposedly being in sleep mode. Something was using my connection and using it heavily. My first thought was a neighbor had somehow accessed my network. I changed my Wi-Fi password, enabled additional security features, and installed a VPN. The mysterious usage continued. Next, I suspected malware. Perhaps my laptop had been compromised and was part of some botnet. I ran every scanning tool available, finding nothing unusual. The IT team remotely inspected my work laptop and pronounced it clean. The mystery bothered me enough that I began staying up late, watching the network monitor in real time, trying to identify which device was responsible. My sleep suffered. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My work performance began to decline. Colleagues commented on my appearance during video calls. I started keeping the camera off. One night in May, around 1 a.m., I caught it happening. The network monitor showed active data transfer, nearly maxing out my bandwidth. The source was a device listed only as media server, something I didn't recognize and certainly hadn't set up. I immediately logged into my router's admin panel to block the device, but when I refreshed the connected devices list, media server had disappeared. The next day, I contacted my building's management company about the internet issues. The maintenance supervisor suggested I might be picking up interference from other apartments and recommended positioning my router away from shared walls. When I mentioned the mysterious device, he seemed uninterested, attributing it to a neighbor's smart TV or gaming system, briefly connecting to the wrong network. That explanation didn't satisfy me. I ordered a new router with advanced security features, setting it up to log all connection attempts and data usage by device. That night, I stayed up again, watching the logs in real time. At precisely 1:17 a.m., Media Server appeared again, beginning its huge data transfers. This time, I managed to capture its MAC address before it disappeared, a unique identifier that should help track down the physical device. The next morning, I contacted a friend who works in cybersecurity. He couldn't identify the manufacturer from the MAC address. It seemed to be using a randomized identifier that changed with each connection. This was sophisticated behavior, not typical of consumer electronics accidentally connecting to the wrong network. When I shared the timing pattern and bandwidth usage, he grew concerned. The behavior matched what he called data mules, compromised networks used to transmit large encrypted files during low traffic hours. My friend warned me that my network might be being used for transferring illegal content, anything from stolen financial data to more disturbing materials. He recommended I contact my internet service provider and possibly law enforcement. The thought that my connection might be facilitating something illegal made me deeply uncomfortable. Before taking that step, I decided to gather more information. I set up additional monitoring software that could track not just the amount of data, but also attempt to identify the type of traffic and its destination. The results were puzzling. The data wasn't being sent to multiple destinations as would be expected with botnet activity. Instead, it was a sustained connection to a single endpoint, using encrypted protocols that masked the content. The destination IP address changed nightly, but always pointed to servers using Tor exit nodes, the infrastructure of the so-called dark web. My friend confirmed this was consistent with someone using my network as a relay for accessing hidden services, potentially to mask their own identity. The question remained, who was doing this and how had they gained access? I became obsessed with finding answers. I started logging every electronic device in my apartment, not just computers and phones, but the smart TV, digital thermostat, even the refrigerator with its internet connectivity feature. None matched the mysterious Media Server MAC address. I checked for hidden devices, looking behind furniture, inside vents, examining the electrical outlets for suspicious adapters. Nothing. In June, after 6 weeks of disrupted sleep and growing anxiety, I made a breakthrough. The mystery device only connected when I was home. On nights I stayed at a friend's place or worked late at a coffee shop. My network log showed no unusual activity. The implication was unsettling. Whatever was happening was somehow tied to my presence. That night, I conducted an experiment. I left all my devices powered on as usual, but shut off the bedroom and bathroom lights, creating the impression I had gone to sleep. Then I sat in darkness near my router, a network analyzer running silently on my laptop. At 1:14 a.m., I heard a soft electronic tone from somewhere in my apartment, almost imperceptible, like the sound a device makes when powering on. 3 minutes later, Media Server appeared on my network. I tracked the signal strength, moving my laptop around the apartment to find where it was strongest. The source appeared to be my bedroom. I searched methodically, under the bed, in the closet, behind the dresser. Nothing. Then I noticed my work laptop, closed and apparently asleep on the nightstand. According to my monitoring software, it wasn't the source. But when I opened it, the screen remained dark while the power indicator showed it was running. I forced a shutdown and restarted it. Everything seemed normal. The company's security software showed no unauthorized access, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the machine. I decided to work exclusively on my personal laptop for a few days, leaving the work device powered off and stored in a drawer. The mysterious bandwidth usage stopped immediately. 3 nights with no media server appearing on my network. On the 4th day, I received an email from IT asking why my work laptop hadn't connected to the company servers for scheduled updates. I explained I was having technical issues and was using my personal device temporarily. They insisted I reconnect the work laptop as soon as possible for security compliance. Reluctantly, I took the laptop from the drawer and powered it on. Everything appeared normal. Same login screen, same desktop configuration, same applications. But that night, Media Server reappeared on my network at exactly 1:17 a.m. I was now convinced the work laptop contained something it shouldn't. I contacted IT again, more explicitly describing my concerns. They seemed dismissive, suggesting I was misinterpreting normal corporate security measures that run in the background. When I pressed further, mentioning the dark web connections, their tone changed. They said they would send a replacement laptop immediately and asked me to return my current one directly to their security team rather than through the normal equipment channels. The replacement arrived the next day via courier. The security team requested I not power on the old laptop again and pack it in the provided shielded bag. Their sudden urgency only heightened my suspicion. That night, with the old laptop unplugged and sealed in the shielded bag, my network remained quiet. No unusual connections, no bandwidth spikes. In July, a month after returning the laptop, I received a call from someone identifying themselves as part of the company's external security audit team. They asked detailed questions about my work habits, when I typically logged in, how often I used the company VPN, whether I ever observed unusual behavior from the laptop. They seemed particularly interested in whether I used the machine during off hours or if it remained powered on overnight. I answered honestly, then asked why they were investigating. The auditor explained they were conducting routine security checks on all remote workers. The explanation seemed reasonable, but something in their tone felt rehearsed. A week later, I was called into a virtual meeting with HR and my department head. They explained that due to restructuring, my position was being eliminated. They offered a generous severance package in exchange for signing a confidentiality agreement covering not just company data, but also any observations about company equipment or security practices. The implication was clear. Take the money, stay quiet, move on. I signed the agreement. The severance would cover my expenses while I looked for new work. But I couldn't stop thinking about what had been happening. What had been on that laptop? What kind of data was being transmitted through my network in those early morning hours? My cybersecurity friend suggested a theory. The laptop had been compromised, not by an outside threat, but by someone inside the company. Perhaps someone in IT or security was using employee devices as relays for accessing dark web services, counting on the company's VPN and security software to mask their activities. The fact that the usage occurred only when I was home suggested the laptop might have been monitoring my presence, perhaps through the microphone detecting ambient noise or the webcam sensing light changes, to determine when it was safe to activate. In August, I found a new job with a different company. Remote work again, but this time I established strict boundaries. No equipment stays powered on after hours. Nothing connects to my home network without thorough vetting. I invested in a network firewall that logs and blocks suspicious activities. I should have felt secure again. I didn't. Last week, I received an anonymous email. The subject line contained only a timestamp, 1:17 a.m. The body was empty. I deleted it immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Nothing unusual was detected. 3 days ago, while reviewing my new home security system footage, I noticed something strange. At exactly 1:17 a.m., the camera in my home office briefly lost connection, just for a few seconds, but long enough to create a gap in the recording. The system logs showed no errors, no power fluctuations, no explanation for the interruption. Yesterday, I received a package. No return address, no shipping label, no indication of how it had arrived at my door. Inside was a laptop, not a brand I recognized, with no manufacturer markings of any kind. Just a plain black case with a power button that emitted a soft blue glow. I haven't opened it, haven't connected it to power. It sits in my closet now, inside 3 layers of signal blocking material. I haven't told anyone about the package, haven't reported it to the police. Something tells me it wouldn't make a difference. Something tells me this isn't about me specifically. I'm just a node in a network, a convenient relay point for information traveling between unseen parties. Sometimes at night, I wake suddenly at 1:16 a.m., 1 minute before whatever this is activates. I lie in bed, listening to the silence of my apartment, waiting for that soft electronic tone I heard months ago. Sometimes I think I hear it, just at the edge of perception. Sometimes I convince myself it's just imagination. But the other night, I checked my network logs out of habit. At exactly 1:17 a.m. for precisely 3 minutes, an unknown device had connected to my network. The identifier was different this time. Not media server, but observer client. The data transfer was minimal, just a few kilobytes. Just enough to send a message. I'm still here. I'm still watching. I'm writing this now as a warning, though I'm not entirely sure what I'm warning against. Corporate espionage, government surveillance, organized criminal networks. The boundary between these possibilities seems increasingly blurred. All I know with certainty is that our digital lives are not as private as we imagine, our networks not as secure as we're led to believe. Something moves through the infrastructure we've built, using our connections, our devices, our homes as waypoints in a journey we can't see or understand. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, it pauses briefly at your address before continuing on its way. Okay, so this might just be me, but have you ever had a moment when your phone screen shows you something disturbing and you immediately check over your shoulder to make sure no one can see what you're looking at, even when you're completely alone? 4 months ago, I experienced something on the dark web that I've been unable to shake from my mind. So here goes. It started on an entirely ordinary Tuesday evening. I just finished a late dinner, microwave lasagna, nothing special, and was sitting on the toilet, mindlessly scrolling through my phone as one does. I'd been fascinated with the dark web for about a year by that point. Not because I wanted anything illegal, mind you. I've always been the curious type, ever since I was a kid taking apart my toys to see how they worked. Studied computer science at university. Worked in IT for 8 years now. I suppose that's why I first downloaded Tor. Professional curiosity, I told myself. A bit of a lie, that. I'd browse the dark web occasionally when bored, usually after a few drinks. mostly just looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods or dodgy pharmaceuticals. Nothing too sinister, though there was always that thrill of knowing I was somewhere I perhaps shouldn't be, like a digital urban explorer. That night, I'd had a couple of whiskeys after a particularly stressful day at work. My boss had been on my case about some server issues that weren't even my department. The bathroom was the only place my flatmate wouldn't disturb me. So there I sat, trousers around my ankles, scrolling through forums I had no business visiting. I'd found my way onto a forum I hadn't seen before. Black background, red text, very 90s web design. The site claimed to be for practical solutions to complex problems. Vague enough to sound legitimate at first glance. I was scrolling through thread titles, mostly stuff about bypassing security systems or creating untraceable identities, when I saw a post titled DIY Silence Methods. My finger hovered over it for a moment. The title was just ambiguous enough that it could have been about soundproofing a room or creating white noise to help with sleep, but something in my gut told me it wasn't. Still, curiosity got the better of me. It always does, doesn't it? I tapped the thread. The page loaded slowly. Tor's never been known for its speed. And what appeared made me physically recoil. The thread contained meticulously detailed guides for creating homemade torture devices. Not historical information or theoretical concepts, but step-by-step instructions with diagrams showing how to build tools specifically designed to cause pain, without leaving visible marks. Tools designed to extract information, while keeping the victim conscious. Tools designed for silence. I remember my bathroom suddenly felt very cold. The radiator had been on full blast. My flatmate always complained about my excessive heating bills, but I felt goosebumps forming on my arms. What disturbed me most wasn't just the content itself, but the clinical, almost academic tone, as if the author was explaining how to assemble IKEA furniture, not instruments of suffering. And worse still, with the comments beneath each design, users suggesting improvements or sharing their field test results. I should have closed the app immediately, should have deleted Tor, reset my phone, and forgotten the whole thing. Instead, like a witness to a car crash, I couldn't look away. I scrolled further, reading through post after post. People were casually discussing the merits of different techniques, like they were reviewing kitchen appliances. This method is too messy for apartment use. This one tends to cause unconsciousness too quickly. I found adding this modification extends the process by several hours. My stomach churned. The microwave lasagna threatened to make a reappearance. Yet I kept scrolling, telling myself I was just documenting the depravity, as if I were some sort of digital anthropologist studying the darkest corners of humanity. What a load of rubbish. I was rubbernecking at human suffering. That's when I noticed the view counter at the bottom of the thread. Only 3 people were currently viewing this horrendous content. The forum administrator, someone with the rank field expert, and me. 3 people in a hidden corner of the internet that should require specific knowledge even to find. I suddenly felt very exposed, like I'd wandered into a private meeting I wasn't invited to. As I was about to close the app, a notification appeared at the top of my screen. A private message. The username matched the field expert, currently viewing the thread. My thumb hovered over the notification. Every instinct told me not to open it. But again, that damn curiosity. I tapped it. First time browsing our resources. I notice you've been on this page for 16 minutes, looking for something specific. I offer practical demonstrations for serious clients. My blood ran cold. 16 minutes. Had I really been staring at this horror show for that long? And what did they mean by practical demonstrations? I didn't respond, immediately closing the app and shutting off my phone entirely. I sat there in the bathroom, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. Trousers around my ankles, the faint drip of the leaky tap, the only sound breaking the silence. I finally gathered myself, washed my hands thoroughly, as if I could somehow clean away what I'd seen, and went to bed. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I kept thinking about how the person had known exactly how long I'd been viewing the thread. Was there some tracker embedded in the page? Had I compromised my anonymity somehow? I told myself I was being paranoid. The dark web is supposed to be anonymous. That's the whole point. This was probably just a scammer trying to frighten naive browsers into paying for services that didn't exist. The next morning, I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. Just another internet weirdo trying to seem more dangerous than they actually were. I went to work, had a relatively normal day, and had almost put the incident out of my mind by the time I got home. Almost. That evening, I received an email to my personal account, not my work email or any address I'd ever used with Tor. The subject line, regarding your interest in silence methods. The body contained only an attachment, a PDF. I scanned it with 3 different antivirus programs before opening it. It wasn't malware, it was worse. The PDF contained a customized silence method, tailored specifically for someone matching my exact physical description. Height, weight, even the small scar on my left wrist from a childhood accident. The document detailed how my apartment layout, which it described with disturbing accuracy, would provide optimal acoustics for the procedure. It mentioned how my neighbor's hearing impairment would be advantageous. It specified which of my kitchen implements would be most effective. I felt the world tilt sideways. How could they possibly know these things about me? I'd been so careful with my identity online. I'd used Tor correctly. I'd never entered personal information. My hands shook as I deleted the email, then emptied my trash folder, as if that would somehow protect me. I spent that night at a friend's house, making up some story about a water leak in my flat. I didn't sleep. Couldn't even close my eyes without seeing those diagrams, now with my face superimposed on the victim. The next day, I contacted my internet provider, changed all my passwords, and factory reset my phone. I convinced myself that someone had hacked my device, that it was all just an elaborate scam to frighten me. I almost believed it too. 3 days later, I came home from work to find my apartment door unlocked. Nothing was missing. Nothing was visibly disturbed. But on my kitchen table sat a small metal object I'd never seen before. It matched exactly one of the components shown in the torture device diagrams, a custom thumb screw with peculiar modifications. Beside it was a handwritten note. For your consideration. Field testing appointment scheduled for Friday. I didn't pack. I didn't call the police. What would I even say? That I'd been browsing torture methods on the dark web and now someone wanted to demonstrate them on me. I grabbed my passport, wallet, and the clothes on my back. I drove straight to my parents' house in Scotland, 6 hours away, checking my rearview mirror the entire journey. I stayed there for 2 weeks, told them I was on holiday. When I finally returned to London, I moved to a new flat in a different area. I changed my phone number, email addresses, even deleted all my social media. I never went back on the dark web, never wanted to. It's been 4 months now, no more strange emails, no more unlocked doors or mysterious objects. I should feel safe, but I don't. Because here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. Whoever found me didn't do it through some dark web tracking. They found me in the real world. They had physical access to my home, which means they weren't just some distant internet bogeyman. They were close, possibly someone I know, possibly someone I still interact with every day. Sometimes, when I'm sitting on the toilet, scrolling through perfectly innocent websites on my new phone, I'll remember those diagrams. I'll remember how casually people discuss methods of causing unimaginable pain. And I'll wonder if the person who sent me that PDF is watching me right now, silently testing my new security, waiting for the perfect moment to reschedule our field testing appointment. Because that's the thing about the dark web. It's not just some abstract digital realm separate from our everyday lives. The people there are real. They live among us. They could be anyone. The friendly IT guy at your office. The quiet neighbor who always nods hello. And sometimes, when you glimpse their other life, they notice you noticing them. And they don't like it one bit. The scariest moments often begin with the most ordinary actions. 5 months ago, I was just looking for a charger in my brother's room. But what I found changed everything I thought I knew about him, about our family, about the thin line between curiosity and danger. I was home from university for the summer break, staying in my childhood bedroom that had been partially converted into a storage space since I'd moved out. My younger brother Jake was 16 at the time, in that phase where privacy becomes sacred territory. He'd always been quiet, more comfortable with technology than people, spending hours in his room playing games or coding, or whatever it was that kept him glued to his screens. We'd never been especially close. The 4-year age gap meant we'd always existed in different social worlds, but we got along well enough. That afternoon, I'd been watching Netflix on my laptop when the battery died, and my charger was nowhere to be found. My parents were both at work, and Jake was at football practice, so I figured I'd borrow his. I knew he kept a spare one in his desk drawer because I'd seen him grab it once when we were leaving for a family trip. I didn't think he'd mind. It wasn't like I was snooping through his things, just grabbing a charger. His room was surprisingly tidy for a teenage boy. Bed made, clothes put away, desk organized with his laptop closed and his tablet propped up on a stand. The tablet was still on, screen dimmed but not locked. I opened his desk drawer and found the charger easily enough, but as I was about to leave, the tablet screen lit up with a notification. I didn't mean to look, honestly. It was just one of those automatic things where your eyes are drawn to sudden movement. The notification was from an app I didn't recognize, something with a dark icon hidden in a folder labeled Games 2. I probably would have ignored it completely if not for the preview text. Package confirmed. Coordinates uploaded. Something about the wording struck me as odd. Not like a normal game notification about completed quests or energy refills. I hesitated for a moment, feeling that boundary between respecting his privacy and a growing sense of concern. Jake had been acting differently lately, more secretive, staying up until strange hours, occasionally receiving packages he'd quickly hide away. Our mum had chalked it up to typical teenage behavior, but something about those small changes had been nagging at me. I tapped the folder, labeled Games 2. Inside were several apps that looked like standard games, the kinds with colorful icons and generic names. But among them was one that stood out. A dark blue icon with a simple T logo. I recognized it immediately as Tor, the browser commonly used to access the dark web. My stomach tightened. I'd read enough articles and seen enough documentaries to know what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet where illegal marketplaces thrived. What was my 16-year-old brother doing with a Tor browser? Maybe he was just curious, I told myself. Maybe it was for a school project on internet security or digital privacy. I should have put the tablet down right then. Should have taken the charger and left. Maybe mentioned it casually to Jake later. But instead, I tapped the Tor icon. It opened immediately. No password, no fingerprint required. He'd left himself logged in. The browser opened to what looked like a marketplace. Dark background, simple text links, product listings with Bitcoin prices. My heart rate quickened as I realized I was looking at a page selling illegal substances. Various pills, powders, and plants, all categorized and rated by users like some twisted version of Amazon. I scrolled through the page, feeling increasingly ill. Was Jake buying drugs? He'd never shown any signs of substance abuse. No dilated pupils, no mood swings, no missing money. He was still getting top marks in school, still attending his coding club. It didn't make sense. Then I noticed he was logged into an account. The username Quantum Shift appeared in the corner with a small inbox icon showing unread messages. The privacy boundary was now a distant memory as I tapped on the inbox, driven by growing concern for my brother. The messages loaded, showing a conversation between Quantum Shift and someone called Vendox. 3. As I read through them, confusion gave way to dawning horror. Jake wasn't buying drugs. He was selling something called access packages. From what I could piece together, he was offering live feeds into people's homes, their security cameras, baby monitors, laptops, and phones. The messages discuss prices for different access levels and durations of entertainment. Vendor X3 was apparently a middleman who connected Jake with clients willing to pay for these access packages. My hands were shaking now. This couldn't be right. My quiet, awkward brother, who still collected Pokemon cards, couldn't be hacking into people's devices and selling access to strangers. But the evidence was right there in front of me. Detailed instructions on how to access specific cameras, usernames and passwords for various accounts. Even screenshots showing living rooms, bedrooms and other private spaces. I scrolled further and found a folder labeled Inventory. Inside were dozens of files, each named with what looked like postcodes. I clicked on one at random and felt my blood turn to ice. It was a document containing everything about a family living just 3 streets away from us. Their names, ages, work schedules, the layout of their home, their Wi-Fi password, and links to access their various connected devices. There were notes about their routines when they were typically out of the house, and even details about a hidden spare key. At the bottom was a disturbing note. Premium package, £350 per month. Full access plus entry potential. I recognized the family's name. They had a daughter in year 7, the same school Jake attended. Their son played on the same football team. These weren't random targets. These were people we knew. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. How had Jake done this? He was good with computers, sure, but this level of hacking seemed beyond a teenager's capabilities. Had he found some exploit? Learned from someone online? More importantly, did he understand the full implications of what he was doing? I nearly dropped the tablet when I heard the front door open downstairs. Jake was home early. I quickly closed the browser, put the tablet back exactly as I'd found it, and grabbed the charger. I was halfway to the door when I heard his footsteps on the stairs. We nearly collided in the hallway. His face registered surprise, then suspicion. I held up the charger, mumbling something about borrowing it, trying to keep my voice steady despite the typhoon of thoughts swirling in my head. He nodded, but his eyes narrowed slightly, tracking my movements with unusual intensity. Had he always looked at people that way, and I just never noticed? Back in my room, I paced back and forth, unsure what to do. Tell our parents, confront Jake directly, call the police. This wasn't some harmless teenage rebellion or victimless crime. He was violating people's privacy in the most fundamental way, potentially putting them at risk of theft, stalking, or worse. I decided to gather more information before doing anything drastic. Over the next few days, I paid closer attention to Jake's behavior. I noticed things I'd overlooked before, how he would sometimes stop typing when someone walked behind him, how he had multiple external hard drives hidden throughout his room, how he would take phone calls outside where no one could hear. One night, I pretended to be asleep when he crept downstairs at 2 a.m. I followed silently and watched from the stairwell as he opened our neighbor's garden gate, using gloves despite the warm summer night. He placed a small device, barely larger than a pound coin, under their garden bench, then returned home, looking around carefully before coming inside. The next morning, I searched online and discovered the device was likely a Wi-Fi repeater or signal interceptor. My technical knowledge was limited, but from what I could understand, he was creating a network of devices to help him access home systems remotely. I was in over my head, terrified of what my brother was involved in, but equally scared of what might happen to him if I reported him. Would he go to juvenile detention? Would this follow him forever? Was there a way to stop him without destroying his future? A week after my discovery, I came home to find Jake sitting in my room, my laptop open in front of him. His face was emotionless as he turned the screen toward me. On it was my search history, how to report cybercrime, what happens to underage hackers, Wi-Fi signal interceptors illegal. "You went through my tablet," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. Not a question, a statement. He stood up, closing the laptop. "You don't understand what you've seen." I tried to explain that I was worried about him, that he was committing serious crimes, but he just smiled, a cold expression I'd never seen on my little brother before. He told me he wasn't just some script kiddie playing around. He had connections now, people who valued his skills, who would be very unhappy if his operation was compromised. Then he showed me something on his phone, a live feed of our parents' bedroom, their bathroom, their car. He scrolled through more feeds. My university accommodation, my friend's flat, my girlfriend's house. Places I'd been, bringing my devices, unknowingly carrying his malware wherever I went. "I've been practicing on our family first," he explained, as casually as if discussing a school project. "It's easier to test new methods on familiar networks." His expression hardened. "If you say anything to anyone, all of this data gets uploaded to my clients, every private moment, every conversation, everything." That was 5 months ago. I've since returned to university, trying to maintain the illusion that everything is normal. Jake acts like our conversation never happened when we speak on the phone or during video calls. But sometimes, when my laptop camera light flickers for no reason, or my phone restarts unexpectedly, I'm reminded that my brother is always watching. I've disconnected most of my devices, bought covers for every camera, and used public computers for anything important. But I know it's not enough. The dark web has given a 16-year-old boy power that no one should have, and I'm trapped by the consequences of his actions and my discovery. What terrifies me most isn't just that Jake is spying on people, it's that he's selling what he sees to strangers with unknown intentions. Every day, I wonder what those clients are doing with their access packages, Are they just voyeurs, or are they planning something worse? And how many other families are living with their own Jake? Someone they trust who has secretly turned their private lives into commodities on the dark web marketplace. I don't know how this ends. I don't know how to save my brother from what he's becoming, or how to protect the people he's targeting. I only know that the line between the dark web and our everyday lives is much thinner than we want to believe. And sometimes, the most dangerous predator isn't some anonymous hacker on the other side of the world. Sometimes, it's the quiet teenager down the hall, the one who knows your routines, your passwords, and exactly when you'll be most vulnerable. Most people think the worst things online happen suddenly, but the really dangerous stuff, it creeps in, disguised as curiosity. You follow one interesting link, then another, and before you know it, you're somewhere you never meant to be, talking to people who know far too much about you. I'm telling you this because I want someone to know what happened, even if I can't prove any of it. My name is Sarah. I'm 16, and I live in Whitstable with my dad. It's one of those seaside towns that's nice enough if you like fish and chips and tourists taking photos of old boats, but there's not much to do if you're my age. Most people my year spend their time on Instagram or TikTok, but I've never really seen the point. I prefer reading or walking along the beach when it's empty, or just thinking about things. The whole thing started during the Easter holidays this year. I'd been feeling restless, bored with the same routines and the same conversations with the same people. I wanted to understand things that felt more real than what I got at school or from the news. I suppose that's normal for someone my age, but it led me to start exploring parts of the internet I'd never bothered with before. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just following links from one site to another, reading forums about subjects I'd never heard of, watching videos that YouTube's algorithm would never have suggested. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Discussions about philosophy, science, politics that went deeper than surface-level opinions. Other stuff was clearly made by people with too much time and not enough sense. But there were other places as well. Sites that looked half abandoned. Forums where people discussed things in ways that felt deliberately vague, as if they were all speaking in code about something they couldn't mention directly. The posts had an odd quality to them, like everyone was performing for an audience that wasn't quite there. One forum in particular caught my attention. The design was basic, almost primitive, and most of the posts were short and cryptic. Users would share links that led to other sites, sometimes with brief comments that didn't really explain what you'd find there. There was something compelling about the mystery of it, the sense that you were seeing conversations about things that weren't meant for general consumption. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and following the links that seemed interesting. Most led to dead ends or sites that had been taken down, but occasionally I'd find something that felt genuinely different from the usual internet content. Videos that looked like they'd been filmed secretly, documents that seemed to contain information someone probably didn't want to be public, discussions about activities that sounded both fascinating and vaguely troubling. The users seemed to know each other, or at least they'd developed relationships over time. They'd reference previous conversations, share private jokes, and occasionally mention meeting up in person. There was a sense of community there, even if I couldn't quite understand what connected them all. After a few weeks of lurking, I started getting private messages. Nothing dramatic or obviously suspicious, just friendly contact from users who'd noticed I was reading their posts. One user in particular seemed genuinely interested in my perspective. They went by the name Alex, and their messages were thoughtful and articulate in a way that suggested someone older and more educated than the typical internet random. The conversations were intellectually stimulating in a way I didn't get from school or from talking to people my own age. Alex seemed to take my opinions seriously, would challenge my thinking without being condescending, and introduce me to ideas and websites I'd never have found on my own. In hindsight, every question had a purpose. They'd ask about my interests, my thoughts on philosophy and current events, what I was hoping to find in these obscure corners of the internet. Over time, the conversations became more personal. Alex would ask about my daily life, my family situation, my plans for the future. He made it feel like I was guiding the conversation, but I never was. I found myself sharing more than I normally would with someone I'd never met, but the relationship felt real and valuable in a way that my offline friendships often didn't. Alex started sharing links to more exclusive content and gradually began suggesting that I might be interested in contributing rather than just consuming. Nothing dramatic at first, just sharing my thoughts on certain topics, maybe helping to moderate discussions, creating content that other users might find interesting. The suggestions became more specific over time, with Alex mentioning opportunities to participate in projects that sounded vaguely described but intellectually challenging. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my offline life as well. People in town began paying attention to me in ways they hadn't before. One afternoon, a woman I'd never seen before approached me outside the post office and said my name. Not asking if I was Sarah, just saying it like she already knew. When I asked how she knew me, she just smiled and walked away. A few days later, the assistant at the bookshop mentioned that someone had told her I was interested in philosophy books, specifically mentioning a topic I'd only ever discussed in private messages with Alex. These weren't coincidences anymore. Information about me was being shared among people who had no obvious reason to know anything about my interests or activities. My browsing habits were changing as well. Sites I'd never visited before would appear in my search suggestions. Videos related to topics I'd only discussed in private messages would show up in my recommendations, and advertisements would reference ideas I'd only encountered in those obscure forums. It felt like my online activity was being monitored and influenced in ways that should have been impossible. Alex's messages became more urgent. They talked about time-sensitive opportunities, limited spaces in projects, the need to make decisions quickly before options disappeared. There was a sense that I was being offered something valuable that wouldn't be available indefinitely, but also that hesitation might mean missing out on experiences that could change my perspective permanently. The pressure coincided with increasing isolation from my normal social connections. My school friends seemed less interesting than they had before. My conversations with my dad became more perfunctory, and I found myself spending more time alone with my computer than engaging with the physical world around me. The online relationships felt more real and valuable than anything happening offline. One evening in late May, Alex sent me specific instructions for a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that we should meet in person to discuss opportunities that couldn't be adequately explained through messages. The location was a car park near the beach, isolated enough for privacy, but public enough to feel safe. I almost didn't go. Something about the whole situation had started to feel wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The progression from casual conversation to private messages to increasingly intense content to personal meetings seemed too smooth, too planned, too much like something that had been designed rather than something that had developed naturally. But I was curious, and Alex had invested weeks in building a relationship that felt meaningful and intellectually valuable. The suggestion to meet felt like a natural next step, rather than a dramatic escalation. I convinced myself that my concerns were just nervousness about meeting someone in person after only knowing them online. The meeting was scheduled for a Sunday evening when the tourist crowds would have gone home and the locals would be settled in for the night. I told my dad I was going for a walk along the beach, which wasn't unusual for me, and set off towards the designated car park around sunset. I waited for about 20 minutes, watching the sun set over the water and wondering if I'd been stood up. Just as I was starting to think about heading home, a car pulled into the car park and parked near where I was standing. The driver got out and walked towards me with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly who they were looking for. It wasn't Alex, at least not the Alex I'd been imagining during our weeks of conversation. The person approaching me was older than I'd expected, better dressed, and had the kind of professional demeanor that suggested they weren't just another forum user looking for interesting conversations. But what unsettled me most was the way they looked at me, not like they were meeting someone for the first time, but like they were checking me against the description they already had. They introduced themselves using Alex's username and referenced specific details from our private messages, so there was no question they were the person I'd been talking to. But as they spoke, I noticed they seemed to know things about me that I'd never mentioned online. The route I usually took to school, the cafe where I sometimes did homework, even the fact that my dad worked late on Thursdays. Small details that could have been gathered by someone who'd been watching me for longer than I'd been talking to Alex. The conversation was friendly, but felt different from our online exchanges. They seemed more focused on practical details than philosophical discussions, asking specific questions about my daily routines, my family situation, my plans for the summer holidays. The questions felt like an interview rather than a casual conversation between friends. They explained that the projects they'd mentioned in their messages were more substantial than they'd been able to describe online. Real-world activities that would involve travel, possibly extended periods away from home, experiences that would be personally challenging but ultimately educational. The descriptions were still vague, but the implication was that this was an opportunity for someone serious about expanding their understanding of the world. As they talked, I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, not because of anything they said specifically, but because the whole situation felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation many times before with other people. Their responses to my questions seemed prepared rather than spontaneous, and they showed more interest in my logistics than my genuine concerns about what I'd be getting involved in. I made excuses about needing to get home before my dad started worrying, and they didn't push for an immediate answer. They gave me a phone number to call if I decided I was interested, and mentioned that similar opportunities might not be available again for some time. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. Walking home, I felt like I'd dodged something without quite understanding what it was. The person I'd met seemed professional and articulate, not obviously dangerous or threatening, but something about the entire interaction felt wrong in ways I couldn't explain. The gap between our online conversations and the in-person meeting was too large to ignore. Over the next few days, I found myself paying more attention to my surroundings. The same car seemed to be parked on my street more often than seemed coincidental. People I didn't recognize appeared to be taking photos with their phones when I walked past. Shop assistants asked questions about my plans and activities that felt like casual conversation, but might have been something more systematic. I stopped visiting the forums and didn't respond to Alex's follow-up messages, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. If anything, It became more pronounced as the weeks passed. I started taking different routes to school, varying my daily routines, and paying attention to patterns in ways I'd never felt the need to before. The strange thing is, I can't prove any of it actually happened the way I remember it. The forum sites I used to visit have disappeared or moved to addresses I can't find. The messages from Alex seem to have been deleted from my accounts. The phone number they gave me just rings without anyone answering. I think about other teenagers who might be having similar conversations with people they've never met, following links to sites that gradually become more extreme, building relationships that feel meaningful but might be something else entirely. I wonder how many people are offered opportunities that sound educational but might actually be something very different. Because if I'm right about what was happening to me, then it's still happening to other people. The forums are still there, just at different addresses. The users are still building relationships with curious teenagers who think they're accessing forbidden knowledge rather than being carefully guided towards experiences they don't fully understand. My brother Danny used to collect coincidences, not deliberately. He just had this habit of pointing out when things lined up in ways that seemed too convenient to be random. Like when his favorite band announced a concert on his birthday, or when the book he needed for a school project turned up in a charity shop the same day he got the assignment. He'd get this look on his face, half suspicious and half delighted, as if he'd caught the universe playing a trick on him. I've never been the type to believe in coincidences, but I am now. I've learned that sometimes what looks like pure chance is actually something much more deliberate, much more planned than you could ever imagine. And sometimes curiosity about the wrong thing can make you part of someone else's design without you ever realizing it. This is about my younger brother Danny. He was 15 when it happened. The kind of lad who spent most of his time online, but wasn't particularly tech-savvy. Just a normal teenager who played games, watched videos, and got into arguments on forums about things that didn't really matter. He lived with our mum in Nottingham after our parents split, and I'd see him every other weekend when he'd come to stay with me in Sheffield. He was always curious about things he wasn't supposed to know about. Not in a rebellious way. He just wanted to understand how the world actually worked. The trouble started when he read something online about hidden parts of the internet, where you could find things that weren't available on normal websites, not just pirated content, but genuinely disturbing material that existed in spaces most people never knew about. During the summer holidays, he started researching these hidden networks, following links from one forum to another, slowly building an understanding of how to access parts of the internet that required special software. His first attempts were unsuccessful, mostly leading to dead links, but he persisted with that teenage conviction that there were secrets being kept from him. When he finally managed to access these hidden networks, most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct marketplaces, conspiracy forums, websites selling things he had no interest in. But he kept exploring, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The content became progressively stranger and more disturbing, moving from simple illegality into areas that made him genuinely uncomfortable. Yet something compelled him to continue. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing live content. Users shared links and recommendations with the casual tone of people discussing television programs, rating what they'd seen, and making requests for specific types of content. Reading through these discussions, he began to understand that what he'd initially dismissed as internet mythology might actually exist. The sites themselves were primitive but functional. Basic interfaces, poor video quality, minimal features. but they worked well enough to stream content that was clearly authentic rather than professionally produced fiction. What he found most unsettling was how organized it all seemed despite the amateur presentation. There were schedules, regular programming, someone coordinating activities across multiple streams. The forums contained discussions about how participants were recruited and managed. The process seemed to start with identifying vulnerable individuals through social media and gaming platforms, gradually building trust before making direct contact. Reading these discussions made him increasingly uncomfortable, but also more fascinated. Part of him knew he should stop, that he was seeing things no 15-year-old should see, but another part couldn't look away. What really caught his attention were the references to operations in the UK. Users shared information about potential targets and opportunities across different regions, including areas he recognized. The discussions about recruitment were particularly detailed. Users traded advice on social media monitoring, techniques for initiating contact, methods for gradually escalating involvement. He started noticing patterns in his own online activities that matched what he'd read about target identification. Gaming platforms, where he'd made friends with people he'd never met. Social media interactions with accounts that seemed designed to gather personal information, and messages from users who showed unusual interest in his daily routine and family situation. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as a potential target was genuinely frightening. His exploration of these networks would have left digital traces. His interest in the content would have been noted, and his online behavior would have been analyzed for vulnerabilities. By investigating their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploitation. The direct contact began through private messages on one of the forums. Someone had been observing his posts and wanted to share more exclusive content that wasn't available in the public areas. The approach was gradual and friendly, presenting the interaction as a privilege rather than something that should raise suspicion. For a moment, he hesitated. Something about the message felt too convenient, too perfectly timed. But curiosity won out over caution, as it always seemed to with him. The private content was significantly more disturbing than what he'd seen in the open forums. Higher production values, more organized presentation, material that suggested the operators had serious resources and locations. Over several weeks, the private conversations became more personal. His contact showed interest in his life, his location, his family situation, and his daily routines. The questions were subtle and spread across multiple conversations, but collectively they built a detailed picture of his circumstances and vulnerabilities. The turning point came when his contact offered to arrange a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that he might be interested in seeing how these operations actually worked, perhaps even contributing in some way. The proposal was presented as an opportunity rather than a demand, something that should feel exciting rather than dangerous. By this point, his judgment seemed completely compromised. The weeks of exposure to increasingly extreme content had normalized things that should have been immediately recognized as dangerous. His contact had skillfully managed the progression from curious observer to potential participant, using techniques that had clearly been refined through experience. The meeting was arranged for a weekend when he was supposed to be staying with me in Sheffield. Instead of taking the usual train, he was to meet his contact at a service station just outside Nottingham. The location was public enough to feel safe but isolated enough for privacy. Exactly the sort of place that would appear in the recruitment discussions he'd read. I didn't know any of this was happening. As far as I was concerned, he was coming to stay as usual, maybe arriving a bit later than normal, but nothing that seemed worth questioning. Our mum dropped him at the train station that Saturday morning, and we expected him to arrive in Sheffield by early afternoon. When he didn't turn up, we initially assumed he'd missed his connection or decided to meet friends instead. Teenagers don't always follow plans exactly, and he wasn't particularly reliable about keeping people informed of his movements. It wasn't until evening that we started to worry seriously. The police were helpful, but not particularly concerned at first. A 15-year-old missing for less than 24 hours wasn't unusual, especially during school holidays when kids often made spontaneous plans with friends. They took details and assured us they'd investigate, but their tone suggested this would resolve itself quickly. His phone was switched off, his social media accounts showed no recent activity, and none of his friends had heard from him since the previous evening. The complete silence was unusual for someone who normally maintained constant online contact with various people throughout the day. The investigation revealed that he'd never boarded the train to Sheffield. CCTV from the station showed him leaving the building shortly after our mum had dropped him off, walking towards the car park rather than the platforms. After that, the trail went cold completely. Police found his online activities eventually, but understanding what they meant required technical expertise that took time to arrange. By the time they'd pieced together his exploration of hidden networks and identified his contact, weeks had passed and any physical evidence had long since disappeared. The forums he'd been using went offline shortly after his disappearance. Not just the specific sites he'd visited, but entire sections of the network seemed to shut down and relocate. Whether this was coincidental timing or a deliberate response to increased attention was impossible to determine. His contact's identity proved impossible to trace. The account had been carefully constructed to avoid revealing any genuine personal information, using technical methods that made investigation extremely difficult. The conversations they'd had contained no references to real locations or identifiable details. 6 months later, we're still waiting for answers that will probably never come. His disappearance has been classified as suspected abduction, but there's no evidence of who might be responsible or where he might have been taken. Sometimes I wonder if his curiosity was genuinely random, or if he was deliberately guided towards those networks by people who were already watching for suitable targets. The coincidence of him discovering exactly the right forums, connecting with exactly the right person, and being offered exactly the opportunity that would appeal to his personality seems almost too convenient to be accidental. I think about the techniques they described for identifying and approaching targets, the systematic way they built trust before making their move. Everything that happened to him followed patterns that were discussed openly in those forums, as if his entire experience was just another implementation of proven methods. His initial discovery might not have been accidental at all. His online activities could have been monitored and guided. His curiosity deliberately cultivated by people who specialized in recruiting vulnerable individuals. That's why I believe in coincidence now. Not because things happen randomly, but because recognizing patterns helps you see when they might be something more deliberate. Danny used to collect coincidences like they were treasures. Now I wonder if he became one himself. There's something uniquely terrifying about waking up to find you're not alone. Not in the traditional sense of someone physically being in your room, but in that modern digital way where your devices have betrayed you. That moment when you realize the technology you trusted has become a window for someone else to peer through. It happened to me 3 months ago, and I haven't had a proper night's sleep since. I should probably give you a bit of background. I work as a network administrator for a small tech company in Bristol. Nothing glamorous, just your typical IT job. Troubleshooting connections, maintaining servers, the usual stuff. I've always been interested in cybersecurity as a hobby, which is probably what got me into this mess in the first place. Curiosity and technical knowledge can be a dangerous combination. After a particularly rough breakup last year, I developed this bad habit of browsing the internet until the early hours, often falling asleep with my laptop still running beside me on the bed. My flat is a small one-bedroom place in one of those converted Victorian houses. High ceilings, drafty windows, and neighbours I rarely see. Perfect for someone who values privacy, but terrible for someone developing paranoia, as it turns out. I'd been exploring the dark web for about 6 months prior to the incident. Not for anything illegal, mind you. Just fascinated by the technology, the anonymity of it all. And yes, I'll admit, the thrill of accessing something most people don't understand. I'd visit forums discussing privacy tools, cryptocurrency exchanges, that sort of thing. Occasionally, I'd venture into some of the marketplaces out of curiosity, but I never bought anything. I considered myself a cautious observer, smart enough to protect myself. Looking back, that confidence was my first mistake. The night it happened was a Wednesday in February, one of those bitter cold nights where the wind finds every gap in your window frames. I remember it had been a frustrating day at work, a server migration gone wrong, hours of overtime, the kind of day that leaves you mentally drained. I'd come home around 9, heated up some leftover pasta, and crawled into bed with my laptop to unwind. I was browsing through some dark web forums, reading about new encryption methods when I started to drift off. You know that feeling when you're reading and suddenly realize the words aren't making sense anymore because you're half asleep? That's where I was, in that hazy state between consciousness and dreams. I remember my finger slipping on the trackpad, clicking something I hadn't meant to click, but I was too tired to care. I closed my eyes, telling myself I'd shut down the laptop properly in a minute. The next thing I knew, I was waking up with a start. It was that sudden, jarring kind of awakening where something pulls you from deep sleep, but you're not sure what. My bedroom was dark, except for the blue glow of my laptop screen. The digital clock on my bedside table read 3:17 a.m. At first, I thought it was just the cold that had woken me. My duvet had slipped off and the room was freezing. But then I noticed my laptop screen. It wasn't displaying the forum I'd been browsing. Instead, there was a video feed open, taking up the entire screen. A dark room, lit only by what looked like a computer monitor, and sitting in front of it was a figure in a black hoodie, their face hidden in shadow. They weren't moving, just sitting there, staring directly at the camera, at me. My first sleepy thought was that I'd accidentally clicked on some kind of live stream before falling asleep. But as my brain cleared, I realized this wasn't YouTube or Twitch. There was no interface, no view account, no chat window, just this feed taking up my entire screen with no browser window around it. I reached for the trackpad, thinking I'd close whatever this was, but the cursor didn't appear. I tried keyboard shortcuts, nothing. The feed just continued, the hooded figure sitting motionless. Then, slowly, they raised a hand and gave a small wave. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't some random stream I'd clicked on. This person was watching me, responding to me. I slammed the laptop shut and sat up in bed, fully awake now, heart pounding in my chest. I told myself it was just some weird glitch or maybe malware I'd picked up browsing those forums. Perhaps someone had gained remote access to my webcam. Creepy, yes, but explicable. Nothing to panic about. I could run some security scans in the morning, reinstall my OS if necessary. I even convinced myself that I might have dreamt it, that weird space between sleeping and waking where reality gets distorted. After about 20 minutes of sitting in the dark, listening to my own breathing, I managed to calm down enough to consider going back to sleep. I moved my closed laptop from the bed to my desk, unplugged it for good measure, and crawled back under the covers. Just as I was drifting off again, my phone screen lit up on the bedside table. A notification, a new email. I should have ignored it until morning, but some combination of lingering unease and IT worker instinct made me check. The email had no subject. The sender address was just a string of random numbers and letters. The body contained only a link. Against every ounce of common sense, my thumb tapped it. My phone browser opened to a video feed, the same feed that had been on my laptop. But now the angle was different. The hooded figure was still there, but the camera showed more of the room. Behind them was a wall covered in monitors, each displaying different rooms of what looked like a house. With a sickening lurch, I recognized one of them. My bedroom. Me, sitting up in bed, phone in hand, face lit by the blue glow of the screen. I threw my phone across the room in panic. It hit the wall and clattered to the floor, the screen going dark. For several minutes, I just sat there frozen, trying to process what I'd seen. Someone had access to cameras in my flat, cameras I hadn't installed. They were watching me, had been watching me for who knows how long. Sleep was out of the question now. I got up, turned on every light in the flat, and began searching for cameras. I checked smoke detectors, light fixtures, air vents, all the usual hiding spots. Nothing. I unplugged my router, turned off my phone, disconnected every smart device I owned. Then I sat on my sofa, waiting for dawn, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. The next day, I called in sick to work and took my laptop to a friend who specializes in cybersecurity. I explained that I thought someone might have hacked into my system. I didn't tell him about the video feed or my suspicions about hidden cameras. It sounded too paranoid, too crazy. He ran some diagnostics and found traces of a remote access Trojan, a type of malware that allows someone to control your computer from a distance. According to him, it had been installed about 3 months earlier, around the time I first started browsing the dark web. He removed the malware, helped me secure my laptop, and recommended I change all my passwords and enable 2-factor authentication on everything. I did all that and more. Factory reset my phone, bought a new router, even put tape over all my device cameras. For a few days, I felt safer. Then I received a text from an unknown number. New cameras hidden better. Keep waving. I immediately moved out of my flat, staying with a friend while I found a new place. I changed my phone number, created new email accounts, even considered changing jobs. I was thorough, careful, paranoid. And for a while, I thought I'd escaped. Then last week, as I was setting up my computer in my new place, I found a file on my desktop that I hadn't put there. A video file. I knew I shouldn't open it, but I did. It showed footage of me from the previous day, moving into my new flat. The camera angle was from across the street, through my new living room window. At the end, text appeared on screen. The dark web sees everything. Privacy is an illusion. I've since learned that there are forums on the dark web dedicated to this. People who hack into others' devices and watch them, trading access like baseball cards. Some do it for the thrill of invasion, others for more sinister purposes. They call it live streaming. turning unsuspecting people's lives into entertainment. I don't know why I was targeted. Maybe I visited the wrong forum, clicked the wrong link, or maybe it was completely random. What I do know is that someone is still watching me, still one step ahead despite everything I've done to shake them. I've considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That someone I can't identify, who I unwittingly encountered on the dark web, has been spying on me through my devices, that they somehow keep finding me despite all my precautions. They think I was paranoid, delusional, so I live with it. I cover my webcam, disconnect my devices when not using them, keep my curtains drawn. I scan my place for cameras weekly. I've become obsessed with privacy settings, VPNs, encryption. But in my darkest moments, I wonder if any of it matters. If they found me once, they can find me again. The most terrifying part isn't the invasion of privacy. It's the helplessness. In our connected world, true privacy might be impossible. We surround ourselves with devices that watch and listen, that track our movements and habits. Most of the time, it's for convenience or security. But sometimes, someone decides to use that technology against you. And when they do, you realize how vulnerable you've been all along. Every night before bed, I shut down all my devices completely. And every morning, I check to make sure they haven't turned themselves on while I slept, because I know that somewhere in the darkness of the web, a hooded figure might be watching, waiting for me to let my guard down again. What happens when the AI shows you something you never intended to see? Something real that was never meant to be discovered? I've spent the last 4 months trying to convince myself it was all just a horrible coincidence, but I can't keep pretending anymore. I work as a graphic designer for a small marketing agency in Leeds. Pretty standard stuff. Logos, web layouts, social media graphics. Nothing groundbreaking, but I enjoy it. I've always been interested in new tech, especially anything related to art and design. When AI image generators first became popular last year, I was immediately hooked. Spent hours experimenting with different prompts, seeing what the algorithms could create. It was fascinating how they could combine concepts in ways I'd never think of. Like most people, I started with the mainstream AI art sites. You know the ones where you type in a prompt and get back something that looks vaguely like what you asked for. They were fun for a while, but I kept hitting the same limitations. Content filters blocking anything remotely controversial, long queues for image generation, restrictions on commercial use. That's when a colleague mentioned there were more advanced AI art generators on the dark web, ones without the safety filters, trained on unrestricted datasets. As someone who works with visual content professionally, I was curious to see what these unfiltered systems could create. That curiosity would turn out to be the worst mistake of my life. I wasn't completely new to the dark web. I'd browsed it a few times before out of curiosity, but never went beyond looking at marketplace listings and forums. I knew how to access it safely. At least I thought I did. I set up my VPN, fired up Tor, and started searching for these underground AI generators. It took a couple of evenings of browsing through forums and following links, but eventually I found what I was looking for. A site called Deep Dream. Not its real name, obviously. The interface was bare bones compared to the mainstream sites. Just a black background with a text input box and a few settings options. No account required, no email verification. The only unusual thing was that it asked for cryptocurrency payments per batch of generations. About £10 worth of Bitcoin for 20 images. I paid the fee and started experimenting. At first, I kept my prompts similar to what I'd use on mainstream sites: fantastical landscapes, cyberpunk cities, abstract concepts. The results were impressive, sharper, more coherent than what I was getting elsewhere. There was something off about some of the images: strange anatomical distortions, unsettling facial expressions, but I attributed that to the lack of safety filters. After a few nights of casual experimentation, I started getting more adventurous with my prompts. Nothing illegal or pornographic, but definitely pushing boundaries: dystopian scenes, dark surrealism, body horror concepts that would be useful for a horror project I was working on as a side gig. The results were disturbing but fascinating from an artistic perspective. One night, about 3 weeks into using the site, I was home alone in my flat working late. It was around 2 a.m. and I'd had a few beers. Probably not the best time to be exploring the darker corners of AI art, but my inhibitions were lowered. I decided to experiment with prompts about pain and suffering, thinking I might get some interesting abstract representations that could inspire a series of graphics for a metal band's album cover. I typed in extreme human suffering, realistic, detailed, high resolution, and hit generate. What came back made me physically recoil from my screen. Among the batch of 10 images were several that looked like standard AI-generated depictions of torture. Disturbing, but obviously artificial, with the telltale inconsistencies you expect from AI art. But one image stood out. It didn't have the usual AI artifacts. The lighting was consistent. The anatomy was perfect. It showed a young woman tied to a chair in what looked like a basement, her face contorted in pain, with bruises and wounds that looked disturbingly specific and medically accurate. My first thought was that this must be a real photograph that had somehow been included in the training data. But that didn't make sense. It doesn't just regurgitate exact images from its training set. I stared at it, feeling increasingly uneasy. There was something about her eyes that seemed to be looking directly at the viewer, pleading. I decided to try again with a similar prompt to see if I'd get more photorealistic results. This time I tried human captive in pain, realistic, photograph quality. The new batch loaded, and my blood ran cold. There was another image of what appeared to be the same woman, but from a different angle with different injuries. The setting was identical. Same basement, same chair, same rope bindings. My hands were shaking as I tried one more prompt. Basement torture victim close-up, realistic. The results included 3 more images of the same woman, in progressive states of injury. The final one showed her unconscious or worse. This couldn't be coincidence or some weird AI amalgamation. These looked like stills from a continuous sequence, like frames extracted from a video. The consistent lighting, the progressive injuries, the identical setting. It all pointed to something too coherent for AI to randomly generate. I closed the browser immediately and stepped away from my computer, feeling physically sick. My mind was racing with horrible possibilities. Had I somehow stumbled upon evidence of an actual crime? Was this AI being trained on footage from the dark corners of the internet that should never see the light of day? Or worse, was someone using this platform to distribute real footage disguised as AI-generated content? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe this was an elaborate hoax. Maybe the site was seeded with realistic images to shock users. Maybe it was from a movie or staged horror photography that looked more real than it was. I spent the next day distracted at work, unable to focus on anything but those images. That evening, I made the decision to go back to the site, not to generate more images, but to see if there was any information about how their model was trained or who operated the site. I needed to understand what I had seen. When I tried to access Deep Dream again, the site was gone. Just an error message where the page should have been. I tried searching the forums where I'd originally found the link, but any mentions of the site had been deleted. It was as if it had never existed. Now thoroughly disturbed, I decided to search news sites for recent missing persons cases involving young women. I didn't know what I would do with any information I found, but I felt compelled to look. After about an hour of searching, I found a news article from about 6 months earlier about a university student who had disappeared after a night out in a city about 40 miles from where I live. The article included a photo. It was her, the woman from the images. Same distinctive eyebrows, same small scar on her chin. I felt the floor drop out from under me. This wasn't some elaborate prank or synthetic image. I had been looking at evidence of an actual abduction and worse. My hands trembled as I bookmarked the article, my mind racing with what to do next. Should I go to the police? How would I explain finding these images? Would they even believe me? Before I could decide, I received an email notification, a new message from an address I didn't recognize, just a string of numbers and letters. The subject line was simply curious. There was no text in the body, just an attachment. Against all better judgment, I opened it. It was an image of me sitting at my desk, looking at my computer screen. It had been taken through my window from outside my flat. In the corner of the image was a timestamp. It had been taken less than an hour ago. I shut down my computer, pulled all my curtains closed, and spent the night on my sofa with a kitchen knife beside me, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I called in sick to work and went to the police station. I told them about finding disturbing images online that I believed could be related to the missing student case. I didn't mention the dark web or the AI generation site, just said I'd found them while browsing an online forum. I showed them the news article I'd found. They took my information, but didn't seem particularly interested. They explained that they get dozens of tips about missing persons cases, often from people who think they've seen something online, without the actual images or specific information about where I'd seen them. There wasn't much they could do. I couldn't show them the images because the site was gone. I couldn't tell them exactly where I'd seen them without admitting to browsing parts of the dark web I shouldn't have been on. I left feeling frustrated and scared. When I got home, I found another email from the same address as before, this time with a different image. Me at the police station, entering the building. The message read, "Not smart. We know what you saw. We know where you live. Forget about it." I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I changed all my passwords, covered my webcam, and kept my curtains closed at all times. I considered moving, but what good would that do if someone was already watching me? A week later, the local news reported that the body of the missing student had been found in an abandoned building. The cause of death wasn't disclosed, but the police were treating it as a homicide. They were asking for any information from the public. I should have gone back to the police then, should have told them everything. Consequences be damned. But the day the news broke, I received a package at my door. No postmark, no return address. Inside was a USB drive. When I plugged it in, it contained a single image file. Me, asleep in my bed, taken from inside my bedroom. That was 3 months ago. I've since moved cities, changed my name, deleted all my social media. I don't use AI art generators anymore. Don't browse the dark web. Don't even use the same programs or websites I used to. But I still feel watched, still feel like I'm being followed. I don't know who was behind that website or what their purpose was. Maybe it was a way to distribute evidence of real crimes disguised as AI-generated content. Maybe it was a trap to find witnesses they could silence. Maybe the images themselves were bait to identify people who would search for more. All I know is that somewhere out there, someone knows what I saw, and they know who I am. And every time I hear a noise outside my window or notice someone looking at me too long on the street, I wonder if they found me again. So if you're ever browsing the darker corners of the internet and come across something that doesn't seem quite right, something too real, too specific, too coherent, close it immediately. Because sometimes what looks like an algorithm's creation is actually evidence of something that was never meant to be discovered. And the people who don't want it discovered will go to any lengths to keep it that way. The most dangerous button I've ever clicked wasn't labeled something like launch missile or even delete account. It was innocuously titled Recommended Darknet Experience. It turns out when a VPN service offers to show you what you're protecting yourself from, sometimes they're actually showing you who's coming for you next. 3 months have passed since I clicked that button, and I haven't slept through the night since. I work as a data analyst for a healthcare company in Birmingham. Nothing particularly exciting, just crunching numbers and generating reports about hospital efficiency and patient outcomes. I'm not technically a cybersecurity expert, but I know enough about computers to be the person my parents and friends call when their Wi-Fi stops working. My interest in online privacy started about a year ago after our company experienced a data breach. Nothing catastrophic, just some leaked email addresses and phone numbers. But it was enough to make me realize how vulnerable our digital lives really are. So I started researching ways to better protect myself online. I installed ad blockers, switched to more secure browsers, stopped using Google for searches, that sort of thing. I became increasingly uncomfortable with how much information I was giving away just through normal browsing. I'd read articles about VPNs, virtual private networks, and how they could help maintain anonymity online. So I decided to try one out. After comparing different services, I settled on one called Secure Shield VPN. It had good reviews, a reasonable price point, and offered a 30-day free trial with all premium features included. I downloaded the app, created an account with a new email address I'd set up specifically for privacy tools, and started exploring the features. The app was sleek and user-friendly, with the usual array of server locations to choose from and different protocols for connection. What caught my attention, though, was a section called Premium Experiences that was only available to trial users and paying subscribers. The description explained these were curated online experiences that showcased the importance of privacy and security tools. One in particular stood out. Recommended Darknet Experience. See what you're protecting yourself from. I was intrigued. I'd heard of the dark web, of course, but had never actually accessed it. I knew it required special browsers like Tor and wasn't something you could just Google your way into. The idea that this VPN would offer some kind of guided tour seemed educational, if a bit gimmicky. I figured it was probably just some pre-selected sites that showed off illegal marketplaces from a safe distance. The digital equivalent of a safari. It was a Friday evening when I decided to check it out. My girlfriend was away visiting her parents for the weekend, so I had the flat to myself. I remember it was raining heavily, drops drumming against the windows as I sat at my desk with a glass of whiskey beside my laptop. I clicked on the recommended Darknet Experience option in the app. which prompted a notification. This will configure your system for secure Tor access and guide you through selected darknet locations. Continue. I clicked yes, expecting some kind of tutorial to appear. Instead, the app seemed to make some changes to my system settings, and then a custom browser window opened automatically. It looked similar to Tor, but had the Secure Shield logo in the corner. A welcome message explained that I was now browsing through a secure, anonymous connection and could explore the curated site safely. The interface showed a sidebar with different categories: marketplaces, forums, services, information, and one simply labeled Other. Each had several sub-entries with innocuous names like Alpha Market or Liberty Forum. It felt surprisingly legitimate, like browsing an app store rather than the infamous dark web. I started with the marketplaces section, curious about what was actually for sale in these notorious black markets. The first site looked like a bare-bones version of Amazon or eBay, with listings for drugs, counterfeit goods, and hacked account credentials. Nothing I hadn't expected to see. The next few sites were similar, though some specialized in specific categories like prescription medications or fake IDs. After about an hour of casual browsing, I switched to the forums section. These were more interesting. Discussions about privacy, politics, technology, and yes, illegal activities. I was careful not to create any accounts or interact, just observing from a distance. Then I noticed something odd. In the other category, there was a listing called Premium Access, with a small crown icon beside it. The description simply read, "Exclusive content for valued members." I assumed this was just some additional marketing for the VPN service, perhaps showcasing the kind of content you might accidentally stumble upon without proper protection. When I clicked on it, a loading screen appeared with text explaining that this area was being specially configured for my session. This struck me as strange. Why would one particular section need special configuration? But before I could reconsider, the page loaded. It opened to what looked like a streaming site, similar to YouTube but with a minimalist black interface. There were about a dozen video thumbnails arranged in a grid. Each had a vague title like Session 23 or Interview 7 and what appeared to be a date from the previous month. No descriptions, no view counts, no comments. I clicked on one titled Orientation 4, assuming it might be some kind of instructional video about the dark web or privacy tools. The video buffered for a moment, then began to play. It showed a room that looked like a basement or storage area. Concrete walls, no windows, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person sitting in a chair, facing the camera. They were wearing ordinary clothes, but had a black hood covering their head. Behind them stood another figure in dark clothing, face obscured by shadows. My first thought was that this was some kind of mock interrogation scenario, perhaps a dramatization meant to illustrate the dangers of compromised privacy. But as the video continued, I realized with growing horror that this wasn't staged. The hooded person's hands were bound behind them, and they were visibly trembling. The standing figure began asking questions in a distorted voice. Questions about usernames, passwords, and access codes. I quickly closed the video, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real, could it? It had to be some kind of extreme roleplay or scare tactic designed to emphasize the importance of security. Yet something about the victim's posture, the genuine fear evident even through the hood, felt sickeningly authentic. Against my better judgment, I clicked on another video, this one titled Session 17. Similar setup, different victim. This time, the interrogation was more aggressive. I shut it down after less than a minute, feeling physically ill. I was about to close the entire browser when a chat notification appeared in the corner of the screen. Enjoying the premium access content. Your feedback is valuable to us. I froze, staring at the message. I hadn't logged into any chat system. I hadn't provided any way for them to contact me within this browser. Yet here was a direct message, clearly indicating that someone was aware of my presence, my actions, my viewing choices. I didn't respond, hoping they would assume I was away from my computer. Another message appeared. We notice you've accessed 2 of our exclusive videos. Your interest has been noted. Panic rising, I closed the browser completely and shut down my laptop. I unplugged my router for good measure, as if physically disconnecting from the internet could somehow erase what had just happened. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of growing paranoia, checking my locks, closing my curtains, jumping at every noise from the street below. By morning, I had almost convinced myself that I'd overreacted. The videos were probably just elaborate fakes, designed to shock users into taking privacy seriously. The messages were likely automated, triggered by my viewing activity. Nothing to worry about. I cautiously turned my laptop back on, but didn't reconnect to the internet immediately. Instead, I checked for any unusual files or programs that might have been installed. Everything seemed normal. When I finally reconnected and checked my email, there was nothing suspicious there either. I uninstalled the Secure Shield VPN app and decided to put the whole experience behind me. 3 days later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply my home address, nothing else. The body of the email contained a link. Despite every instinct screaming not to click it, my curiosity and fear got the better of me. I opened it in an incognito browser window. It was a Google Street View image of my flat building. But this wasn't from the public Street View database. This was a recent photo taken from across the street, showing my specific window. My curtains were open, and if I looked closely, I could just make out my silhouette sitting at my desk. Below the image was text that made my blood run cold. Premium members receive home visits. Your trial begins tomorrow. I left my flat that night, staying with a friend under the pretense that I had a plumbing issue. I reported the email to the police as a potential threat, but without more concrete evidence, they couldn't do much besides take a statement. I didn't tell them about the dark web videos. How could I explain that without implicating myself in potentially viewing something illegal? Over the next week, I received 3 more emails from different addresses. Each contained photos taken at increasingly close range. One from the street directly in front of my building, one from the entrance hallway, and finally, one that could only have been taken from inside my flat while I was away, showing my desk with my laptop closed on it. The final email had no text, just an attachment, a video file. It showed hooded figures entering an apartment that looked similar to mine, finding the occupant asleep, and I couldn't watch more than a few seconds. The file name was preview session24.mp4. I never returned to my flat. I quit my job, moved to a different city, changed my phone number, and created all new email addresses. I withdrew most of my savings in cash and found a place to rent that didn't require background checks or digital payments. I bought a new laptop and made sure it's never connected to any accounts that could be traced to my previous identity. It's been 3 months now. Sometimes I go days without thinking about it, almost convincing myself that I overreacted to an elaborate scare tactic. Then I'll notice someone looking at me too long on the street, or I'll receive an email to an account that no one should know about, containing nothing but a crown emoji. Last week, I woke up to find my new laptop open when I know I closed it before going to bed. The browser was open to a blank page with just a countdown timer showing 7 days. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're government operatives running some kind of twisted surveillance program, criminals documenting their activities, or something else entirely. I don't know why they chose me or what happens when the countdown reaches 0. All I know is that the tools we use to protect ourselves online can sometimes connect us to things we were never meant to see. And once you've been granted premium access, there's no way to cancel your subscription. I never meant to hurt anyone. That's the thing that keeps me awake at night. The knowledge that someone was harmed because I clicked a button on my screen. I was just trying to expose the truth, to prove that the dark web wasn't as dangerous as everyone claimed. Instead, I became exactly what I was trying to disprove. Another horror story about the consequences of digital curiosity. I'm writing this down now because I need someone to understand what happened, even if I can never tell anyone I know. My therapist thinks I'm suffering from some kind of psychotic break, that the nightmares and panic attacks are manifestations of underlying trauma unrelated to anything I actually did. How could I possibly explain to her that I accidentally triggered someone's death from behind my computer screen? She'd have me sectioned within the hour. 3 years ago, I was studying digital media at university in Manchester. I'd always been fascinated by internet subcultures and online security, so much so that I'd started a small YouTube channel dedicated to debunking tech myths and urban legends. Nothing major, just a few thousand subscribers who enjoyed watching me explain why various scary internet stories weren't actually true. I covered things like cursed video games, creepypastas, and supposed haunted websites, always taking a rational, evidence-based approach to show there was nothing to fear. Then I decided to tackle the ultimate internet boogeyman: red rooms on the dark web. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams where viewers can watch and even interact with real torture and murder. They've been a persistent urban legend for years, with countless stories of people stumbling across them while browsing the dark web. Almost every credible source will tell you they don't actually exist, that the technical limitations of the Tor network make live streaming nearly impossible, and that they're just another internet myth designed to scare people away from the dark web. That's what I believe too. I'd spent enough time on the dark web for research purposes to know that most of it was just unindexed websites, drug marketplaces, and forums for people who wanted extra privacy. Nothing like the horror show most people imagined. So I planned to make the ultimate debunking video. I would go on the dark web, attempt to find these supposed red rooms, and show my viewers that they were either fake, pre-recorded videos, or simply didn't exist at all. I set up multiple layers of security, VPNs, a dedicated laptop that I'd never used for personal information, even a virtual machine as an extra precaution. I installed screen recording software to capture my exploration, planning to edit it down to show how unscary the dark web really was. I spent weeks researching, gathering links from various forums and chat rooms where people claim to have found entrances to these mythical red rooms. Most of the links were dead ends, as I expected. Some led to obvious scams asking for Bitcoin payments to access content that probably didn't exist. Others were clearly fake sites with staged photos or clips from horror movies. Exactly what I anticipated finding. After about 2 weeks of recording these uneventful explorations, I was nearly ready to compile my video and declare red rooms officially debunked. Then I received a message on one of the dark web forums I'd been frequenting for research. The user, who went by a string of numbers rather than a name, claimed to have access to a real red room. They said it wasn't advertised publicly because it catered to a very exclusive clientele, but they could provide me with temporary access if I was interested. Of course, I was skeptical. This was exactly the kind of thing people claimed happened right before they were scammed or hacked. But for the sake of thoroughness, I decided to follow this lead to its inevitable disappointing conclusion. I responded that I was interested, expecting to be asked for payment or personal information that would confirm it was a scam. Instead, the user sent me a long, complex URL and instructions to access it at exactly 3 a.m. GMT the following night. No payment required, no registration, just a warning that I should not interact with anything on the site unless instructed to do so by the moderators. I almost didn't follow through. Something about the specificity of the time and the warning made me uneasy, but I reminded myself that this was exactly the kind of dramatic setup that fed into the myth of red rooms. It was theatrical, designed to build anticipation and fear, perfect for my debunking video. So at 2:55 a.m., I sat at my desk with my screen recorder running, multiple security measures in place, and navigated to the URL I'd been given. The site loaded slowly, normal for the Tor network, and initially appeared to be just a black screen. For a moment, I thought I'd been given a dud link after all. Then text appeared, verification in progress. A loading bar crawled across the screen, and I figured this was just more theatre, a way to build tension before revealing whatever fake content or scam lay on the other side. At exactly 3 a.m., the screen changed. A video feed appeared, showing what looked like a basement or cellar. The space was dimly lit with a reddish light, hence the name Red Room, I supposed. In the center was a person tied to a chair, hooded, wearing what appeared to be ordinary clothes, jeans, and a dark shirt. The video quality was surprisingly good, much better than I'd expected possible through Tor. That was my first clue that something wasn't right. My heart started racing as I tried to determine if what I was seeing was real or staged. There were no visible injuries on the person, no blood, nothing that immediately screamed, "This is actually happening." But there was something about the way they moved. Small, frightened movements, the rise and fall of their chest as they breathed rapidly, that felt unnervingly authentic. On the right side of the screen was a simple user interface with various buttons and commands. Some were labeled with actions like cut, burn, shock. Others were more administrative: camera angle, sound on/off, vote. At the bottom was a chat window where I could see messages scrolling by. Usernames I didn't recognize commenting on the stream and apparently placing votes for what should happen next. I told myself it had to be an elaborate hoax. The technical limitations alone should have made this impossible. Maybe it was pre-recorded footage with an interactive interface overlaid to create the illusion of a live stream, or perhaps actors performing for the camera. I'd seen similar setups in alternate reality games and viral marketing campaigns. Still recording my screen for the debunking video, I began to take notes on all the elements that proved this couldn't be real. The video quality was too good for Tor. The interface was too clean and responsive. The timing of the show starting exactly at 3 a.m. was too theatrical. As I was writing these observations, a notification appeared on the screen. New user detected. Verification required for viewing privileges. A button appeared labeled Verify. I hesitated, worrying about malware or being tracked. But I reminded myself of all my security precautions and figured this was just another part of the performance. So I clicked it, expecting a payment page or a fake login screen. Instead, the interface changed slightly. Now I had access to some of the buttons that had been grayed out before. A message appeared in the chat. New verified viewer, welcome. The moderator, whose username was just an anonymous string of characters, sent a private message in a separate window. First-time viewers must participate to maintain access. Select a command within 60 seconds. A countdown timer appeared at the top of my screen. I froze, unsure what to do. This was going further than I expected for a fake site. I decided to try something minimal, something that would comply with their game without causing harm if by some remote chance this was real. I hovered over the camera angle button, thinking it was the most innocuous option. But as the timer counted down, my hand trembled slightly, and I accidentally clicked on a button labeled Execute instead. The screen immediately flashed red, and the chat window exploded with activity. Messages scrolled by too quickly to read, but the tone seemed to be surprise and excitement. The moderator's message window updated. Execution command confirmed. Premium action selected by new user. Proceeding immediately. A new figure entered the frame, wearing a black mask and gloves. They moved with purposeful efficiency toward the bound person, who began struggling frantically against their restraints. The masked figure produced what looked like a handgun, pressed it against the back of the hooded person's head, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The sound was off, but I didn't need to hear it to understand what I'd just witnessed. The body slumped forward, dark liquid splattered across the floor and wall, and the masked figure stepped back, turning toward the camera, as if acknowledging the viewers. I slammed my laptop shut in horror, too shocked to process what had happened. Had I just watched someone die? Had I somehow caused it by clicking that button? It couldn't be real. It had to be an elaborate fake, a sick prank designed to frighten people who went looking for red rooms. But deep down, I knew. There was something unmistakably real about the way the body had moved, then gone still. Something about the splatter pattern that no special effects team would get exactly right. I deleted the screen recording immediately, then wiped my hard drive completely. I got rid of the laptop, broke it apart, and disposed of the pieces in different bins across the city. I deleted my YouTube channel and all social media accounts connected to it. I told my subscribers I'd received threats and needed to step away for my safety. Not entirely untrue. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every unexpected sound, convinced someone was coming for me. I checked news reports obsessively for any stories about missing persons or mysterious deaths, but found nothing I could definitively connect to what I'd seen. Eventually, the acute panic faded, replaced by a persistent, low-grade dread that never fully disappears. I switched universities, moved to a different city, changed my field of study. I avoid anything related to internet security or the dark web. I never record my screen for any reason, but sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still see that button on my screen. I still feel the slight tremor in my hand that moved the cursor just a few pixels to the right. I still wonder about the person in that chair, who they were, if anyone is looking for them, if they would still be alive if I hadn't been so determined to prove how safe and rational the internet really was. I don't know if red rooms exist for everyone, or if I somehow stumbled into something unique and terrible. I don't know if what I saw was real, or an elaborate hoax designed to make me believe I'd caused someone's death. But I do know that I'll never again assume I understand the full extent of human cruelty or the true depths of the internet. So if you're reading this, please learn from my mistake. Some things aren't worth investigating, even to prove they don't exist. Some corners of the internet should remain unexplored. And if you ever find yourself staring at a screen with a countdown timer and commands you don't fully understand, close it, walk away. Because sometimes curiosity doesn't just kill the cat. Sometimes it makes you the killer. I want to tell you about the day I stopped watching those short videos. You know the ones where you just mindlessly swipe up again and again until you realize 3 hours have passed. That algorithm had me figured out perfectly until it showed me something I wish I could unsee. The moment still replays in my head, an ordinary-looking prank video that suddenly turned into something unmistakably real, something that changed me forever. I'm sharing this now because I've kept it bottled up for too long. My friends noticed how I changed afterwards, deleting all my social media, jumping whenever my phone made a notification sound. The counselor at uni thinks I'm dealing with some kind of digital anxiety disorder, but how can I tell her what really happened? She'd either think I was making it up or report it to the police, and honestly, I'm too scared to find out what would happen next. Writing it down like this, anonymously, feels safer, like I'm finally letting it out without putting myself at risk. So here goes. Last autumn, I was in my second year at university in Leeds, studying media and communications. The irony isn't lost on me now. I was living in a shared house with 4 other students, but I was always the night owl of the group. I'd stay up scrolling through videos when everyone else had gone to bed. The endless stream of content was my way of switching off after a day of lectures and coursework. I'd gotten into this habit of watching these short videos for hours before bed. You know how it goes. 1 minute, you're watching someone make a fancy coffee drink. The next, you're deep into videos of people exploring abandoned buildings or pulling elaborate pranks. The algorithm keeps feeding you more of what you engage with, and before you know it, you're in some weird corner of the internet. That night, it was a Tuesday in November. I remember, because I had a presentation the next day that I was putting off preparing for. I'd been scrolling for about an hour. It was around 1 a.m., and I was lying in bed with all the lights off, except for the blue glow of my phone. The videos had taken a slightly darker turn, as they often did late at night. I'd gone from watching cooking videos to urban exploration to pranks that seemed a bit cruel, but still within the realm of normal internet content. Then I swiped up to a video that started like many others. The thumbnail showed a young man, maybe in his early 20s, sleeping on a sofa. The caption said something about the ultimate wake-up prank on his friend. Nothing unusual there. I'd seen hundreds of these. People being woken up with air horns, water buckets, fake spiders. Internet culture thrives on that momentary fear, followed by relief and laughter. The video started with someone filming themselves walking slowly towards the sleeping person. There was no music, just the sound of quiet breathing and footsteps. The camera quality was slightly grainy, lower than the usual crisp videos that get promoted on the platform. That should have been my first clue that this wasn't from the usual content creators. As the camera got closer to the sleeping figure, I noticed something odd. The sleeping person seemed to be restrained somehow. Their wrists were at an unnatural angle beside them. I thought maybe it was just the way they were lying, but something felt off. The camera panned up to show the person's face, which had what looked like duct tape across the mouth. For a split second, I still thought it was an elaborate prank, maybe a staged kidnapping scenario between friends trying to create shocking content for views. Then the camera pulled back, and I could see the entire scene. The sleeping person wasn't on a sofa, but appeared to be on some kind of plastic sheeting on the floor. Their hands and feet were bound with what looked like zip ties, cutting into the skin. Around them was a carefully arranged set of tools, knives, pliers, what looked like a blowtorch. This wasn't a prank video. This was something much worse. The video lasted only about 30 seconds total. The last few seconds showed the person behind the camera reaching down and selecting a knife, then the bound person's eyes flying open in terror as they realized what was happening. Then the video ended abruptly. I stared at my screen in shock. For a moment, I wasn't sure what I'd just seen. There's a part of your brain that tries to normalize even the most disturbing things. I told myself it was just a really dark prank, or maybe a clip from a horror film, or an elaborate setup for a viral marketing campaign. I even swiped back up to see it again, to reassure myself it wasn't what I thought it was. But the video was gone. In its place was a cooking tutorial. I scrolled back down, looking for the video, but it had vanished completely. I closed the app and reopened it, but my feed was back to showing the usual content. Nothing remotely resembling what I'd just witnessed. I put my phone down and sat up in bed, my heart racing. Had I imagined it? Was I so tired that my mind had twisted an innocent prank video into something sinister? I almost convinced myself that was the case, that I needed to get more sleep and stop scrolling through videos until the early hours. But then my phone vibrated with a notification. I picked it up, half expecting to see a message from one of my housemates asking me to quiet down. Sometimes I didn't realize how loud I was being when everyone else was trying to sleep. Instead, it was a notification from an app I'd never seen before. The icon was just a simple black dot. The notification just said, "Enjoyed the preview. Swipe for more." I immediately deleted the notification and checked my installed apps. There was nothing there that matched the black dot icon. I ran a virus scan, which came back clean. I restarted my phone, changed my passwords, all the things you're supposed to do when something seems off with your device. By the time I finished, it was nearly 3 a.m., and I managed to convince myself that it was just a glitch. Maybe an ad for a horror film that had somehow made it through the platform's content filters. The next day, I was exhausted during my presentation, but managed to get through it. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd seen. What would I say? That I might have stumbled upon something disturbing but wasn't completely sure. That I got a strange notification afterwards that I couldn't explain. It sounded paranoid, even to me. For a few days, everything went back to normal. I still used my phone but avoided the video app. I focused on coursework and spent more time with my housemates in the evenings instead of isolating myself with endless scrolling. I almost forgot about the incident. Then, about a week later, I received an email from an address that was just a string of numbers and letters. The subject line was blank, and the body of the email contained only a link. Against my better judgment, and I still don't know why I did this, I clicked it. The link took me to what looked like a clone of the popular video app, but something was off. The interface was slightly different, with a dark grey background instead of white, and instead of the usual categories and trending topics, there was just a continuous feed of videos that started playing automatically. These weren't normal videos. Each one showed someone in distress, bound, crying, pleading silently with the camera. Some were being pranked in ways that went far beyond anything that could be considered a joke. Being burned with cigarettes, cut with knives, terrorized with weapons. And between each distressing video were clips of normal, everyday content. The exact kind of videos I usually watched, from creators I recognized. I tried to exit the page, but it wouldn't close. I tried closing the browser, but it reopened itself. In a panic, I forced my phone to shut down by holding the power button. When I turned it back on, everything seemed normal again. The browser history showed no record of the site I'd visited. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what I'd seen and what it meant. Had I somehow stumbled into some dark web version of the popular video platform? Was there a shadow version of the app that showed content too disturbing for the mainstream? And more terrifyingly, how had it found me? The next morning, I woke up to another notification from the Black Dot app that wasn't installed on my phone. This time it said, "Your viewing habits have been analyzed. Recommendations ready." That was when I knew this wasn't random. Whatever this was, it had been watching what I watched, learning my preferences, my viewing patterns, just like the main algorithm, but for something much darker. And somehow, it had decided I was ready for more extreme content. I didn't open the notification. Instead, I did a factory reset on my phone, wiping everything. I changed all my passwords from my laptop, set up two-factor authentication on every account. I even changed my email address and phone number. Paranoid, absolutely. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been marked somehow. For a while, it seemed to work. No more strange notifications, no more disturbing videos. I still use social media, but was much more careful about what I engaged with. I set time limits for apps and never used them late at night when my guard might be down. Then came the package. It arrived at my house about a month later, addressed to me but with no return address. Inside was a USB drive and a printed card that said, "Custom content based on your viewing history." I didn't plug in the USB drive. I'm not that stupid. But I didn't throw it away either. Something stopped me. Some morbid curiosity, or perhaps the feeling that discarding it wouldn't make this go away. Instead, I wrapped it in plastic and buried it in a shoebox in my wardrobe. Sometimes, late at night, I think about what might be on it. Videos tailored specifically to what the algorithm thought would appeal to me, based on everything I'd ever watched, every video I'd lingered on a second too long, every dark curiosity I'd indulged thinking no one was watching. It's been 6 months now. I've changed universities, moved to a different city. I use technology as little as possible, just enough for my studies and to stay in touch with family. No more social media, no more endless scrolling. But I can't escape the feeling that I'm still being watched, that the algorithm is still learning, still waiting to show me more. Every CCTV camera, every smartphone, every laptop camera feels like an eye following me. And the worst part is knowing that whatever I saw that night, whatever dark corner of the internet I glimpsed, it's still out there. People are still scrolling through it, still being fed content that gets progressively darker, still being desensitized bit by bit, until suddenly they're watching something real and horrific without even realizing the line they've crossed. Sometimes I wonder how many other people got the same recommendations I did. How many clicked through? How many watched more than I did? How many are still watching? And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm in one of those videos now too. If someone, somewhere, is swiping through short videos and will come across footage of me going about my day, oblivious to the camera following me. And they'll pause for a moment, thinking it's a bit odd, a bit different from the usual content, before swiping up to the next video. Never realizing what they've just seen or what might be coming next. Just another swipe in an endless stream of content, getting darker with every flick of the thumb. I still remember how normal Jamie looked on my screen that night. The same messy bedroom in the background, the same faded band poster on the wall, the same person I'd known since secondary school, smiling at me through my laptop. There wasn't a single warning sign that in just a few minutes, everything I thought I knew about my oldest friend would shatter, leaving me trapped in a nightmare I couldn't escape. I'm writing this down because I need to process what happened, but I can't bring myself to tell a therapist. They'd be obligated to report it, and honestly, I'm terrified of what might happen if this gets out. So I'm putting it here anonymously, hoping that maybe someone will understand or at least learn from my experience. Perhaps writing it out will help me make sense of how someone I trusted completely could do something so horrific. Last winter, I was in my final year at university in Edinburgh, while Jamie was working in London. We'd been close since we were 13, the kind of friendship that survives distance and time. We had a standing FaceTime call every other Thursday, just to catch up and stay connected despite being hundreds of miles apart. These calls were a highlight in my otherwise stressful week of coursework and part-time jobs. Just a normal ritual between friends, nothing unusual or concerning about it. That particular Thursday in November was miserable outside. raining so hard I could hear it drumming against my window in the student flat. I remember being grateful I didn't have to go anywhere that evening. I'd made a cup of tea, wrapped myself in a blanket, and settled in for our usual hour-long chat. The call connected, and there was Alex, looking slightly tired but smiling as always. The first 20 minutes were completely normal. We talked about our weeks, complained about work and studies, gossiped about mutual friends. Jamie had recently started a new job at a tech company, something to do with cybersecurity that I didn't fully understand, but sounded impressive. There had been a lot of talk about dark web monitoring and threat assessment, terms that meant little to me at the time, but would soon take on a horrifying new significance. I noticed Jamie seemed a bit distracted, occasionally glancing to the side at something off screen. I didn't think much of it, probably just checking messages or emails. But then there was a shift in the conversation. Jamie asked if I was alone in my flat, if my roommates were out for the evening. They were, a detail I confirmed without hesitation, because why wouldn't I? This was Jamie after all. That's when everything changed. Jamie's expression became more serious, more focused. There was this intensity in those eyes that I'd never seen before. Jamie leaned closer to the camera and said that there was something important to show me, something I needed to see to understand the work being done at the new company. I remember feeling a flicker of unease at the sudden change in tone, but I brushed it off. This was my oldest friend, someone I trusted implicitly. When Jamie said to keep an open mind about what I was about to see, I nodded, curious but unsuspecting. Jamie's screen went black for a moment, then changed to a screen share. I expected to see some kind of technical diagram or perhaps a presentation. Instead, the screen filled with what looked like a video feed of a room I didn't recognize. The space was dimly lit with a reddish tint, giving everything a surreal, almost dreamlike quality. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Just a sparse room with concrete walls, what looked like a metal table, and some shapes I couldn't quite distinguish. Then the camera angle shifted slightly, and I realized with a jolt that there was a person in the room, strapped to a chair. They were struggling against their restraints, their movements desperate and terrified. The video quality was good enough that I could see the fear in their eyes, the way their chest heaved with panicked breathing. I felt my stomach drop. My first thought was that this must be some kind of prank, or maybe a clip from a horror film Alex was showing me as a joke. But deep down, I knew immediately that what I was seeing was real. There was an authenticity to the fear in that person's eyes that no actor could replicate. On the side of the screen, there was some kind of chat interface where messages were scrolling by too quickly to read. At the bottom were buttons or commands with labels I couldn't quite make out from my view. It looked like some kind of interactive live stream, but unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I was frozen in shock, unable to process what was happening. Before I could even form words to ask what the hell was going on, Jamie's voice came through, explaining that this was what was called a red room on the dark web, a live stream where viewers could watch and even request acts of violence in real time. Jamie spoke with a detached fascination, like this was an interesting documentary we were watching together, rather than a real person in terror. The worst part was how casual Jamie sounded, while explaining that the company wasn't just monitoring these sites, they were running some of them. That this was where the real money was in cybersecurity, creating and managing these illegal streams for wealthy clients who paid thousands to watch or participate. I couldn't speak. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be Alex, my friend since childhood, showing me something so horrific with such calm detachment. But the video continued playing, and the person in the chair continued struggling, and Alex continued explaining how the whole operation worked. Then came the moment that still haunts my nightmares. Jamie said that the company had been impressed with my psychology background and computer skills, that they'd been watching me through Jamie for months, that they thought I had potential to join their special projects team. And to prove I was suitable, I needed to participate tonight. The camera on my laptop suddenly lit up, indicating it was active even though I hadn't touched it. On Alex's shared screen, my face appeared in a small window above the video feed. My name appeared in the chat scroll. Whoever was running this stream now knew who I was. I could see my own horrified expression alongside the victim in the room. I tried to end the call, but my computer wouldn't respond. I tried to close the laptop, but Jamie's voice sharpened, warning me that closing the connection now would be seen as rejection of their offer. And they didn't allow people to reject offers once they'd seen what I'd seen. The implication was clear. I was being recorded watching this. I was now implicated, my face and name captured alongside this horrific content. If I didn't cooperate, that recording could be sent to the police, to my university, to my family, or worse, I could end up like the person in that chair. My mind was spinning with panic and betrayal. This person I'd trusted for over a decade had just dragged me into something nightmarish without my consent. Had Jamie always been this person? Or had something changed? I couldn't reconcile the friend I thought I knew with the monster on my screen. Jamie instructed me to select one of the commands from the menu that had appeared on my screen. Simple options were available for first-time participants, I was told. Nothing too extreme. Just enough to prove my commitment. I felt physically sick, tears streaming down my face as I realized the impossible situation I was in. If I participated, I would be complicit in someone's suffering. If I refused, I could be implicated or become a victim myself. There seemed to be no way out. In desperation, I yanked my router's power cable from the wall, cutting my internet connection entirely. The screen froze, then went black. The silence in my flat was deafening after the intensity of what had just happened. I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, expecting my phone to ring, expecting someone to knock on my door, expecting some immediate consequence for my refusal to participate. But nothing happened that night. The next day, I went to the campus IT department and had them check my laptop for any spyware or malicious software. I made up a story about getting strange pop-ups. They found nothing unusual. I changed all my passwords, deleted my social media accounts, and bought a new laptop just to be safe. I never heard from Jamie again. My messages went unanswered. Social media profiles disappeared. Mutual friends said they hadn't been in touch either. It was as if Jamie had vanished completely. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every notification, every unexpected sound. I covered my laptop camera with tape. I changed my phone number, moved to a different flat. I even considered dropping out of university and moving back home. But the fear that whatever Alex was involved with could find me there too kept me from running. It's been 6 months now. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was all some elaborate hoax or nightmare. But then I'll see a news story about dark web arrests, or I'll catch a glimpse of someone who resembles the person in that chair, and it all comes flooding back. I still don't know if Jamie was forced into recruiting me, if there really is a company using cybersecurity as a front for these streams, or if my oldest friend had been hiding a dark fascination that eventually evolved into participation. I don't know if I'm still being watched, or if cutting the connection that night was enough to remove me from their radar. What I do know is that trust is fragile, and the people closest to us can hide unimaginable secrets. I know that somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, these rooms exist, and real people suffer while others watch. And I know that someone I love tried to drag me into that darkness. I check over my shoulder constantly now. I live with a persistent gnawing fear that someday my laptop will turn on by itself, Or my phone will ring with a FaceTime call from an unknown number, and I'll see that room again. Or worse, that someday I'll be the one in the chair. Punishment for refusing to participate when given the chance. The most terrifying part isn't even the Red Room itself. It's that someone I trusted completely, someone whose face I would never have questioned seeing on my screen, was the doorway to that horror. And now, I can't trust any face at all. The woman on the screen was still breathing when the countdown timer appeared. 30 minutes. That's how long she had left before whatever was going to happen to her began. I didn't know it then, but that's also when my normal life ended. I've never told anyone this story before. Not properly anyway. I've alluded to it when people ask why I switched universities in my second year, but I've never felt ready to relive it in full until now. I suppose sharing it here, anonymously, feels safer. My therapist suggested writing it down might help process what happened, but I couldn't bring myself to do that either. Somehow, telling it like this, as if I'm just recounting it to a friend who wasn't there, makes it more manageable. I was studying computer science at a university in northern England. Not one of the fancy Russell Group ones, but decent enough. The campus was this odd mix of brutalist 1960s concrete blocks and sleek glass buildings that had been added more recently. Our main computer lab was in one of these newer buildings, all gleaming surfaces and ergonomic chairs. The kind of place that's supposed to inspire innovation and creativity, but mostly just made me worry about leaving fingerprints on everything. It was mid-October, about 6 weeks into my first year. The excitement of my first weeks had worn off, and the reality of the workload was setting in. I remember it was raining that day, not the dramatic, thunderous kind, but that persistent, miserable drizzle that seems to seep into your bones. The type of weather that makes you want to stay indoors, which is exactly what I was doing. I had a 2-hour gap between lectures and decided to use the time to work on a programming assignment due the following week. The computer lab was busier than usual because of the weather, but I managed to find a spot near the back. I always preferred sitting there, fewer distractions, and I didn't have to worry about people looking over my shoulder at my screen. The computers in the lab were these high-spec machines that the university had recently invested in. They were set up so that students could log in with their university credentials, and everything would be saved to their personal drive on the university network. Personal USB drives weren't necessary, but many students still used them to transfer files between home and university. I was about halfway through my assignment when Professor Harris walked in. He taught our Introduction to Network Security module and was known for being somewhat eccentric but brilliant. He was in his 50s, with a perpetually rumpled appearance, the stereotype of an academic who cared more about ideas than presentation. Professor Harris was setting up for a lecture that would be held in the lab later that afternoon. He was connecting his laptop to the projector and muttering to himself. I didn't pay much attention. I was struggling with a particularly frustrating bit of code. But then I noticed him searching through his pockets and bag with increasing urgency. He'd clearly lost something. Eventually, he approached the teaching assistant who was supervising the lab and had a brief conversation I couldn't hear. The assistant shrugged and gestured around the room. Professor Harris looked annoyed but resigned. He left shortly after, presumably to retrieve whatever he'd forgotten from his office. I returned to my assignment, but a few minutes later, I noticed something under the desk where Professor Harris had been standing. A small black USB drive. Without thinking much of it, I picked it up, assuming it contained his lecture slides for the afternoon. I thought I'd be helpful and plug it into his laptop so it would be ready when he returned. This is the moment I replay in my head constantly. The moment where if I'd made a different choice, if I'd just left the USB drive at the reception desk or waited for Professor Harris to come back, Everything that followed might not have happened. But I didn't. Instead, I walked over to his laptop, which was still connected to the projector, but had gone into sleep mode. I wiggled the mouse to wake it up and plugged the USB drive into one of the ports. I expected a File Explorer window to open, showing the contents of the drive so I could find his lecture slides. Instead, the screen remained black for a moment. Then, without any prompt from me, an application launched automatically. At first, I thought it was some kind of video player as a dark window opened, filling the screen. I realized with horror that what I was looking at was being streamed in real time. The image was grainy and poorly lit, but clear enough to make out a room with bare concrete walls. It looked like a basement or cellar of some kind. In the center was a young woman, tied to a chair. Her head was slumped forward, but I could see she was breathing. She appeared unconscious, not dead, which was somehow both a relief and more terrifying, because it meant whatever was going to happen to her hadn't started yet. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Part of me thought, hoped, it might be some elaborate setup for a horror film or an extreme performance art piece. But deep down, I knew better. There was an authenticity to the crudeness of the setup that no staged production would include. The feed had no sound, which made it even more unnerving. I could see the woman's chest rising and falling with each breath, but the silence made it feel distant and surreal, like watching a security camera feed. A ticker at the bottom of the screen was counting down from 30 minutes. It was at 28:47 when I first noticed it. I should have immediately unplugged the USB drive and reported it. That would have been the sensible, ethical thing to do. But shock kept me rooted to the spot, staring at the screen. I couldn't reconcile what I was seeing with the ordinary university environment around me. The cognitive dissonance was paralyzing. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the background of the video, barely visible in the poor lighting, was a small table. On it was a copy of our university newspaper, folded open to show the front page. I recognized it immediately because I'd read it that morning. It was the current issue, published just 2 days earlier. This wasn't some old video file stored on the USB. This was happening now, somewhere close by, somewhere on or near our campus. Just as this realization hit me, the lab door opened and Professor Harris walked back in. Our eyes met, and for a split second, there was nothing unusual in his expression, just mild curiosity about why I was standing at his laptop. Then his gaze shifted to the projector screen, which was large enough that anyone in the room could see it clearly. His face changed, not with shock or horror, as mine must have been, but with something cold and calculating. His eyes narrowed, his jaw tightened, and in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this was his USB drive, and he knew exactly what was on it. I looked around the lab, expecting others to be reacting to the disturbing image now projected for all to see. But most students were focused on their own screens, headphones on. Oblivious, the teaching assistant had stepped out. Only one other student, a girl sitting a few computers away, was staring at the projection with a confused expression. Professor Harris moved quickly. He reached the laptop in 3 long strides and ejected the USB drive. The screen went black immediately. He pocketed the drive and turned to me with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Curious about the dark web, are we?" he asked, his voice low enough that only I could hear. "That's a dangerous habit. People who poke around where they shouldn't tend to find themselves in uncomfortable situations." I mumbled something about finding the drive on the floor and thinking it contained his lecture slides. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. He didn't believe me. I could tell by the way his eyes hardened. But he maintained that artificial smile. "Best forget what you saw," he said still quietly. "It's not real anyway. Just a simulation for my advanced cybersecurity class. Special effects. Impressive, aren't they? I nodded, desperate to escape the conversation and the lab. I returned to my computer, saved my work and logged off. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely navigate the mouse. As I packed up my things, I glanced at Professor Harris. He was watching me, that same cold calculation in his eyes. I left the lab as casually as I could manage. But once in the corridor, I nearly ran to the nearest toilet, where I was violently sick. My mind was racing with implications and possibilities, none of them good. If what I'd seen was real, and the university newspaper in the background strongly suggested it was, then Professor Harris was involved in something truly horrific, and he knew that I knew. I spent the next hour hiding in a cafe on campus, trying to decide what to do. Report it to the police? But what exactly would I say? That I'd seen a disturbing video that could have been faked? That a respected professor might be involved in something criminal based on a few seconds of footage and my interpretation of his reaction? It sounded ridiculous even to me. I decided to go back to my accommodation and think it through properly. I needed to gather my thoughts, maybe research if there had been any reports of missing women in the area. I convinced myself that approaching this methodically was better than rushing in with wild accusations. That was my second mistake. When I reached my room, the door was unlocked. I was certain I'd locked it that morning. I always did. Inside, nothing seemed obviously disturbed, but there was a sensation in the air, like the molecular structure of my personal space had been rearranged slightly. Someone had been there. On my bed was a university newspaper, the same edition I'd seen in the video. It was folded open to a specific page, one I hadn't paid attention to that morning. In the corner was a small advertisement for a student mental health service with the tagline, "Feeling watched? Anxious? Paranoid? We can help." It was a message, a warning. I packed a bag with essential items and left campus that evening. I stayed with a friend in Manchester for a week, claiming a family emergency. When I returned, I switched all my modules to avoid Professor Harris's classes. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the university authorities or the police. But each time I worked up the courage, I remembered that newspaper on my bed. He'd been in my room. He knew where I lived. And he clearly had connections to something much darker than academia. For the rest of that term, I felt eyes on me constantly. Sometimes I'd glimpse Professor Harris across the campus, watching me. Once, I found a USB drive identical to the one I'd found, sitting on my desk in the library. I left it untouched and moved to another floor. I never saw its owner collect it. I transferred to a different university for my second year, using family issues as an excuse. I haven't been back to that campus since. Sometimes I search local news archives for reports of missing women around that time, but I've never found anything conclusive. I don't know if what I saw that day was the prelude to a murder, or part of some elaborate underground streaming service catering to sadistic viewers. I don't know if the woman in the chair was rescued, or if she became another missing person statistic. I don't know how deep Professor Harris was involved, or how many others at the university might have been part of it. What I do know is that the dark web isn't just some abstract concept or urban legend. It's real, and it touches our ordinary world in ways we'd prefer not to acknowledge. The barrier between the two is thinner than most people realize, sometimes as thin as a small black USB drive left on a computer lab floor. I still use computers, obviously. I had to continue my degree, but I never use public computer labs anymore. I never plug in USB drives, I find. And I never, ever open files or applications I'm not 100% certain about. Some doors, once opened, can't be properly closed again. They leave a crack through which the darkness can always find its way back to you. "6 months ago, I considered myself pretty tech-savvy. I've built my own computers since I was 15, worked in IT for a few years before switching to graphic design, and thought I knew the difference between the regular web and the darker corners of the internet. Turns out I had no idea how quickly you can stumble into something terrible when you're not paying attention. I'm 32, recently divorced, and was going through that classic post-breakup phase where loneliness hits hardest late at night. My ex and I had been together since university, nearly 10 years, before she decided we'd grown in different directions and moved out last autumn. After the split, I threw myself into freelance design work during the day, but the evenings stretched endlessly in my too quiet flat in Bristol. I'd never really dated as an adult, having met my ex in a philosophy seminar when I was 21, and the whole online dating scene felt overwhelming. One Friday night in February, after a couple of beers and a particularly depressing attempt at cooking for one, I found myself browsing dating sites. Not the mainstream apps everyone uses, but increasingly obscure ones I discovered through Reddit threads and tech forums. I told myself I was just researching the user experience as a designer, but really, I was lonely and curious about how people connected online now. Around 1 a.m., after falling down a rabbit hole of increasingly dubious dating platforms, I clicked a link that promised unfiltered video connections with no corporate censorship. The site looked professionally designed but had an edgy aesthetic, dark background, red accents, minimalist interface. It required no sign-up, just an agreement to terms of service I admittedly didn't read, and access to my webcam, which I allowed without much thought. In my slightly buzzed state, the lack of registration seemed convenient rather than suspicious. The site's landing page displayed thumbnails of what appeared to be webcam feeds, mostly women in dimly lit bedrooms, some wearing lingerie, others in casual clothes. It resembled any number of cam sites that exist in that grey area between dating and adult content. I remember thinking it was probably one of those pay-to-chat services and was about to close the tab when a notification popped up. User Diamond Girl 92 has invited you to a private room. The thumbnail showed a woman with dark hair, face partially obscured by shadows, but smiling in what looked like a bedroom. Something about the spontaneous invitation appealed to my ego. The idea that someone had chosen to connect with me specifically. I clicked accept without hesitation. The video feed that opened was grainy and underlit, showing a woman sitting on what appeared to be a bed with dark sheets. The room behind her was sparsely decorated, just some plain walls and what looked like a closed door. She waved at the camera and typed something in a chat box that appeared beside the video. "Hi there, thanks for joining. Can you hear me?" I typed back that I could, and she explained her microphone was broken, so she'd communicate by text, while I could use my microphone if I wanted. This seemed reasonable enough. Plenty of legitimate users have technical issues. She asked basic getting-to-know-you questions. My name, I gave a fake one. Where I was from, I just said UK. What I did for work. I answered vaguely, still maintaining that cautious online anonymity, but feeling increasingly comfortable as the conversation progressed. After about 15 minutes of this seemingly innocent chat, her messages took a flirtatious turn. She suggested we could have some fun and asked if I'd like to see more of her. Again, this seemed like the typical progression on sites like this, usually leading to requests for payment or registration. I was curious how the scam would play out, so I went along with it, typing that I was interested. What happened next was the first real warning sign, though I didn't recognize it as such at the time. Instead of the expected request for payment, she asked me to verify I wasn't a cop or scammer by clicking a verification link. The link opened what appeared to be a standard verification page asking for my IP to be checked against a database of known law enforcement IPs. This should have immediately set off alarm bells. No legitimate site would need such verification, but my judgment was impaired by alcohol and the late hour. I clicked the link without thinking, and a loading bar appeared, supposedly scanning my connection. After a moment, a green checkmark appeared, with verification successful, and I was returned to the chat. Looking back, I realized this was almost certainly installing some kind of tracking software or malware on my system, though I didn't know it then. The woman seemed pleased with the verification and began to undress slowly. The video quality remained poor, which she apologized for via text, explaining she had bandwidth issues. As she removed her top, I noticed something odd, what looked like faint marks or bruises on her shoulders and arms. I typed asking if she was okay, and she quickly responded that she had sensitive skin and bruised easily. Something felt off about the interaction, but I couldn't quite place what. The video occasionally stuttered or froze, and sometimes her movements didn't quite sync with her responses in the chat. I began to wonder if I was watching pre-recorded footage being manipulated by whoever was typing to me. About 30 minutes into the date, the tone shifted dramatically. The woman looked over her shoulder suddenly, as if hearing something off camera. Her expression changed from flirtatious to what appeared to be genuine fear. The chat box pinged with a new message. Special request show about to begin. Premium viewers are bidding. Current high bid, 0.35 Bitcoin. I was confused, wondering if this was part of some roleplay scenario. The camera angle shifted abruptly, widening to show more of the room. What I had assumed was a bedroom now looked more institutional. The bed, more like an examination table. The walls bare concrete rather than painted. A door opened in the background, and a figure in dark clothing entered the frame. With sickening clarity, I realized what I had stumbled into. This wasn't a dating site or even a standard campsite. It was what's known in dark web terminology as a red room, where viewers pay to watch actual harm being inflicted on non-consenting individuals. The verification I had completed wasn't checking if I was law enforcement. It was validating my connection to a dark web stream, likely through a series of proxies I hadn't noticed. I frantically tried to close the browser, but it wouldn't respond. New messages appeared in rapid succession in the chat box. Usernames I didn't recognize, placing bids alongside horrific requests. The woman on screen was now clearly terrified, no longer maintaining any pretense of a consensual performance. When I tried to force quit the browser, a new window popped up with text that chilled me to the bone. Your IP has been logged. Your webcam is active. Disconnection will be interpreted as hostile intent. Payment of 2.0 Bitcoin required for secure disconnection. I realized with horror that my own webcam light was on, had been this entire time, and whoever was running this stream could see me, had been watching me watch them. The verification process had likely given them access to my system, possibly recording everything. In a panic, I physically unplugged my laptop from the wall, not even bothering with a proper shutdown. I sat in my dark living room, heart pounding, wondering if what I'd seen was really happening, if someone was really being hurt while people watched and paid for the privilege, if I had just witnessed the beginning of something unspeakable. After a few minutes of absolute terror, I plugged the laptop back in and booted up in safe mode, running every security and antivirus program I had. They detected multiple intrusions, keyloggers, remote access tools, webcam hijacking software. I wiped the hard drive completely and reinstalled the operating system, then spent the rest of the night researching what had happened, using an old tablet connected to my neighbor's Wi-Fi rather than my own network. What I discovered was truly terrifying. The site I had accessed was likely a front end for a dark web operation, designed to appear as a normal dating site on the surface web, but actually serving as a gateway to illegal live streams. The verification process had routed my connection through Tor nodes without my knowledge, connecting me to a hidden service while simultaneously compromising my system security. I spent the next week in a state of constant anxiety, jumping at every notification on my phone, every knock at the door. I changed all my passwords, got a new IP address, even considered moving flats. I debated going to the police but feared implicating myself in something I'd accidentally accessed. What if they didn't believe I had stumbled into it unknowingly? What if the malware had downloaded illegal content to my now wiped hard drive? 3 weeks after the incident, I received an email to an account connected to my real name, an account I hadn't used during the interaction on the site. The message contained only a still image from my webcam showing my face as I watched the stream, my expression changing from interest to horror as I realized what was happening. Below the image was a Bitcoin wallet address and the words, "For your privacy." I never paid, never responded. Instead, I created new email accounts, changed my phone number, deleted all social media, and started using advanced security measures like VPNs and Tails OS for all my browsing. I even grew a beard and changed my hairstyle, irrationally afraid that my image might be circulating in places I couldn't access or control. It's been 6 months now. Sometimes I convince myself it wasn't real, that it was an elaborate scam designed to extort money through fear rather than an actual crime being committed. But late at night, when I can't sleep, I remember the woman's expression changing from performed seduction to genuine terror, and I know what I saw was real. The most disturbing part isn't the extortion attempt or even the violation of my privacy. It's the knowledge that these hidden corners of the internet exist where people pay to watch actual suffering, and how terrifyingly easy it was for me, a relatively knowledgeable internet user, to stumble into one without even realizing where I was. The line between the everyday internet and its darkest depths is thinner than most people realize, and sometimes all it takes is a single careless click to cross it. I still use dating apps now, carefully vetted mainstream ones only. But every time I see a webcam icon or a verification request, my heart races, and I remember that night. And sometimes, when my webcam light illuminates unexpectedly during a system update or video call, I can't help but cover it immediately, wondering who might be watching from the other side. I want to share something that happened to me about 4 months ago. I've been debating whether to tell anyone, but after seeing a news story last week about a similar app being shut down, I feel like I need to get this off my chest. Maybe it will help someone else avoid making the same mistake I did. I work as a night security guard at a self-storage facility on the outskirts of Glasgow. It's a solitary job, 12-hour shifts, 5 nights a week, mostly spent doing hourly patrols and watching CCTV feeds of empty corridors. The place is practically deserted after 9 p.m, which leaves me with a lot of downtime. I'm 36, divorced for 3 years now, with no kids and not much of a social life to speak of. My background isn't particularly interesting. Left school at 17, bounced between retail jobs and warehouse work before getting my security license 6 years ago. To combat the boredom of night shifts, I've developed a fairly unhealthy relationship with my phone. Social media, YouTube, mobile games, anything to make the hours pass. I've always been drawn to the more unusual corners of the internet, not necessarily illegal stuff, but definitely content that pushes boundaries. True crime podcasts, footage of real accidents, forums discussing unsolved mysteries. I suppose I was desensitized to a certain extent, which might explain my initial reaction to what I eventually discovered. It started with a recommendation from another guard at a different site. We occasionally text during night shifts to stay awake, and he mentioned an app called Netherstream that featured intense reality content you couldn't find on mainstream platforms. According to him, it operated through a modified APK file rather than official app stores, which immediately suggested it contained content that wouldn't pass content moderation standards. Out of curiosity and desperate for something new to pass the time, I downloaded the APK to a cheap burner phone I keep as a backup. I've always been cautious about cybersecurity, something I picked up from my brief stint in IT support before security work, and using a separate device for questionable downloads seemed prudent. The app installed without issues, presenting a minimalist black interface with red text, reminiscent of old-school hacker aesthetics. The content initially seemed like standard shock material: extreme stunts gone wrong, street fights from around the world, graphic medical procedures. Nothing worse than what you might find on certain subreddits, just aggregated in one place. The app had a simple upvote/downvote system and a chat function where users commented in real time. The communities seemed to revel in the extreme nature of the content, challenging each other to find more shocking material. After about a week of occasional browsing, I noticed a section called Live Events that was locked behind a verification process. The app claimed this was to ensure users were genuine enthusiasts and not trolls or authorities. The verification required uploading a photo of my face illuminated by the screen, supposedly to confirm I was a real person and not using automated software. In retrospect, providing my image to an already suspicious app was incredibly stupid, but late-night boredom and curiosity overcame my better judgment. Once verified, the live events section opened up, revealing a schedule of upcoming streams with cryptic titles like Consequence 17 and Volunteer Scenario. Most were scheduled for late-night hours in various time zones. A notification system allowed users to be alerted when streams went live. Without giving it much thought, I enabled notifications for an event scheduled during my next shift, titled Audience Directive 23. 2 nights later, while making a cup of tea in the break room at around 3 a.m., my burner phone buzzed with a notification. The scheduled event was starting. I returned to my desk, propped the phone against my monitor, and tapped the notification. The stream loaded, showing what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. The lighting was dim but professional, clearly set up with care rather than hastily arranged. In the center was a person bound to a chair, wearing plain clothes and with a black hood covering their head. My first thought was that this was an elaborate prank or staged performance, the type of edgy internet content that simulates extreme scenarios for shock value. The stream had a view counter showing about 200 viewers, with the chat rapidly filling with messages. To the right of the video was an interface with the heading Directive Options and a series of buttons labeled with various actions. A text overlay explained the concept. Viewers would vote on what happened next, with voting periods lasting 60 seconds. The highest voted action would be carried out, followed by another round of voting. It resembled a dark version of those choose-your-own-adventure games, and I initially assumed it was all staged for entertainment, actors playing roles in an interactive horror experience. The first voting options were relatively tame: remove hood, check pockets, explain rules, administer stimulant. Most votes went to remove hood, and after the countdown ended, a figure wearing a featureless white mask entered the frame and removed the hood from the captive. The revealed face belonged to a man perhaps in his late 20s, with a terrified expression that seemed too genuine to be acting. His eyes darted frantically around the room, and I could see tears streaming down his face. Something about his expression triggered the first real sense of unease in me. Either this person was an exceptional actor, or something truly sinister was unfolding. The chat exploded with messages, some expressing excitement, others discussing the subject's reactions as if analyzing a character in a film. New voting options appeared: question subject, physical assessment, psychological pressure, provide water. I told myself this must be an elaborate performance, like an extreme version of reality television, perhaps filmed in a country with looser regulations. The production value seemed too high for something truly illicit. Yet something about the raw fear in the man's eyes continued to disturb me. When physical assessment won the vote, the masked figure returned with measuring tools and began documenting the subject's height, weight, and various physical characteristics, narrating the findings to the camera in a voice that had been digitally altered to sound inhuman. The clinical nature of this assessment made it increasingly difficult to maintain the fiction that this was merely entertainment. The subject's reactions, flinching at every touch, silently pleading with his eyes, seemed far beyond what even a method actor would produce. Still, I continued watching, telling myself I was just witnessing an elaborate performance. The voting rounds continued, each option becoming progressively more disturbing. When pain threshold test won a round and the masked figure produced what appeared to be genuine implements of torture, the horrible reality became impossible to deny. This wasn't a game or performance. It was an actual person being tormented for the entertainment of anonymous viewers around the world, with those viewers directing the action through their votes. I felt physically ill, but instead of closing the app immediately, I hesitated. A notification appeared on screen. Participation detected. Viewer accountability protocol enabled. A small icon appeared next to my anonymous user ID, indicating I was being tracked as an active viewer. The implication was clear. Simply watching had made me complicit, and the system was now monitoring my engagement. In a moment of panic, I closed the app and turned off the phone. My hands were shaking as I tried to process what I had just witnessed. Had I just watched, and by my continued viewing, tacitly participated in, a genuine crime unfolding in real time? The thought was so disturbing that I spent the next hour trying to convince myself it must have been fake, despite all evidence to the contrary. When I turned the phone back on an hour later, thinking I would delete the app, I found a direct message waiting in the NetherStream inbox. Disconnection during active stream noted. Viewer accountability requires continuous participation once engaged. Your facial verification and IP data have been logged. Stream will resume on this device in 60 seconds. Before I could react, the app reopened itself and the stream resumed. The scene had changed significantly. The subject was still present, but now showed visible signs of the tests that had occurred during my absence. A text overlay announced, "Previous disconnection penalty applied to subject per protocol. Continuous viewing now required or further penalties will be administered." To my horror, a small window appeared in the corner of the screen, showing a feed from my burner phone's front-facing camera. They were watching me watch them. The voting options now included an additional choice: apply disconnection penalty to viewer. Several users in the chat immediately voted for this option, seemingly eager to punish someone who had tried to leave. I was trapped in a terrible dilemma: continue watching something unbearable or disconnect and potentially cause additional suffering through my absence. In desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped the phone into a mug of tea, shorting out the device completely. The next day, I destroyed what remained of the phone, throwing the pieces into various bins around the city. I convinced myself that without the device, they couldn't track me. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every unexpected noise, convinced that my involvement, however peripheral, had somehow marked me. 3 weeks later, I received a package at my flat, an address I had never provided to the app. Inside was a new phone, identical to my destroyed burner, but with a single modification. The NetherStream app was already installed, and its icon was prominently placed on the home screen. A note accompanied it: "Viewing participation required. Consequence stream number 24. featuring viewer penalty demonstration. I immediately moved flats, changed my phone number, and took leave from work. I've been staying with an old friend in a different city, using cash for all purchases and avoiding anything connected to the internet. But I can't escape the knowledge that somewhere these streams continue, with viewers voting on the fate of real people, each click and each vote deepening their complicity in something monstrous. The news story I mentioned, the one that prompted me to share this, reported on police shutting down an interactive criminal live streaming operation. They mentioned recovering equipment and voting interface software, but no victims. Sometimes I wonder if the person I saw survived, if any of it was real or an elaborate hoax designed to terrify viewers. But in my darkest moments, when I can't sleep, I remember the look in that man's eyes and know with sickening certainty that what I witnessed was genuine human suffering, packaged as entertainment, with the audience not just watching but directing the horror with each vote cast. The shipping container's corrugated metal walls still appear in my dreams, those industrial ridges casting thin shadows across terrified faces. I remember the exact moment I regained consciousness, the acrid smell of chemicals lingering in my nostrils, the cold steel against my cheek, the distant sound of waves suggesting we were near water. My wrists were bound with plastic ties that bit into my skin each time I moved, leaving marks I still trace absent-mindedly during sleepless nights. The previous evening had been unremarkable. I'd left work late, trudging through London's persistent drizzle toward the tube station, my mind occupied with mundane concerns about rent increases and unanswered emails. The van that pulled alongside me seemed like ordinary delivery transport, nothing to warrant a second glance in the city's busy streets. I don't remember the moment they took me, just a sudden sweet smell as a cloth pressed against my face. Then nothing until I woke in that container. I wasn't alone. 4 others lay scattered across the floor, similarly bound, gradually stirring to consciousness beneath the harsh glare of industrial LED strips that hung from the ceiling. None of us knew each other. A university student returning from a night out, an off-duty nurse still in scrubs, a middle-aged businessman in a rumpled suit, and an elderly woman who seemed remarkably composed despite the circumstances. Strangers united only by our confusion and escalating fear. What made the situation immediately more terrifying was the surveillance equipment positioned throughout the container. 4 high-definition cameras mounted in each corner, their red recording lights glowing steadily. A large monitor on the far wall, currently displaying a black screen with white text reading "Preparing Stream." A laptop sat on a small metal table, its screen showing what appeared to be a website interface. Dark background, red accents, a chat window where messages occasionally scrolled past too quickly to read. The unmistakable aesthetics of a dark web broadcast. As we struggled to comprehend our situation, the monitor flickered to life, displaying a split screen of the container from multiple angles, alongside a bidding interface where anonymous users were already placing substantial amounts in cryptocurrency. A timer appeared, counting down from 30 minutes. Below it, text explained the game in clinical terms. When the timer reached 0, each of us would be required to select another person in the container to die. The person receiving the most votes would be executed on camera. If we refused to choose, all of us would be killed. I remember the distinct feeling of unreality that washed over me, the desperate hope that this was some elaborate prank or social experiment. That hope evaporated when our captors demonstrated their seriousness by activating small explosive charges attached to the businessman's restraints, taking his right hand cleanly at the wrist when someone attempted to remove their bindings. The smell of cauterized flesh and his muffled screams solidified the nightmare into undeniable reality. The most disturbing element wasn't the explicit threat of violence, but the interaction happening on screen. Viewers were placing bets on our choices, commenting on our physical appearances, our apparent emotional states, our perceived likelihood of survival. We weren't people to them. We were characters in a brutal form of entertainment, our suffering quantified in cryptocurrency and viewer engagement metrics. As the timer ticked down, I found myself studying the others with a horrifying new perspective, evaluating them not as fellow victims, but as potential sacrifices. The student was young, had a full life ahead of him. The nurse saved lives for a living. The elderly woman had perhaps lived a full life already. The businessman was already injured. Each thought made me more disgusted with myself, yet I couldn't stop the calculations. With 5 minutes remaining, the bidding intensified. Special offers appeared on screen. Pay extra to force specific confrontations, to remove the binding from one participant, to add additional tools to the container. The highest bidder's preferences were implemented immediately by unseen mechanisms. The container floor shifted as compartments opened, revealing implements I cannot bring myself to describe even now. In those final moments, I caught my reflection in the polished metal surface of the table. Wild-eyed, sweat-streaked, unrecognizable to myself. I had entered the container as one person and would leave as another if I left at all. The timer reached 1 minute, and electronic tablets were delivered through a slot in the wall, one for each of us, displaying the faces of everyone in the container, requiring our selection. What happened next haunts me more than anything else. Not the violence that followed, not the mechanical execution of the group's decision, but the moment I made my choice. The absolute clarity with which I selected another human being to die so that I might live. The relief I felt when the tablet confirmed my selection. The shameful gratitude when enough others made the same choice, ensuring it wouldn't be me. I survived that night. 2 others did as well. The authorities found us 3 days later when dock workers heard sounds from the abandoned container. The website had vanished, the equipment professionally sanitized of evidence. The investigation stalled after several months, labeled as a probable organized crime incident from Eastern Europe. Sometimes I catch strangers looking at me with an odd recognition I can't explain. On particularly dark nights, I wonder if the stream is still accessible somewhere in the digital underworld. If anonymous viewers still watch my decision, my survival, my shame as entertainment during their exploration of hidden websites. But what truly keeps me awake isn't the fear of being recognized or found by those who orchestrated the game. It's the knowledge that somewhere right now, another container is being prepared, another stream is counting down, and ordinary people like me are discovering the terrible truth about what they're capable of when the only other option is their own destruction. And somewhere, someone is watching, placing bets, enjoying the spectacle of human beings forcing each other's hands. It's strange how the most life-changing discoveries can come from the most mundane tasks. 5 months ago, while cleaning up my digital clutter, I found something that has completely destroyed my sense of security and trust. I've moved house twice since then, changed my phone number, and still can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I'm writing this down partly as a warning, but mostly because keeping it to myself is driving me insane. I work in IT support for a university in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, just fixing printers, resetting passwords, and explaining to professors why they shouldn't click on suspicious email links. I've always been organized with my physical possessions, but absolutely terrible with digital housekeeping. My desktop was always a mess of random files. My download folder, a digital wasteland of forgotten PDFs and installation packages. My bad habits caught up with me when my laptop started running painfully slow. After putting it off for months, I finally set aside a Sunday afternoon to do a proper digital cleanup. I was living alone in a small flat near the university, having recently broken up with my girlfriend of 3 years. She'd moved to Edinburgh for work, and neither of us wanted the hassle of a long-distance relationship. So there I was, single again, at 32, spending my weekend deleting old files, while rain pelted against my windows. I started with the obvious stuff, emptying the recycle bin, clearing my downloads folder, uninstalling unused programs. Then I moved on to my email accounts, where years of newsletters, promotional offers, and spam had accumulated. I had 3 accounts that needed attention: my work email, my personal Gmail, and an old Hotmail account I'd had since university that I mainly kept for nostalgia and as a backup. The Hotmail account was the worst. Over 15,000 unread messages dating back to 2008. I was about to mass delete everything when I noticed the junk folder had a notification showing 246 items. Curious about what the spam filter had caught, I clicked on it. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: penis enlargement offers, fake lottery wins, phishing attempts. But as I scrolled down, I noticed something odd. There were several emails from the same address, just a string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. Each had an attachment named with a date, going back about 2 years. The most recent one was from just a week earlier. Now, I know better than to open random attachments, especially from my junk folder. That's literally part of what I teach in the basic IT security workshops for new staff. But something about the systematic naming and regular frequency made me pause. These didn't look like typical spam. They looked almost like scheduled reports. Against my better judgment, I opened the most recent email. There was no message, just a text file attachment. I scanned it with my antivirus before opening it, and it came back clean. When I opened the file, I found what appeared to be login credentials and instructions. There was a long string of characters labeled onion URL, followed by a username and password. Below that were brief instructions. Use Tor browser only. Log in within 24 hours of receipt or credentials will reset. Do not share access. Monthly payment confirmed. I recognized the reference to an onion URL and Tor. This was clearly related to the dark web. But why was someone sending these details to my old email address? And what was this about a monthly payment? I checked the other emails and found they all contained similar text files, each with different credentials but the same instructions. The dates corresponded to the first day of each month, like clockwork. My first thought was that these were meant for someone else. Perhaps the previous owner of my email address, though I'd had this account since I was an undergraduate. My second thought was more unsettling. What if someone was using my forgotten email account for something illegal? I should have deleted everything right then. Should have changed my password, set up 2-factor authentication, and forgotten all about it. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially when you're bored and alone on a rainy Sunday. I told myself I was just being responsible. If someone was using my email for something illegal, I should know about it, right? So I downloaded the Tor browser, something I'd never used before despite working in IT. I told myself it was just research, that I would take a quick look and then report anything suspicious to the proper authorities. I copied the Onion URL from the text file and pasted it into the Tor browser. It directed me to what looked like a login page with a minimalist black background. No site name, no logo, no indication of what this was for. Just username and password fields. Heart racing, I entered the credentials from the text file. The site loaded to what appeared to be a video hosting platform, similar to YouTube but with a much simpler interface. There were about 24 thumbnails organized in a grid, each showing what looked like CCTV footage of different rooms in a house. Some showed living rooms, others bedrooms, kitchens, even bathrooms. Each thumbnail had a date and timestamp from the previous month. I clicked on one that showed a living room. The video played, showing a completely ordinary scene. A woman in her 30s sitting on a sofa watching television while scrolling on her phone. The footage lasted about 5 minutes, during which nothing remarkable happened. She got up at one point to leave the room, came back with a glass of water, and resumed watching TV. I tried another video, this one of a kitchen. A man was cooking dinner while listening to music. Again, completely mundane. I clicked through several more videos, all showing similar everyday moments in people's lives. It was like watching the most boring reality show ever made. Then it hit me. These weren't actors. These weren't people who knew they were being filmed. These were private moments in private homes, recorded without consent. I was looking at footage from hacked security cameras or compromised devices. My stomach churned as the implications sank in. Someone had been using my forgotten email account as a way to distribute access to what amounted to illegal surveillance. And according to the instructions, someone was paying monthly for this access. I immediately closed the browser, feeling sick with guilt and fear. I just watched people who had no idea they were being observed. I'd invaded their privacy, even if unintentionally. And now my IP address was connected to this site, even though I'd used Tor. I spent the next hour changing all my passwords, enabling two-factor authentication on every account I had, and scanning my computer for malware. I debated whether to report what I'd found to the police, but hesitated. How would I explain that I'd accessed the site? Would they believe I had stumbled upon it innocently? Instead, I decided to send an anonymous tip to the cybercrime unit, providing the email address and a general description of what I'd found, but not mentioning my connection to it. I hoped they would investigate and shut down whatever operation this was. For the next week, I jumped at every notification on my phone, half expecting police to show up at my door. Nothing happened. No response to my tip. No suspicious activity on any of my accounts. I started to relax a little, telling myself that I'd done the right thing and could now move on. Then, exactly 1 month after discovering the emails, I received a message on my personal Gmail account, the one I actually used regularly. The subject line was missed payment, and it was from the same string of numbers and letters as the Hotmail emails. The message was brief. Payment interrupted. Service will terminate unless restored within 48 hours. Recent access from unauthorized location has been noted. My blood ran cold. Whoever was behind this knew that someone different had accessed the account. They had connected my old Hotmail to my current Gmail. They knew who I was. That same night, I noticed something strange while watching Netflix on my laptop. The webcam light briefly flickered on, then off. It could have been a glitch, but combined with the email, it sent me into a panic. I covered the camera with tape, but the damage to my peace of mind was done. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. I was convinced my devices had been compromised, that someone was watching me through my own technology. I started unplugging my router at night, covering all camera lenses, even disconnecting my smart TV. 2 weeks after the missed payment email, I came home from work to find my flat had been broken into. Nothing valuable was taken, not my laptop, not my TV, not even the cash I kept in my desk drawer. The only thing disturbed was my bedside table, where my diary had been moved. I reported the break-in to the police, but without anything stolen, they didn't seem particularly concerned. I didn't tell them about the emails or the website. It seemed too disconnected, too paranoid. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the building, every passing car outside, sent my heart racing. Around 3 a.m., I got up to make tea and noticed my laptop was open on the kitchen table, not where I'd left it, and certainly not how I'd left it. On the screen was a text document containing addresses and personal information about the people I'd seen in those videos. Below their information was my own, my full name, address, workplace, parents' address, and the routes I typically took to work. At the bottom was a simple message: witnesses are participants. Participants are responsible. I packed a bag and left that night, staying with a friend while I looked for a new place to live. I told everyone I'd had a plumbing disaster in my flat that made it uninhabitable. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, even considered changing jobs. It's been 5 months since then. I've moved twice, switching cities entirely the second time. I live completely offline now. No social media, no cloud storage, no smart devices. I'm writing this on a new laptop that has never been connected to my name in any way. But sometimes I still see the webcam light flicker when I'm working late. Sometimes I receive blank emails from addresses I don't recognize. And last week, I found a note on my car windscreen with just an Onion URL written on it. Different from the original one, but unmistakably similar in format. I don't know who these people are or why they chose my forgotten email account for their operation. I don't know if they're still watching those unsuspecting people or if they're now watching me instead. All I know is that somewhere in the vastness of the dark web, there are people who consider me a loose end that needs tying up. So if you ever find something unexpected while clearing out your digital junk, something that doesn't quite make sense, something that perhaps wasn't meant for you, delete it, close it, forget you ever saw it, because once you've seen something you shouldn't, there's no going back. And in the dark corners of the internet, there are people who will go to extraordinary lengths to protect their secrets. I want to share something that happened to me about 6 months ago. I've been debating whether to tell anyone, but after seeing a similar underground cinema club being advertised in another city, I feel obligated to warn people about what might be happening behind those unmarked doors. This experience fundamentally changed how I view artistic boundaries and made me question the nature of entertainment in ways I never imagined possible. For context, I work as a film studies lecturer at a small university in Leeds. My specialization is in extreme cinema. Films that push boundaries of taste, morality, and acceptability. I've spent years analyzing how filmmakers create authentic-looking violence, from Hitchcock's chocolate syrup blood in Psycho, to modern digital effects that can make almost anything appear real. This academic interest occasionally leads me down unusual paths, including studies of banned films and censorship history. Last January, one of my postgrad students mentioned an exclusive film club operating in an abandoned warehouse district. According to him, They screened controversial works that couldn't be shown in mainstream venues, experimental films, banned international releases, and underground productions that circulated primarily on the dark web. As someone who regularly monitored certain dark web forums for my research on film censorship, I was immediately intrigued. These spaces often discussed fringe productions that existed in legal grey areas, and I'd written several academic papers on how the dark web had become a distribution channel for extreme cinema that couldn't find conventional outlets. My student provided me with a link to a tour site that served as the club's digital front door. The site itself was minimalist but professional. Black background, white text, no images except a stylized eye logo. It described an immersive viewing experience for discerning audiences and promised performances that transcend the boundaries between cinema and reality. To receive an invitation, you had to complete a questionnaire that tested your knowledge of extreme cinema history and submit the cryptocurrency equivalent of £200 as a membership contribution. Academic curiosity got the better of me, and I justified the expense as research for an upcoming paper on underground distribution networks. 3 days after submitting my application, I received an encrypted email containing an address, date, and time, along with instructions to arrive alone and bring no recording devices. The location was in an industrial area outside the city centre, the kind of place that had once housed textile factories, but now contained a mixture of art studios, rehearsal spaces, and abandoned buildings awaiting redevelopment. I arrived on a particularly cold Friday evening, following directions to what appeared to be a disused printing facility. The entrance was unmarked save for a small red light above a metal door, where a man in black checked names against a tablet. After confirming my identity and running a handheld scanner over me to check for recording devices, he ushered me into a dimly lit corridor that sloped downward into the building's basement levels. The screening room itself was surprisingly sophisticated. About 50 black leather seats arranged in a semicircle faced a proper cinema screen. The walls were covered in sound-absorbing material, and professional-looking lighting rigs hung from the ceiling. Perhaps 30 people were already seated, most middle-aged or older, predominantly male, all dressed well. Not the crowd of edgy students or counterculture types I had expected. They had the quiet confidence of the genuinely wealthy, the kind of people who collect rare art rather than those who merely consume it. A woman in a tailored black suit distributed what appeared to be program notes, expensive paper, minimalist design, containing only titles and running times, no directors or cast information. The evening would consist of 4 short films collectively titled Veracity, each approximately 20 minutes long. The notes explained these were part of an ongoing series exploring the ultimate authenticity in performance. The lights dimmed, and the first film began without introduction. The production quality was immediately striking. This wasn't the shaky camera amateur work I'd expected from an underground screening. The cinematography was precise, the lighting meticulous, the sound design immersive. The content depicted what appeared to be an interrogation scenario. A person bound to a chair in a concrete room, being systematically tormented by an unseen questioner. What stood out was the performers' reactions. Their fear seemed unnervingly genuine, their pain responses physiologically accurate in ways that even the best actors typically can't replicate. I remember thinking how impressive the performance was, how the actor captured the subtle progression from defiance to terror to resignation. I noted technical details, how the camera never cut away during the most extreme moments, how the sound captured every labored breath and whimper with perfect clarity. As an academic who had studied cinematic violence for years, I appreciated the technical achievement while remaining emotionally detached. The second film featured a different setting, a sterile white room with medical equipment, but similar themes of confinement and suffering. By the third film, however, something began to feel deeply wrong. The consistency of the performances across different scenarios, the absolute commitment of the subjects to their roles, the complete absence of any cinematic relief or distancing techniques. It all began to suggest something beyond mere acting. I glanced around at the audience, expecting to see others sharing my growing discomfort. Instead, I observed people watching with intense concentration, some taking notes, others occasionally nodding in apparent appreciation. A few were using tablets, seemingly adjusting settings or parameters while watching. One man near me was recording detailed timestamps alongside written observations. The fourth and final film removed any doubt about what I was witnessing. It began like the others, but progressed to a conclusion that could not possibly be simulated. No special effect, no matter how convincing, could replicate what I saw. No professional actor would or could endure such an experience. No ethical filmmaker would create such content. This wasn't extreme cinema pushing boundaries. It was actual violence being presented as art. I felt physically ill, my academic detachment shattered by the inescapable realization that I had been watching real people suffering and dying, not performances. The audience's appreciative murmurs around me took on a horrifying new context. These weren't film enthusiasts admiring technical achievements. They were connoisseurs of actual human suffering. As the lights came up, I struggled to maintain composure, to appear as though I was simply processing challenging artistic content rather than reeling from evidence of actual crimes. A man in a dark suit approached the front of the room and thanked everyone for attending, mentioning that feedback interfaces were available in the adjoining room for those who wished to contribute to future productions. I followed the crowd, desperate to maintain my cover while looking for an exit. The adjoining space resembled a gallery with tablets mounted on pedestals. Attendees were providing detailed feedback on the performances they had just witnessed, and more disturbingly, suggestions for future productions. Some appeared to be bidding on specific scenarios they wanted to see realized. On one screen, I glimpsed what appeared to be a selection interface for performer characteristics, age ranges, physical attributes, even personality types described as resistant, compliant, or volatile. My horror deepened when I noticed a section of the room separated by a glass partition. Behind it, technical staff worked at computers displaying what appeared to be dark web interfaces. One screen showed a chat where users were discussing what they had just watched, alongside cryptocurrency transaction records. Another displayed a global map with viewership statistics. This wasn't just a local screening. It was being streamed to paying viewers internationally, with this select audience serving as a live focus group for future content. I needed to leave immediately, but the exit was monitored by security. I forced myself to approach one of the feedback stations, pretending to input responses while desperately trying to appear unaffected. The tablet asked detailed questions about which elements of the performances I found most compelling, which physical reactions seemed most authentic, and how future productions could be enhanced. After approximately 10 minutes of this charade, I casually made my way toward what appeared to be a bathroom, then slipped down a service corridor and eventually found an emergency exit. The alarm that sounded when I pushed through the door was almost a relief, providing cover for my escape into the cold night air. I spent the next week in a state of moral crisis. I knew I should report what I had witnessed to the police, but several factors gave me pause. I had no evidence beyond my testimony. I had willingly paid to attend. I had accessed the dark web to find the screening. Most significantly, I feared that the organization behind this operation had recorded everyone who attended, including me, creating a mutual assured destruction scenario where reporting them would implicate myself as a knowing viewer. When I finally worked up the courage to make an anonymous report, I discovered the building had been completely vacated, professionally cleaned, and put up for lease 3 days after the screening. The tour site had disappeared, the email address was defunct, and I had no names, just faces I might not even recognize in daylight. 2 months later, I received an unmarked envelope containing a USB drive. Against my better judgment, I checked it on a secure computer. It contained only 2 items: a high-resolution still image of me sitting in the audience, looking distressed during the final film, and a text file with a list of my personal details: home address, university office number, parents' names and addresses, and my regular jogging route through the park. Below this information was a simple message: your feedback was noted. Your discretion is appreciated. A new screening series begins soon. I've since moved cities and changed jobs. I no longer research extreme cinema and have abandoned my academic interest in the dark web. But I remain haunted by the knowledge that somewhere these productions continue, with audiences of seemingly respectable people gathering to watch actual atrocities under the guise of exclusive art. Most disturbing of all is how quickly I recognized the technical quality of what I was seeing before recognizing its reality, how my academic training to analyze fictional violence initially blinded me to actual violence presented in the same context. It makes me wonder how thin the line really is between simulated and real horror, and how easily that line can be crossed when something is framed as art or entertainment. Last week, I saw a poster for an exclusive underground cinema experience in Birmingham with the same stylized eye logo. I tore it down, but I know it's futile. These screenings will continue as long as there are people willing to pay to watch. People who tell themselves they're appreciating extreme art rather than participating in actual atrocity. And somewhere in that audience might be another academic, another film enthusiast, another person who doesn't realize what they're really watching until it's too late. I've been debating whether to share this story for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest. Honestly, I'm desperate for someone to tell me I'm not going crazy. This happened about 4 months ago, and I still can't sleep right. So a bit about me. I work in IT at this financial company in London. Just basic support stuff, nothing special. I've always been a tech guy, the type who falls asleep with my laptop next to me most nights. My girlfriend had just moved to Edinburgh for some job. We broke up over it 3 years down the drain. So I was alone in our flat, feeling pretty miserable and spending way too much time online. I'd been browsing the dark web on and off for a few years. Nothing dodgy, I swear. Just curious about it from a tech perspective since I studied computer science. I thought I knew what I was doing, being careful and all that. God, I was so wrong. So anyway, this one night, a Tuesday I think, I woke up suddenly at like 3 a.m. You know that feeling when something just jolts you awake? That's what happened. My room was dark except for this blue glow from my laptop screen. First weird thing, the screen should have gone to sleep ages ago, but it was definitely on. I reached over to shut it, still half asleep and groggy, when I realized what I was looking at. It wasn't my desktop or some website. It was a video feed of someone in a black hoodie sitting in a dark room, just staring straight at the camera. Not moving, just watching. I could only see the bottom half of their face because of the hood, but they had this tiny smile that instantly made me feel sick. I tried clicking around to close whatever this was, but nothing worked. Mouse wouldn't move, keyboard shortcuts did nothing. I slammed the laptop shut and sat there in the dark, my heart going mental, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it must be some virus or something. Maybe I'd downloaded something dodgy by accident. So I opened the laptop again and everything looked normal. Desktop was there, browser was on Reddit, where I'd left it. Ran a virus scan, nothing showed up. I seriously started wondering if I'd dreamt it. Next night, I shut down my laptop completely before bed. Proper shutdown, not just sleep mode. I was knackered after spending all day jumping at every notification on my phone, so I fell asleep pretty quick. But I woke up again at almost the exact same time. Checked my clock and it was 3:12 a.m. What woke me was the glow from my laptop. It was open and on again. Same video feed, same hooded person. But this time, they were holding up a piece of paper. I had to lean closer to read it, even though everything in me was screaming not to. It had my full name and address written on it. I absolutely bricked it. Yanked the power cord out, took the battery out with shaking hands, and spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, clutching a kitchen knife and checking the locks every 10 minutes. Next day, I took my laptop to work and asked our security guy to check it out. Didn't tell him exactly what happened, just said I thought someone might have hacked it. He found nothing, but told me to change all my passwords and set up 2-factor authentication on everything. That night, I left my laptop at work, turned my phone completely off, and even unplugged my TV before going to bed. Thought I was being clever. But guess what? 3 a.m. rolls around and my TV turns itself on. Same hooded figure, new sign, found your camera. It took me a second to remember my smart TV has a built-in camera for video calls that I never use. Never even thought about it being there. I pulled the TV plug out of the wall and sat on my bed, trying not to have a full-on panic attack. This wasn't random. Someone was specifically targeting me. But why? I'm nobody important. Then I remembered this argument I had on some dark web forum a few months back with someone who claimed they could hack into any home network undetected. I called them out on it, said it was impossible without leaving traces. They went quiet after I challenged them to prove it. Hadn't thought about it since. I reported everything to the police the next day. They took notes, but didn't seem that bothered. Basically said it was probably just a prank, and cybercrimes are hard to investigate. Didn't mention the dark web bit to them. Instead of waiting for the police to do nothing, I went full paranoid, wiped all my devices, changed my Wi-Fi router, covered every camera with tape, and bought this RF detector to check for hidden cameras. Found nothing, but didn't feel any safer. After a week with no creepy wake-up calls, I started thinking maybe I'd fixed it. Then I got this email from a weird address. Just numbers, no name. Subject line was 3:12 a.m. and there was just an attachment. It was a photo of me sleeping in my bed from the night before. That was it. I packed a bag, booked into a hotel, and called in sick to work. Used the hotel's computer to find a security company and had them sweep my entire flat. They found 3 hidden cameras. One in my bedroom smoke detector, one in the living room light, and one in the bathroom fan. All wireless, sending footage somewhere outside the flat. They also found this little device attached to my router, creating a backdoor into my network, so someone could access all my devices. They removed everything, but no way was I staying there. Broke my lease, moved flats, and only told my best friend and my parents where I went. I'd love to say that fixed everything, but I'm still a mess. I obsessively check for cameras everywhere. Disconnect everything when I'm not using it. Deleted all my social media. My new place has nothing smart. No Wi-Fi doorbell, no smart speakers, nothing. But last week, I got a package at my new address. An address that shouldn't be linked to my name anywhere public. Inside was a USB stick. I checked it on an old laptop with nothing personal on it. It had footage of me in my new flat from the past month, from different angles. At the end, text appeared saying, "The dark web never forgets. See you at 3:12. The police are useless. Say without a direct threat or physical harm, there's not much they can do beyond what they've already done, which is basically nothing. So that's where I am now. Someone's still watching me, and I don't know how. I don't know who they are or what they want. All I know is they followed me from some random dark web forum into my actual life, and now I can't escape. So yeah, be careful out there. The dark web isn't just some cool thing to explore when you're bored. The people you meet there can find ways to reach through your screens and into your life. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again, or if I'll always wake up at 3:12 a.m., terrified to open my eyes in case that hooded figure has found a new way to watch me. I want to tell you about something that happened to me last February. It's pretty messed up, and I haven't really told anyone about it until now. I figured it might be worth sharing, both to get it off my chest and because, well, maybe it could prevent someone else from falling into the same trap I did. It all started when I received an invitation to test out a new VR experience at a place called Neo Sensory in Manchester. What was supposed to be a simple tech preview turned into one of the most disturbing experiences of my life and opened my eyes to a dark reality hiding behind cutting-edge technology. I've always been into tech, especially gaming and VR. I studied computer science at university but dropped out in my final year when my anxiety got too overwhelming. Since then, I've worked various tech support jobs, most recently at a mobile phone shop in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills and kept me connected to the industry I loved. In my spare time, I ran a moderately successful gaming blog where I reviewed indie titles and new VR experiences. It wasn't huge, maybe 5,000 monthly readers, but enough that I occasionally received invitations to preview events or beta tests. That's how I ended up at Neo Sensory last February. Their PR team emailed me about a new VR experience center they were opening in an old industrial building near the Northern Quarter. According to the email, they were pioneering next-generation haptic feedback technology that promised to blur the line between virtual and physical sensation. They were offering free sessions to selected tech enthusiasts in exchange for feedback before their official launch. No obligation to write positively about it, just an honest assessment of the experience. I'd heard vague rumors about Neo-Sensory on some tech forums, whispers about military funding and experimental neural interfaces, but nothing concrete. What caught my attention was a comment on a dark web discussion board I occasionally monitored for my blog, where someone claimed Neo-Sensory had developed technology based on classified research into pain response management. At the time, I dismissed it as the usual conspiracy nonsense that circulates in those spaces. Now, I wish I'd paid more attention. The Neo-Sensory building itself was impressive. A converted textile factory with the original brick exterior, but completely modernized inside. The reception area featured minimalist white furnishings, ambient electronic music, and staff dressed in matching grey uniforms. I remember thinking it felt more like a high-end spa than a gaming center. The receptionist scanned my invitation QR code, had me sign a digital waiver on a tablet without really giving me time to read it, and then directed me to a preparation room. This first room contained what looked like standard VR equipment, headsets, haptic gloves, and the usual motion sensors, but with some modifications I hadn't seen before. Most notably, each set included what they called neural feedback pads that attached to your temples, wrists, and the base of your spine. The staff member explained these would enhance sensory immersion by creating precise neurological feedback loops. It sounded impressive but vague, the kind of technobabble that tech companies often use to make simple concepts sound revolutionary. After a brief orientation, I was led to a private booth, a space about 3 meters square with padded walls and a suspended harness system that allowed free movement while preventing you from hitting anything. The staff member helped me into the full gear: headset, gloves, feedback pads, and a lightweight exosuit that applied pressure to various muscle groups to simulate physical resistance. Once everything was connected and calibrated, they left me alone in the booth. The VR environment loaded up, presenting itself as Consequence Level 1. The virtual space appeared to be a stark white room with various objects on pedestals: a glass of water, a candle, a rose, a block of ice. A floating interface invited me to explore physical consequences in a safe environment. It seemed like a basic haptic demonstration program, designed to showcase the system's ability to simulate different textures and sensations. I began interacting with the virtual objects and immediately noticed the extraordinary fidelity of the sensations. When I touched the virtual ice, my fingertips felt genuinely cold. The candle flame produced actual warmth. The rose petal's texture was impossibly realistic. I tried dozens of haptic systems before, but nothing came close to this level of sensory precision. I remember thinking this technology must have cost millions to develop. After about 10 minutes of these basic interactions, the environment changed. The white room dissolved, replaced by what appeared to be a realistic apartment interior. On a virtual screen on the wall, text appeared explaining that this was Consequence Level 2, where I would experience emotional and physical cause and effect in a realistic environment. The objectives seemed simple: complete everyday tasks, while the system created appropriate sensory feedback. As I moved through the virtual apartment, interacting with objects, I began to notice something odd. Occasionally, when I performed certain actions, dropping a plate, closing a drawer, turning on a tap, I would hear faint sounds that didn't seem to match the virtual environment. Something like muffled gasps or sharp intakes of breath. At first, I assumed it was just part of the ambient sound design. But the sounds occurred inconsistently, only following specific actions. The system guided me through increasingly complex tasks, eventually introducing stress elements like time challenges. During one timed cooking simulation, I accidentally knocked over a virtual pan of boiling water. The haptic feedback delivered a mild sensation of heat to my arm, but more disturbingly, I distinctly heard what sounded like a cry of pain from somewhere outside the simulation. The sound was quickly masked by the program's audio effects, but it left me unsettled. When I completed Level 2, the environment shifted again. Consequence. Level 3 transported me to what appeared to be a sterile laboratory setting. The interface explained this level would explore physical consequence escalation and test my threshold for causal comfort. The objectives became more bizarre. Use various implements on test subjects represented as featureless mannequins. Adjust environmental controls that cause visible discomfort to these figures. Manipulate emotional states through physical stimuli. The disembodied sounds became more frequent and distinct, definitely human reactions corresponding to my actions in the simulation. When I used a virtual scalpel on a mannequin, I heard a stifled scream. When I adjusted temperature controls to extremes, there were sounds of shivering or panting. The haptic feedback to my own body remained mild and manageable, but something about the audio felt increasingly wrong, increasingly real. I tried removing the headset, suddenly uncomfortable with whatever I was participating in, but discovered it wouldn't detach. The neural feedback pads seemed to have formed some kind of temporary bond with my skin. I called out for assistance, but no one came. Instead, the program advanced automatically to Consequence Level 4. The laboratory environment expanded, revealing glass-walled cells containing actual human figures rather than mannequins. Each person wore equipment similar to mine, but with more extensive neural pads covering much of their bodies. With sickening clarity, I realized what was happening. My virtual actions were controlling real physical sensations being delivered to actual people. The haptic feedback I was receiving was merely a fraction of what they were experiencing. An interface appeared, explicitly confirming my suspicions. Direct neural stimulation now linked. Your actions equal their consequences. Premium dark web streaming active. Current viewers, 152. Current Bitcoin revenue, 3.28. I wasn't merely a tester of new VR technology. I was an unwitting torturer providing entertainment for paying viewers on the dark web. The sensation of ice on my fingertips corresponded to freezing pain for someone else. The warmth from the candle translated to burning agony for my involuntary partner. Every interaction I'd found so impressively realistic had caused genuine suffering to someone being held in this facility. In horrified panic, I tried again to remove the equipment, pulling frantically at the headset and gloves. This triggered what the system called a non-compliance protocol. A brief but excruciating electrical shock delivered through the neural pads. A message informed me that removing the equipment prematurely would cause terminal feedback to both myself and my connected subjects. For what felt like hours, but was probably only 40 minutes, I was forced to continue participating, trying to minimize the actions that seemed to cause the most severe reactions. Eventually, a countdown timer appeared, indicating the session was nearing completion. When it reached 0, the system began a shutdown sequence, and the equipment finally released its hold on me. As the headset lifted away, I caught a glimpse of multiple screens on the booth's wall that had been hidden before. They showed various angles of rooms containing people connected to equipment similar to mine, their bodies responding to whatever was happening in their corresponding simulations. Some were clearly unconscious, others writhing in obvious distress. One screen displayed what appeared to be a bidding interface with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. I stumbled out of the booth, dizzy and disoriented, to find the preparation room empty. The reception area was similarly deserted, with no sign of the staff who had greeted me earlier. The building's main door was unlocked, and I fled into the street, gasping for air that didn't reek of sanitizer and fear. I spent that night deliberating whether to contact the police. By morning, I convinced myself I should, but when I returned to the address with 2 officers, we found the building completely empty. No VR equipment, no booths, not even the reception desk. Just an empty industrial space with bare walls and a concrete floor. The officers took my statement but clearly didn't believe me, especially when they couldn't find any record of a company called Neosensory, registered at that address or anywhere in Manchester. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an encrypted address containing only a video file. The footage showed me during my session, my face contorted with fascination and then horror as I gradually realized what I was participating in. Below the video was a message. Level 5 access granted. Premium controller status available. Your unique neural signature has been catalogued. Distance operation now possible. I destroyed my laptop, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and moved to a different city. But I can't escape the knowledge of what I participated in, or the fear that somehow, through that brief neural connection, they still have access to me. Sometimes my fingers tingle unexpectedly, as if holding phantom controllers. Sometimes I feel the ghost of those neural pads against my skin. And sometimes, when I pass someone on the street who winces suddenly or gasps in unexpected pain, I wonder if somewhere, someone is playing a game with real consequences, using the neural signature they harvested from me as their unwitting proxy in the physical world. The thing about the dark web is that it seems distant until it shows up at your front door. 6 months ago, I made one careless decision that's turned my entire life inside out. A single click that I can't take back. I haven't told my friends. How do you casually mention that you might be implicated in something horrific? It started on a Thursday night in February, one of those dreary winter evenings where darkness falls by 4 p.m. and seems to last forever. I was sprawled on my sofa, laptop balanced on my stomach, half watching some forgettable Netflix documentary while scrolling through Reddit. I live alone in a small flat in Manchester. Moved there for work 3 years ago, but never really built a social circle. I'm a graphic designer, which means I spend most of my days in front of screens, and most nights too. That particular night, I was bored. Not just regular bored, but that restless, existential kind of boredom where you feel like you're wasting your life away, one Netflix episode at a time. I'd been browsing the dark web on and off for about a year. Nothing serious, mostly out of curiosity and a vague interest in cryptocurrency. I'm not technically inclined, but I'd managed to figure out how to use Tor and access the hidden parts of the internet that you don't stumble across through Google. That night, my boredom led me deeper than usual. I found myself on a marketplace that sold everything from counterfeit currency to hacked accounts. What caught my eye was a listing for something called a curiosity box. The description was vague. A curated collection of items you won't find elsewhere, each box unique. No returns, no questions. The price was steep, about £200 in Bitcoin. But something about it intrigued me. Maybe it was the mystery, or maybe it was just the promise of something different breaking the monotony of my existence. Whatever the reason, I made the payment, entered my delivery details, and promptly fell asleep on the sofa, the empty wine bottle on the floor probably explaining my lapse in judgment. The next morning, I woke with a hangover and a vague memory of my late-night purchase. I checked my Bitcoin wallet, and sure enough, the transaction had gone through. I felt a twinge of regret. £200 was a lot for what was probably just a box of worthless trinkets or illegal knockoffs. But what really unsettled me was that I'd used my real address. I'd been careful on previous dark web excursions, but the wine had made me careless. I told myself it would be fine. Worst case scenario, I'd wasted money on junk. Best case, I'd get something interesting to break the monotony. 2 days later, I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing when I heard a knock at my door. It was a delivery driver with a small, unmarked brown package. I signed for it, surprised at how ordinary the whole transaction felt. The package was about the size of a shoebox, lightweight, with no return address or markings of any kind. Just my name and address printed on a generic label. I took it to my lounge and set it on the coffee table, suddenly feeling a strange reluctance to open it. For a moment, I considered just throwing it away unopened. But curiosity, the same curiosity that had gotten me into this situation, won out. I cut through the packaging tape with a kitchen knife and opened the box. Inside was a layer of bubble wrap, and beneath that, several items nestled in black tissue paper. The first item was a USB drive, matte black with no markings. The second was a small velvet drawstring bag. The third was a folded sheet of paper, and the fourth was a Polaroid photograph, face down. I examined the USB drive first, turning it over in my hands. Common sense told me not to plug an unknown drive from the dark web into my computer, but I figured my laptop was due for an upgrade anyway. I had decent security software, so I took the risk. The drive contained a single video file. I clicked on it, and my screen filled with footage of someone's home, filmed from what looked like a hidden camera. The footage showed an ordinary living room, sofa, TV, coffee table. Then someone walked into frame. It took me a moment to process what I was seeing. The person on screen was me. This was footage of my flat, filmed without my knowledge. The timestamp in the corner showed it was from 3 weeks ago. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart pounding against my ribcage. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had hidden cameras in my home. I scanned the room frantically, looking for anything out of place, any tiny lens or device I might have missed. Then I remembered the other items in the box. With shaking hands, I opened the velvet bag. Inside was a key, an ordinary Yale key that looked disturbingly similar to my own front door key. I picked up the folded paper next. It contained a list of my daily routines, meticulously documented. When I left for work, which coffee shop I stopped at on Thursdays, my regular grocery shop on Fridays, even the fact that I called my mother every Sunday at 6 p.m. My mouth went dry. This wasn't just some random dark web scam. This was targeted surveillance. I'd been watched, studied, catalogued. But why? I'm nobody. A freelance graphic designer with an unremarkable life and a modest bank account. Why go to all this trouble? There was still the Polaroid. It lay face down in the box, and some irrational part of me thought that as long as I didn't look at it, this nightmare wouldn't be real. But I had to know. I picked it up and turned it over. The photo showed me, asleep on my sofa, clearly taken the very night I'd ordered the box. In the image, someone was standing over me, a figure in dark clothing, their face just out of frame. They were holding something that glinted in the low light, the blade of a knife hovering just inches from my throat. I dropped the photo as if it had burned me. They had been in my flat while I was asleep with a knife. I don't remember much of what happened next. I grabbed essential belongings and fled to a hotel. I called in sick to work. I spent hours searching my flat for cameras but found nothing. I changed the locks, installed a security system, even considered moving. But a horrible thought kept nagging at me. They'd been watching me for weeks before I ordered the box. This wasn't a consequence of my dark web purchase. The purchase itself had been part of their plan. For days, I jumped at every sound, checked over my shoulder constantly, slept with the lights on when I managed to sleep at all. I combed through my flat inch by inch, but found no cameras. Either they were incredibly well hidden, or they'd been removed. Neither possibility was comforting. A week after receiving the box, I came home to find a small package leaning against my door. No postage, no label, just a padded envelope. Inside was another USB drive. Despite every instinct screaming not to, I plugged it in. This time, the video showed a different flat, a different person sleeping. The same dark figure stood over them, knife in hand. But this time, the video didn't end with just the threat. I won't describe what happened next. I couldn't watch it all, but I saw enough to know it was real. At the end of the video, text appeared on screen. Your curiosity box has been delivered to another customer. That's when I understood. The curiosity box wasn't just a product. It was a system, a game, a chain. Someone had purchased access to my life, just as I had unknowingly purchased access to someone else's. And somewhere out there, another person was receiving a box containing footage of me, my routines, a key to my flat, and a photo of what could have happened while I slept. I went to the police, but what could I tell them? That I'd purchased something illegal on the dark web and was now being terrorized. That I potentially had evidence of a murder but had acquired it through illegal means. I'd be implicated myself. It's been 6 months now. I've moved flats, changed my name, deleted all social media. I work exclusively from home and have groceries delivered. But I still feel watched, still check for cameras daily, still sleep with a baseball bat beside my bed. Because here's the thing about the dark web. It's not some separate reality that exists only in digital space. It's a gateway that allows the darkest parts of humanity to reach through your screen and into your physical world. When you engage with it, you're not just clicking links, you're opening doors. And sometimes, what comes through those doors follows you long after you've closed your browser. I don't know who received my information in their curiosity box. I don't know if they're watching me right now, waiting for the perfect moment to complete what was started that night as I slept on my sofa. I don't know if I'm a target, a random selection, or just another link in a chain of voyeuristic terror. All I know is that every night, as I double-check my locks and scan my new flat for unfamiliar shadows, I remember that single moment of boredom, that single careless decision, that single click that might eventually cost me everything. Because on the dark web, curiosity doesn't just kill cats. It creates ripples that turn into waves that drown you slowly, one sleepless night at a time. I used to work in digital forensics. Not the glamorous kind you see on TV shows where they instantly break encryptions and enhance grainy photos into crystal clarity. My job involved the painstaking process of recovering deleted files, tracing digital footprints, and documenting evidence for court cases. Most of my career was spent helping corporate clients recover from data breaches, or assisting in divorce cases where one spouse suspected the other of hiding assets. Mundane stuff, really, until the Harmon case. Detective Harmon approached our firm after their department's tech specialist hit a wall. A college student had gone missing under suspicious circumstances, and they'd recovered the victim's laptop. The browser history had been meticulously scrubbed, but fragments remained in the cache, suggesting visits to Tor-enabled sites. The department needed someone with expertise in recovering digital breadcrumbs that existed beyond the reach of standard investigation techniques. That's where I came in. I'm not going to pretend I was unfamiliar with the dark web. Anyone who works in my field understands its architecture, even if they've never ventured there themselves. I knew about the marketplaces for illegal goods, the forums for exchanging information that wouldn't be welcome on the surface web, and the encrypted communication channels. But I also knew most of the horror stories people shared about the dark web were urban legends. Hidden servers streaming murders live for Bitcoin. Red rooms where viewers could direct torture. Those were digital campfire stories meant to scare the uninitiated. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Working from an isolated system in our lab, I began the process of reconstructing the student's digital trail. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect from a 20-year-old. Social media, streaming services, online gaming platforms, and academic research. But interspersed throughout were these brief sessions using the Tor browser, always late at night, always from the same location based on the network logs. The pattern suggested a ritual of sorts, something done in private, perhaps even secretively. After 3 days of careful analysis, I managed to recover fragments of an encryption key stored in a text file disguised as system data. The key itself was incomplete, but it gave me something to work with. I traced its digital fingerprint through the remnants of the browser cache and discovered what appeared to be a login credential for an Onion site. That's when my professional curiosity began to override my better judgment. should have simply documented my findings and handed everything over to Detective Harmon. That would have been the proper protocol. Instead, I decided to follow the trail myself, just a little further. I told myself it was to ensure I was providing the police with actionable intelligence. In reality, I wanted to know what this student had found. What had drawn them into those late-night sessions? What might connect to their disappearance? I set up a secure, isolated machine specifically for this purpose. Multiple VPNs, traffic routing through several countries, disconnected from any of our firm's systems. Every precaution possible. The address recovered from the student's computer led to what appeared to be a forum, but access required both the encryption key I'd found and another credential I didn't have. A dead end, or so it seemed. Further analysis of the recovered data revealed communication with another user, someone who had apparently provided guidance on accessing certain areas of the dark web. I managed to find fragments of these conversations, not enough to identify the other party, but enough to piece together instructions for generating the second credential needed for the forum. It took another day of work, but eventually I had what I needed. I accessed the forum on my isolated machine. What I found wasn't immediately alarming. Discussions about privacy, cryptocurrency, philosophy. Nothing illegal on its face. But there was a section accessible only to users with a certain status. The missing student had apparently reached that status shortly before their disappearance. I couldn't access this restricted area, but I could see references to it in other conversations. Users spoke about observations and sessions in terminology that seemed deliberately vague. They discussed payment methods and scheduling. One thread mentioned preference settings and interaction parameters. All of it couched in ambiguous language that could have meant anything from watching academic lectures to something far more sinister. 2 weeks into my investigation, I received an unexpected message on the forum from a user named Artemis Prime. They wanted to know if I was interested in gaining access to the restricted section. The timing was suspicious. I hadn't been active enough on the forum to naturally attract this kind of attention. Either the forum had sophisticated security that had identified me as an outsider, or someone had been monitoring the recovery attempts on the student's computer and traced them back to me. Neither possibility was comforting. I created a plausible cover story and expressed interest. Artemis Prime explained that the restricted section hosted special live streams for members who had proven both their discretion and their financial commitment. The price for access was substantial, $5,000 in cryptocurrency. When I asked what kind of content these live streams contained, the answer was vague but unsettling. They offered interactive observation experiences that couldn't be found anywhere else. Viewers could influence outcomes in real time. I reported all of this to Detective Harmon, who brought in federal authorities. They advised me to maintain communication with Artemis Prime while they attempted to trace the user's location. For 3 days, I continued the conversation, expressing interest, but asking for more details before committing the money. Artemis Prime eventually offered me a free preview session scheduled for midnight the following day. Against the advice of the federal agents, I agreed to observe the preview. Their concern was that viewing any content might constitute criminal activity on my part, depending on what was shown. My argument was that we needed to know exactly what we were dealing with, and that, as a forensic investigator, I had viewed illegal content before when it was necessary for an investigation. Eventually, they relented, on the condition that I would terminate the connection immediately if the content clearly involved illegal activity. The night of the preview session, I sat in a secured room at the federal building, surrounded by agents specializing in cybercrime. My isolated laptop was connected to a larger monitor, so everyone could see what I was seeing, but the connection itself remained solely through my machine. At precisely midnight, I received a link from Artemis Prime, valid for 5 minutes only. The link led to a streaming page with minimalist design. Black background, a video player in the center, a small chat window to the right, a countdown timer showing 15 minutes. The video showed an empty room with white walls, a single chair in the center, nothing else. The chat window showed about 24 usernames, none recognizable. Most were strings of numbers and letters. No one was typing. 3 minutes into the stream, the door to the room opened. A figure entered, wearing a black hood that obscured their face completely. They carried a small digital tablet. The person sat in the chair, holding the tablet facing the camera. On the screen was today's date and time, along with a random string of characters that had been generated in the chat window seconds earlier. This was proof that the stream was live, not pre-recorded. The hooded figure set the tablet aside and pulled out a small card, which they held up to the camera. On it was written my username on the forum, along with the words, "Welcome to your preview." The federal agents exchanged concerned glances. This was meant specifically for me. The observers were being observed. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. The hooded figure simply sat there, occasionally checking the tablet. The chat remained inactive. Then, just as the countdown timer reached 1 minute remaining, the figure held up the tablet again. On it was a message addressed to me by my real name. Not my username, but my actual name. It listed my home address, the name of my firm, and the names of my family members. It ended with a simple statement. The preview isn't what we're showing you. It's who we're showing you to. The federal agents immediately terminated the connection and moved me and my family to a secure location. The investigation shifted from finding the missing student to identifying who was behind the stream and how they had obtained my personal information. Background checks were run on everyone at my firm, everyone involved in the investigation. Digital security experts examined every device I owned for breaches. A week into protective custody, we received the news. The missing student had been found alive. They had apparently gone off-grid voluntarily after being spooked by something they'd witnessed on the forum. When questioned about the restricted section and the live streams, they became agitated and refused to provide details. All they would say was that the streams weren't what people thought, that the real purpose was something else entirely. The federal investigation identified several members of the forum, including Artemis Prime, though no arrests were made. The official conclusion was that the forum was running an elaborate scam, charging significant amounts of money for staged extreme content that created the illusion of red rooms without actually committing violent crimes. The personal information they had about me had been gathered through social engineering and basic doxing techniques. The case was closed. The missing student was no longer missing. No laws had technically been broken. Life could go back to normal. Except it doesn't work that way. Not really. 2 months after returning home, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph showing the interior of my bedroom, taken from the perspective of the computer webcam. The metadata embedded in the image indicated it had been taken 3 days earlier at 2:17 a.m. I had been asleep in the bed visible in the frame. I immediately checked my computer for malware, replaced the webcam with one that had a physical cover, and installed additional security systems in my home. I didn't tell my family or the authorities about the photograph. There didn't seem to be a point. What could they do that hadn't already been done? A week later, another envelope arrived. This one contained a USB drive. Against all better judgment and professional protocols, I connected it to an isolated machine. It contained a single video file. The thumbnail showed the white room from the live stream. I didn't play it. I destroyed the drive and reinforced all of my digital security measures. The envelope stopped coming after that, but other things started happening. Small disturbances in my daily routine. Items in my home slightly moved from where I'd left them. The sense of being watched during my commute to work. A glimpse of a hooded figure in a passing crowd. Nothing concrete enough to report. Nothing I could prove wasn't my imagination working overtime. I started noticing patterns in the timing of these disturbances. They always happened on days when I'd used the internet for anything more sensitive than checking the weather. Online banking, emails containing personal information, searching for information related to security systems. Any of these would be followed by some small sign that I was being observed. 6 months after the investigation, I attended a cybersecurity conference in my professional capacity. During a panel discussion on privacy threats, one of the speakers made eye contact with me in the audience. I had never met them before, but something in their expression suggested recognition. After the panel, they approached me directly, leaned close, and whispered in my ear. No introduction, no preamble, just 5 words. They never stopped watching you. The speaker disappeared into the crowd before I could respond or ask questions. I left the conference immediately and spent the night systematically checking every device I owned, every account, every possible digital vulnerability. I found nothing unusual. Everything appeared secure. But that night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the distinct feeling of being observed. The room was empty. The webcam light was off. All was still. Yet the sensation persisted. I've since learned that what we discovered wasn't a red room in the traditional sense. It wasn't about watching violence or exploitation. It was something potentially more disturbing. A network dedicated to the comprehensive observation of specific individuals. The interactive element wasn't about directing harm, but rather about collectively monitoring, studying, and subtly interfering with the lives of targeted subjects. The missing student hadn't been a victim in the way we initially feared, but rather someone who had discovered the network and then been absorbed into it, becoming an observer rather than the observed. I've changed jobs since then, moved across the country, adopted rigorous privacy practices both online and offline. I use only cash when possible, avoid social media entirely, and regularly sweep my living spaces for surveillance devices. Most would call it paranoia. Perhaps it is, but I can't shake the certainty that I'm still being watched, that my every movement is being logged, analyzed, and shared among unseen observers who paid for the privilege of witnessing my slow psychological unraveling. The most unsettling realization came just last week. I was reviewing some old files from the investigation and noticed something I had missed initially. The timing of the students' late-night tour sessions perfectly matched periods when their webcam had been active, though no video chat applications had been running. They hadn't been watching something on those nights. They had been allowing themselves to be watched. Sometimes now, in moments of desperation or exhaustion, I find myself staring directly into my covered webcam and speaking to whoever might be on the other side. No response ever comes, but occasionally, within minutes of these one-sided conversations, my phone will receive a text message from an unknown number. The messages never contain words, just a timestamp, 2:17. I don't know how many others are out there, targets of this invisible audience. I don't know what they want or what purpose this elaborate system of observation serves. but I've come to understand one thing with absolute certainty. The most terrifying predators aren't those who want to harm you physically. They're the ones content to simply watch as the knowledge of their watching slowly destroys your sense of security, privacy, and ultimately your sanity. If you're reading this, I have one piece of advice. The next time you feel that inexplicable sensation of being watched when you're alone, don't dismiss it as imagination. Don't look around the empty rooms searching for hidden cameras. Instead, look directly into the devices you've willingly placed in your most private spaces. Wave hello. They've probably been watching you for quite some time now. I think the most important lesson I've learned is that some threats don't announce themselves with dramatic music or warning signs. They slip quietly into your life through the devices you trust most. I learned this 3 months ago, and I haven't slept properly since. I work in digital marketing for a medium-sized agency in Bristol. Nothing particularly exciting, mostly managing social media campaigns and designing promotional materials for local businesses. I've always been glued to my phone, both for work and personal use. My girlfriend used to joke that I'd scroll through Instagram, even during the apocalypse. Ex-girlfriend now, actually. We broke up around a month before all this started. Nothing dramatic. Just one of those relationships that gradually fades out when you realize you're better as friends. After the breakup, I moved into a small flat on the outskirts of the city. One of those newer builds with paper-thin walls where you can hear your neighbors sneeze. I developed this habit of scrolling through my phone in bed before sleep. Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever would keep my mind occupied. I'd always leave my AirDrop on, mainly because I frequently shared files between my phone and laptop, and I was too lazy to keep turning it on and off. I never really thought about the security implications. Why would I? I lived in a decent area, and most AirDrop requests were just people sharing memes on public transport. It was a Tuesday night in early March when it happened. I remember because I'd had a particularly tedious day at work dealing with a client who couldn't decide what shade of blue they wanted for their logo. I'd gotten into bed around midnight, flat dark except for the blue glow of my phone screen, illuminating my face as I mindlessly scrolled through social media. Outside, a light rain tapped against my bedroom window, and somewhere in the distance, a car alarm kept going off intermittently. That's when the AirDrop notification appeared on my screen. Unknown device would like to share a photo. The preview thumbnail was too small to make out clearly, but it looked like some kind of map or location pin. Normally, I'd have declined any random AirDrop requests, but something about being half asleep and curious made me accept it. It's amazing how one thoughtless tap can change everything. The photo loaded, and I immediately felt more alert. It was a Google Maps screenshot with a red pin dropped on a specific location. Below the image were coordinates typed in plain text. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably someone trying to send their location to a friend and accidentally airdropping it to me instead. But something about it made me uncomfortable enough to actually check the coordinates. I copied the numbers and pasted them into Google Maps. The map centered and zoomed in on a location that made my blood run cold. It was my street. Not just my street, but specifically my block of flats. I sat up in bed suddenly wide awake. This had to be a coincidence, right? Maybe a neighbor was trying to send their address to someone and misclicked. I stared at my phone, half expecting another AirDrop to come through with an apology or explanation. None came. I got out of bed and went to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peer out at the street below. The rain had picked up, blurring the streetlights into hazy orange globes. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No suspicious figures standing under lampposts. No parked cars with people sitting inside them. Just the empty street, wet pavement reflecting the lights. I turned off AirDrop, put my phone on silent, and tried to sleep. I told myself it was nothing. A random coincidence, a technical glitch, or at worst, some neighbor playing a prank. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about those coordinates and how precisely they matched my location. The next morning, I'd almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. In the harsh light of day, the incident seemed less sinister. I even turned AirDrop back on, though I set it to contacts only rather than everyone. I went to work, had another mundane day arguing about color schemes, and returned home feeling foolish about my midnight paranoia. That night, as I was once again in bed scrolling through my phone, another notification appeared. Not AirDrop this time, but an email. The subject line was simply the same coordinates from the night before. The sender's address was a random string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. My thumb hovered over the notification for several seconds before I finally tapped it. The email contained no text, just an attachment, a photo. When I opened it, I felt my stomach drop. It was a picture of me from earlier that day, standing at my kitchen window, washing dishes. The photo had clearly been taken from somewhere outside my flat, looking in. I immediately closed the blinds and checked that my door was locked. My heart pounded in my chest as I moved from room to room, making sure all windows were secured. I considered calling the police but hesitated. What would I tell them? That someone sent me coordinates and a photo? They'd hardly consider that an emergency. Instead, I called a friend who works in IT security. I tried to sound calm as I explained what had happened, but there was an edge to my voice that I couldn't hide. He asked about my online presence, whether I'd made anyone angry recently, if I used the same passwords across multiple sites, standard security questions that did nothing to address the fact that someone was physically watching me. He suggested I reset all my passwords, enable two-factor authentication, and check for any unusual apps or permissions on my devices. I did all of that, and also went through my social media, removing location tags from photos and tightening privacy settings. For good measure, I disconnected my smart TV and even put tape over my laptop's webcam. Paranoid, perhaps, but at that point, I didn't care. I barely slept that night, keeping one eye on the door and the other on my phone, which I'd set to airplane mode. The next day at work, I was distracted and irritable. Every notification made me jump, and I kept feeling like someone was watching me. My boss noticed and suggested I take the rest of the week off. I didn't argue. When I got home, I found a small package leaning against my door. No postmark, no delivery information, just a padded envelope with my name handwritten on the front. I stood in the hallway staring at it for what felt like minutes, afraid to touch it. Eventually, I used a pen to drag it inside before closing and locking the door behind me. I should have called the police then. I should have left it unopened. But curiosity, that same fatal curiosity that had made me accept the AirDrop, got the better of me. I carefully opened the envelope, half expecting it to contain something dangerous. Inside was a USB drive and a folded piece of paper. The paper contained more coordinates, different from the first set. When I checked them on my phone, they pointed to a location about 20 miles outside the city, in a rural area I wasn't familiar with. Against my better judgment, I plugged the USB drive into my laptop. It contained a single video file. I clicked play and immediately wished I hadn't. The video showed someone, me, from various angles throughout the previous week. Me leaving my flat in the morning. Me at a cafe near my office. Me shopping at the supermarket. Me through the windows of my flat at night. The footage was clearly taken over several days from different locations, sometimes zoomed in from a distance, sometimes from frighteningly close proximity. The final clip was the most disturbing. It showed me asleep in my bed, filmed from inside my bedroom. The camera moved closer until it was directly over me, looking down at my unconscious face. A gloved hand appeared in the frame, hovering just above my cheek, not quite touching. The video ended with text appearing on screen. The coordinates are a meeting place. Come alone tomorrow at midnight, or the next video goes to everyone in your contact list. I know things about you that would destroy your life. I ripped the USB drive out of my laptop and threw it across the room. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had stood over me while I slept. I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out the door, not stopping until I reached my car. I drove straight to a friend's house on the other side of the city. I told my friend I'd had a break-in, which wasn't entirely untrue. I spent that night on their sofa, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I went to the police station and reported everything. The airdrop, the email, the USB, the video. They took it seriously, especially the footage from inside my flat, but warned me that these cases were difficult to solve. Whoever was doing this was tech-savvy and careful. They advised me not to go to the coordinates and to stay with friends until they could investigate further. I didn't go to the meeting place, of course. I'm not that stupid. Instead, I stayed at my friend's place, changed all my contact information, and eventually moved to a different city altogether. The police never found who was responsible. They suggested it might be connected to the dark web, possibly someone who had accessed my personal information through data breaches and decided to target me for their own twisted entertainment. It's been 3 months now. I've moved twice more since then. I don't use social media anymore. I've changed my name. I keep AirDrop permanently disabled and check for cameras everywhere I go. I sleep with the lights on when I manage to sleep at all. No more videos have appeared, no more coordinates. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I could swear I hear the soft click of a camera shutter. And occasionally, my phone will light up with a notification from an unknown sender that disappears before I can open it. The police have a theory that I was targeted through a dark web service where people pay to have strangers stalked, a form of entertainment for those sick enough to enjoy watching someone's life unravel from fear. They call it real-life streaming or surveillance tourism. The idea that someone paid to watch me, to terrify me, to turn my life into their personal horror show, keeps me awake at night more than any bump in the dark ever could. Because the thing about the dark web is that it's not just some abstract digital space. It's a marketplace where your privacy, your security, your peace of mind can be bought and sold without your knowledge. And once you've been chosen, you never really know if they've stopped watching or just gotten better at hiding. Sometimes I wonder about those coordinates, about what would have happened if I'd gone to that meeting place. But I know I made the right choice. Some questions are better left unanswered, because on the dark web, your life is just content for someone else's entertainment, and the show only ends when they decide it does. The worst decisions in life often start with the phrase, "How bad could it be?" 6 months ago, I found out exactly how bad it could be when I decided to pick up a package from a dark web marketplace. I still check my locks 3 times before bed, still flinch at unexpected knocks on the door, still scan crowds for faces I hope never to see. Writing this down feels dangerous, but keeping it bottled up is slowly driving me insane. I'm just an ordinary bloke from Manchester, work in graphic design, live in a small flat with my cat. Nothing special about me. I've always been fascinated by technology though. Built my first computer at 12, taught myself coding at 15, that sort of thing. This fascination eventually led me to the dark web about 3 years ago. At first, it was just curiosity, wanting to see if it was really as mysterious as people made it out to be. For the first couple of years, I just browsed anonymously, looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, banned books, that kind of thing. Never bought anything, never interacted with anyone. Just a digital tourist, watching from a safe distance. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, isn't it? It pulls you in deeper and deeper until you're in over your head. It started after a bad breakup last year. I was feeling pretty low, spending most nights alone with a bottle of whiskey, browsing parts of the internet I probably shouldn't have been. There was this forum I frequented where people discussed hard-to-find items, vintage electronics, discontinued products, rare collectibles, the kind of stuff you can't just get on Amazon. One night, I saw a post about a retro gaming console that had never been officially released, a prototype that supposedly had games on it that were never made public. As a massive gaming nerd, this immediately caught my interest. The poster claimed to have acquired it from a former game developer and was willing to sell it for cryptocurrency. The price was steep, but not outrageous. About £800 in Bitcoin. After a week of back and forth messages and too many late nights staring at my screen, I decided to go for it. I'd never made a purchase on the dark web before, but I convinced myself this wasn't like buying drugs or weapons. It was just a rare gaming item. The seller had good reviews from other forum members, and they agreed to a dead drop exchange rather than posting it, which felt safer somehow. For those who don't know, a dead drop is when the seller leaves the item in a predetermined location, and you pick it up after they've gone. No face-to-face meeting, no names exchanged, completely anonymous. The seller gave me coordinates to a location on the outskirts of Manchester, an abandoned industrial estate that had been scheduled for demolition for years but was still standing. I know how this sounds, red flags everywhere, but I convinced myself this was just how these transactions worked. The place would be deserted. I'd grab the package and be back home playing unreleased games from the 90s within an hour. The pickup was scheduled for 10 p.m. on a Friday in November. It was already dark by 4:30, and a light drizzle had been falling all day, making the streets gleam under the streetlights. I drove to a car park about half a mile from the location, figuring it would be safer to approach on foot. The rational part of my brain was finally raising some objections, suggesting that maybe meeting a stranger from the dark web at an abandoned factory wasn't the best idea I'd ever had. The industrial estate was exactly as depressing as you'd expect. Crumbling brick buildings with broken windows, graffiti-covered walls, and rusting chain-link fences with no trespassing signs hanging at odd angles. The only light came from a single street lamp at the entrance and the occasional passing headlights from the distant main road. Following the GPS on my phone, I made my way to the specific building the seller had described. It was an old warehouse with most of its roof missing, the inside a cavernous space filled with shadows. The dead drop location was supposedly just inside the main entrance. Behind the third column on the left, inside a blue plastic container. I switched on my phone's torch and stepped inside, the beam creating more shadows than it dispelled. The floor was littered with debris, broken glass, empty cans, chunks of fallen ceiling. Every step echoed in the empty space, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond my light's reach. I found the third column, and sure enough, there was a blue plastic storage box behind it. It was smaller than I expected, about the size of a shoebox. I picked it up, surprised by how light it felt. This wasn't a gaming console, unless it was just components. That's when I noticed something odd. The box was warm, not hot, but definitely above ambient temperature, as if it had been sitting in a heated room rather than a freezing, abandoned warehouse. I should have left right then, should have put the box down and walked away. But instead, I opened it. Inside was a single smartphone, not a gaming console, not even close to what I'd been promised. It was an older model, nothing special. The screen was dark, but as soon as I touched it, it lit up. No lock screen, just a video player already open, showing a paused video. The thumbnail was dark and unclear. Standing there in that cold, empty building, I pressed play. The video showed a room I didn't recognize, some kind of basement or cellar with concrete walls. In the center was a person tied to a chair, head covered with a black bag. Someone moved into frame, wearing gloves and a mask that covered their entire face. They held up a piece of paper with today's date written on it, then a second paper with my username from the forum. My blood turned to ice. I nearly dropped the phone as I realized what I was looking at. This wasn't a scam in the traditional sense. I wasn't being sold a fake item. This was something much worse. The video continued, showing the masked person removing the bag from the captive's head. I won't describe what happened next. I couldn't watch it all. I shut the video off after less than a minute, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel outside the warehouse. Multiple sets, getting closer. In a moment of panic-induced clarity, I switched off my torch, dropped the phone back in the box, and moved as quickly and quietly as possible toward the back of the warehouse. There was a door there. I'd noticed it on my way in. I had no idea where it led, but it had to be better than staying. I made it through the door, just as beams of torchlight swept into the warehouse from the main entrance. The back door led to a narrow alley between buildings. I ran, not caring about the noise now, just needing to put as much distance between myself and whoever had followed me there. I made it back to my car without seeing anyone, drove home with my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest, and spent the night with my furniture pushed against the door, convinced that whoever had set this up would be coming for me next. The next day, after no sleep and too much coffee, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Best case scenario, the video was fake, some sick prank to scare dark web tourists like me. Worst case, I couldn't even bring myself to consider the worst case, that I had somehow, unwittingly, paid for someone to be hurt, that my Bitcoin transaction had funded something unspeakable. I spent the next week in a state of paranoia, jumping at every sound, convinced I was being followed. I changed all my passwords, wiped my computer, threw away the hard drive. I even considered going to the police, but what would I say? That I'd tried to buy illegal merchandise on the dark web and may have accidentally funded a violent crime. That I'd handled a phone that potentially contained evidence of such a crime and then left it behind. After a month of constant anxiety, I moved to a different city. I told everyone it was for a new job, but really, I just couldn't stand being in Manchester anymore. Couldn't walk past that industrial estate on my way to work. Couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It's been 6 months now. I haven't been back on the dark web, haven't even used Tor. I checked the local Manchester news obsessively for reports of bodies found in abandoned buildings. but nothing has ever come up that matches what I saw. Sometimes I managed to convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, that the video was staged, the follow-up footsteps just a coincidence. But then I remember how real it looked, how the person's eyes widened in genuine fear when the bag was removed, how the phone was warm, as if it had recently been in someone's pocket, how specific the message was, with my username clearly displayed. I don't know if I was set up from the beginning or if I just got caught in something bigger and more terrible than I could have imagined. All I know is that the dark web isn't just some harmless playground for the technologically curious. It's a place where real people do real harm, and sometimes your curiosity can make you complicit in ways you never intended. I still have nightmares about that video. Still wonder who the person in the chair was, and if there was anything I could have done to help them. Still wonder if somewhere out there, someone has my name on a list because I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. So that's my story. A warning, I suppose, about the dangers of thinking you can dip your toes into the darker parts of the internet without consequences. Some things can't be unseen, and some curiosities come with costs far higher than you're willing to pay. Have you ever stumbled across something online that made your blood run cold? Something that made you realize there are parts of the internet where truly terrible things happen? 3 years ago, I found out what happens when you dig too deep into the dark web. I found out what happens when you accidentally catch the attention of people who kill for money. It was a freezing Tuesday night in November when my world turned upside down. Rain lashed against my windows as I sat hunched at my kitchen table, 3 fingers of whiskey keeping me company. I'd cancelled plans with a friend, claiming I felt ill, but the truth was, I'd become obsessed with exploring the dark web. My old Victorian flat was frigid except for the kitchen, where the ancient boiler struggled to pump out enough heat to keep my fingers from going numb on my laptop keyboard. I'd been browsing the dark web for about 6 months by then. Nothing serious, mostly just forums and marketplaces, more out of curiosity than anything else. I downloaded Tor after watching a documentary about internet privacy. That's what I told myself anyway. But I think there was always part of me that wanted to see if the stories were true. The red rooms, the hitmen for hire, all that urban legend stuff. I didn't believe it existed, but I wanted to look. That night, I was bundled up in a hoodie and blanket when I found myself on a forum I'd never visited before. I'd been clicking through links on the hidden wiki, following a breadcrumb trail of increasingly obscure destinations. This particular forum looked fairly standard. Black background, simple layout, topics arranged by category. What caught my eye was a thread about someone who had hired a person to solve a problem. See, this could have meant anything. Could be a hacker, could be someone to buy drugs, could be someone to do your university coursework. But something about the simplicity of it made my stomach tighten. I clicked on it, more out of morbid curiosity than anything else. The thread had started about 3 weeks earlier. The person who started it had written a short introduction about hiring someone to solve a problem the previous month. It cost them 15 Bitcoin. They said the problem no longer existed, and they were happy to answer questions about the process. 15 Bitcoin. At the time, that was close to £80,000. Whatever problem this person had, it wasn't cheap to solve. The comment section was active, about 200 replies. I scrolled through, feeling the chill in my kitchen intensify with each response I read. Someone asked how they verified the person they hired wasn't law enforcement. The reply was about getting a referral from a trusted source. and that the service had been operating for over 6 years with verified results. Another person asked for proof that the job was completed. The response mentioned an obituary sent via secure channel, with details matching specifications exactly. I remember setting my whiskey down at this point. My hand was trembling slightly. This couldn't be real. It had to be people role-playing or trying to scam others out of Bitcoin. Murder for hire is the kind of thing that happens in films, not on some forum I'd stumbled onto while bored on a Tuesday night. But as I continued reading, the casual, matter-of-fact nature of the discussion made my skin crawl. These people were talking about taking someone's life with the same tone you might use to discuss having your car serviced. Someone asked about the timeline from payment to completion. The answer was 16 days. Would have been faster, but the target traveled unexpectedly. They waited until the person returned to their home location for cleaner work. Cleaner work. Jesus Christ. I should have closed the laptop then. Should have deleted Tor, had a shower, and tried to forget what I was reading. But I didn't. Instead, I poured another drink and kept scrolling. Something about the casualness, the banality of evil on display, had me frozen in horrified fascination. Someone asked if there were options for how the problem was solved. The reply mentioned a menu of options with different price points: accident, suicide, illness, or standard removal. Higher cost for the first 3, but worth it for avoiding investigation. I felt physically sick, but what disturbed me even more were the people asking practical, logistical questions. They weren't shocked or appalled. They were taking notes. At some point, I don't remember exactly when, I clicked on the profile of the person who started the thread to see if there was any information. There wasn't much. Account created 4 months ago, only a handful of posts, but there was a location listed: Greater Manchester. I lived in Manchester. It was probably fake. People don't put their real locations on the dark web. But seeing my city listed sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with my poorly insulated flat. I returned to the thread, scrolling further down. One comment caught my attention about someone having a similar issue with their business partner in the construction industry, located in northwest England. The response confirmed it was about a former business partner in property development, also in northwest England, and offered to move to a private channel for details. Northwest England, property development. I remembered reading something in the Manchester Evening News a few months back. A property developer had been found dead in his car in a quarry outside the city. Apparent suicide, but the family was disputing it. My heart was pounding now. I opened a new tab and searched for the news story. Found it almost immediately. This property developer, co-owner of a development company, was found dead in his Range Rover at a quarry in March. Carbon monoxide poisoning. The family insisted he had no history of depression and was in good spirits, having recently won a major contract. The date of death was exactly 1 month before this person's first post on the forum. I closed the tab, my hands shaking properly now. This couldn't be real. It had to be a coincidence. Or maybe they had based their fictional story on a real local event to make it seem more credible. I returned to the forum, intending to close it for good, when I noticed something. A new comment had appeared while I was searching for the news article. It was addressed to the person viewing from Manchester on a Virgin Media router, followed by my exact router ID. They asked if I was enjoying the thread. My stomach dropped. That was my router ID. I'd named it that when setting up my internet. How the hell did they know that? I slammed my laptop shut, unplugged my router, and sat in the darkness of my kitchen, the only light coming from the blue flames of the boiler. My mind was racing. It wasn't possible. You can't identify someone through Tor. That's the whole point. Unless the forum itself was some kind of honeypot. Or unless I'd made some rookie mistake with my security settings. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I factory reset my laptop, changed all my passwords, and told myself I was being paranoid. That it was all an elaborate prank or scam. That this person couldn't possibly know who I was or where I lived. For a few weeks, I jumped at every unexpected sound in my flat. I found myself looking over my shoulder on my way home from work. But gradually, as nothing happened, I convinced myself it had been some kind of coincidence or trick. Maybe the forum could see I was from Manchester through some metadata leak, and the router thing was a lucky guess. Or maybe I'd misread it entirely. I tried to forget about it, and for the most part, I succeeded. I never went back on the dark web, never wanted to, until last week. I was scrolling through Twitter when I saw it. A BBC News article about a trial beginning for a Manchester dark web murder for hire case. I clicked on it, my chest tightening. The former business partner of that property developer was on trial for allegedly hiring a hitman through the dark web. The police had been tipped off by an anonymous source who provided screenshots of forum conversations with the exact same username I'd seen that night. The article included one of the screenshots. It was the exact thread I'd read that night. But there was more. Further down in the comments, after I'd closed my laptop that night, there was a message. It said, since there was an uninvited guest, they wanted to clarify something. They weren't worried about law enforcement because by the time they would see this, all traces would be gone. But for their friend on Virgin Media, who was reading about the victim right then, they had a message. Curiosity is dangerous. They knew where I lived. They knew I lived alone. They said to consider this a professional courtesy. Forget what I'd seen. I hadn't seen that message, but whoever had tipped off the police had. The article went on to say that the business partner had been under surveillance for months before his arrest. Digital forensics had found Bitcoin transactions matching the timeline and amount mentioned in the forum. The hitman had never been identified, and here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. The anonymous tip that led to the arrest came 3 months ago. For over 2 years, this person had gotten away with it. Someone else had seen that thread, seen the threat toward me, and turned them in. But who, and why now? 2 days after I read the article, I received a letter. No return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper saying that the service provider mentioned in their previous conversation had been compromised. A new provider had acquired their client list. My details were in the system as a person of interest. The message said this matter had been resolved, and no further action was required. I've moved flat since then, changed my phone number. I'm writing this from a different city. I don't know if I'm being paranoid or not. Don't know if there really was a hitman, if they really did know who I was, if someone else really did. What? Take them out to protect me? Or if the business partner just got sloppy and got caught on their own? All I know is that sometimes, when I'm sitting at my new kitchen table late at night, I could swear I hear someone testing the door handle. And every time I get an email from an address I don't recognize, my heart stops for a moment. Because the dark web isn't just some abstract concept or urban legend. It's real people doing real things. And sometimes those things involve ending lives for £80,000. And sometimes, just by clicking the wrong link, you become part of something you can never fully escape. It's funny how sometimes the most terrifying discoveries happen by complete accident. You're looking for something harmless, maybe trying to solve a simple problem, and you stumble across something that changes your entire understanding of the world around you. That's what happened to me last spring, and I still can't decide whether I wish I'd never found what I found, or whether I'm grateful to finally understand what was really happening. I work as a librarian in Manchester. Nothing particularly exciting about it. Helping students find resources, managing overdue fines, keeping the reading rooms quiet. The sort of job that most people assume is pleasant but boring, which it mostly is, except for the occasional problem patron or the odd technical issue with our computer systems. The trouble started when several of our regular users began complaining about their personal devices being compromised after using our public internet. Nothing dramatic at first, just spam emails and suspicious login attempts. But the pattern was specific enough to suggest someone was targeting library users. Our IT support was limited to a part-time contractor who came in twice a week, and he wasn't particularly helpful when I raised the issue. He ran some basic scans, updated our security software, and assured me that our network was secure. But the complaints continued, and they were all coming from users who'd been in the library during specific time periods. I started paying more attention to who was using the computers during those times, trying to identify any patterns or recurring faces. Most of our users were students from the local university or college, but there were a few regulars who didn't fit the typical academic profile. One in particular caught my attention, a middle-aged man who always chose the same computer terminal and seemed to spend an unusual amount of time on activities that required very little visible interaction with the screen. He was quiet and unremarkable, the sort of person you'd never notice in a crowd. Always wore dark, nondescript clothing and carried a small backpack that he kept close to his workstation. He always turned up mid-afternoon when the place was busy enough to blend in, but not so packed he'd lose his favorite terminal. What struck me as odd was his behavior around the computer itself. Most people using public terminals either work intensively, typing, clicking, scrolling through pages, or they browse casually, moving between different websites and applications. His activity was different. He'd sit very still for long periods, occasionally making small adjustments or inputs, but mostly just watching the screen with an intensity that seemed out of proportion to whatever he was doing. The breakthrough came when I started tracking the complaints more carefully. Every single compromised user had been sitting at terminals adjacent to his usual spot during his visits. Not the same computer, but close enough that someone with the right equipment might be able to intercept their data. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He wasn't just using our computers, he was hunting other users. I started researching methods that could be used to compromise devices on public networks. What I found was both more sophisticated and more accessible than I'd expected. There were simple tools that would allow someone to capture login details and access other devices connected to the same network. The idea that someone could be watching your screen, reading your messages, maybe even seeing through your webcam, it made my skin crawl. The research led me into corners of the internet I'd never explored before, hidden communities where people shared surveillance techniques. The deeper I went, the more disturbed I became by what was apparently possible with gear and software that anyone with curiosity and time could learn to use. Some of the forums contain posts about targeting public spaces like libraries and cafes. Users traded advice on identifying vulnerable targets and avoiding detection. The casual tone of these exchanges was perhaps the most disturbing aspect. They talked about surveillance and privacy invasion as if it were a hobby. But it was the references to live monitoring that really made my blood run cold. There were sections dedicated to real-time observation of compromised devices, where participants could watch victims' activities as they happened. This wasn't just about stealing data. It was about the thrill of invasion, watching people without their knowledge. Reading about the live monitoring capabilities, I began to understand what might have been happening in our library. The man at the terminal wasn't just stealing data from other users. He might have been providing access to their devices for others to watch in real time. The thought that people could be sitting in our reading rooms, unaware that their every action was being observed by strangers, was genuinely horrifying. Posts explored the psychology of targets, strategies for prolonging surveillance, and methods for gaining access to webcams and microphones. One thread outlined how to turn victims' own devices into surveillance equipment that could monitor their private spaces. What made it worse was the realization that this was happening in places I recognized, affecting people I saw every day. The forums contained references to specific locations in Manchester and posts that suggested active operations in areas I knew well. I started watching him more carefully, trying to understand exactly what he was doing during his daily visits. His timing was precise. He'd arrive when the library was busy enough to provide cover, but not so crowded that he couldn't secure his preferred terminal. He brought his own equipment, small devices that he'd connect discreetly to the computer or position near other workstations. Most concerning was his attention to other users. He'd spend time observing people who sat near his workstation, and I began to notice patterns in his interest. He favored younger users, particularly women, and seemed drawn to people who appeared nervous or unfamiliar with the technology. There was something predatory in the way he'd position himself to watch them work, as if their confusion made them easier to own. Sometimes I'd catch him making small notes in a pocket diary, and the careful way he'd glance around before writing suggested these weren't innocent reminders. I realized that confronting him directly would likely just cause him to move his operation elsewhere, but I also couldn't ignore what was happening, knowing that people were being violated in ways they couldn't detect. The decision to document his activities felt like the only responsible option. I started taking discreet photographs of his setup, noting the times of his visits, and recording details about the equipment he used. The evidence wasn't dramatic, but it painted a clear picture of systematic surveillance activities. But gathering evidence meant spending more time observing his behavior, which led me deeper into understanding what he was actually doing. The forums I'd found contained guides for the exact techniques he seemed to be employing, and posts about the data that could be captured through these methods. The most disturbing discovery was that our library wasn't unique. The forums contained references to similar operations in public spaces across the country, suggesting coordination between different locations and operators. Reading through these discussions, I began to understand that what I'd witnessed was part of something much larger. The man in our library wasn't acting alone. He was part of a community that shared targets and techniques. The surveillance was being conducted for the entertainment of people who existed specifically to watch others without their knowledge. The realization that everything I did in public spaces might be subject to this kind of monitoring fundamentally changed how I moved through the world. Every public computer, every Wi-Fi network, every device I used outside my home became a potential point of vulnerability. I tried reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining the technical aspects and providing evidence for activities that were designed to be invisible proved nearly impossible. The documentation I'd gathered looked circumstantial, and the online communities operated in ways that made them difficult to investigate. The complaints from library users eventually stopped, not because the problem had been resolved, but because he stopped coming. One day, he simply didn't appear at his usual time, and we never saw him again. His absence should have felt like a resolution, but instead it raised new questions about where he'd gone and whether his activities had simply moved to a different location. The forum stayed active, still filled with strategies and shared footage. Whatever had been happening in our library was apparently just one small component of something that continued to function regardless of any individual participant. I still work at the library, still help people with research and technical problems, still try to maintain the public service that libraries are supposed to provide. But I can't shake the knowledge of what might be happening to the people who use our services. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble into something genuinely horrifying. Most people don't, I suppose. We go about our mundane lives assuming the worst things happen to other people in other places, never suspecting that horror might be actively seeking us out. It started with redundancy. After 8 years working for a marketing firm in Birmingham, I found myself suddenly unemployed thanks to corporate restructuring. The severance package was decent enough to keep me afloat for a few months, but job hunting in my field had become increasingly competitive. Every position attracted hundreds of applicants, and at 34, I was starting to feel like damaged goods in a market that seemed to favor fresh graduates. After 6 weeks of rejections and automated responses, I'd exhausted the mainstream job sites. That's when a mate from university mentioned he'd found freelance work through what he called alternative channels. Nothing dodgy, he assured me, just companies that preferred discretion and paid well for specialized skills. He wouldn't elaborate much, but he did give me a web address that looked nothing like the usual recruitment sites. The initial interface was surprisingly professional, clean, minimalist design, with a simple registration form. It asked for basic details, experience, skills, availability. Nothing seemed unusual until I reached the section about work preferences. Among the standard options like full-time, part-time, and contract work, there was something called performance-based assignments. The description was vague, mentioning client satisfaction and results-driven compensation. I ticked several boxes, including that one, and submitted my application. Within hours, I received an email with a link to what appeared to be a more detailed application process. This is where things became strange. The second form was extensive, asking increasingly personal questions. It wanted to know about my living situation, whether I lived alone, my relationship status, family connections. There were questions about my comfort level with confidential work, my discretion regarding client privacy, and whether I'd be willing to sign comprehensive non-disclosure agreements. Most oddly, it asked about my appearance, requesting recent photographs and basic physical statistics. I nearly abandoned the application at that point, but unemployment has a way of making you consider options you'd normally dismiss. I told myself this was probably for some sort of client-facing role that required specific presentation standards. The third stage involved a video interview, but not the kind I expected. Instead of speaking with a recruiter, I was asked to record myself answering a series of questions. The questions themselves were peculiar. They focused heavily on my ability to follow instructions precisely, my comfort with being observed, and my willingness to participate in projects that might seem unusual but were completely legal. One question particularly stuck with me. Describe a time when you did something you weren't entirely comfortable with because the compensation was worthwhile. I found myself being more honest than I'd intended, discussing some of the more questionable marketing campaigns I'd worked on in my previous job. A week passed without response. I'd almost forgotten about the application when I received a phone call from an unlisted number. The voice was professionally pleasant, but offered no company name or personal identification. They simply said I'd been selected for a trial assignment and asked if I was still interested. The pay they quoted was substantial, more than I'd earned in 3 months at my previous job, for what they described as a one-day commitment with possible ongoing opportunities. They couldn't provide details over the phone, they explained, due to client confidentiality requirements, but assured me everything was above board. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in central Birmingham. I was told to look for someone carrying a red folder and wearing a blue scarf. The whole thing felt like something from a spy film, but I was curious enough to go along with it. The person I met defied my expectations entirely. Rather than some shadowy figure, she was a well-dressed woman in her 40s who could have been anyone's aunt. Professional, articulate, and completely ordinary. She introduced herself as Sarah, though she mentioned that wasn't her real name, and apologized for the cloak and dagger approach. She explained that her organization facilitated what she called emotionally authentic live experiences for clients seeking genuine human connection. The work involved participating in specialized digital interactions that provided viewers with access to unfiltered personal moments. She emphasized that everything was legal, consensual, and that I would maintain complete autonomy over my involvement. The way she described it made it sound like some sort of therapeutic service, perhaps for isolated wealthy clients who craved authentic human interaction. She mentioned that traditional media had become too artificial, and there was growing demand for unscripted, genuine experiences. When I asked for more specifics, she became slightly evasive, saying that client requirements varied significantly and that each assignment was tailored to individual comfort levels. She did mention that the work took place in controlled environments with professional equipment, and that safety was their primary concern. What convinced me was the advance payment she offered, enough to cover my rent for 2 months just for agreeing to a trial session. If I decided not to continue after seeing what was involved, I could keep the money with no obligations. The location she gave me was an industrial estate on the outskirts of Coventry. The building looked like a converted warehouse, professionally maintained, but unremarkable from the outside. Inside, it was surprisingly sophisticated. Multiple rooms equipped with professional lighting and camera equipment, all very clean and organized. I was introduced to what they called the technical team. 3 people who seemed competent and professional. They explained that I'd be participating in a live broadcast to a select audience, following simple instructions from a director. The scenario, they said, would involve me responding to audience requests in real time, but nothing that would make me genuinely uncomfortable. The room I was brought to looked like a cross between a television studio and a comfortable living space. There were cameras positioned at various angles, professional lighting, and a comfortable chair positioned in the center. A large monitor displayed what appeared to be a chat interface, though I couldn't read the text from where I sat. They fitted me with a small earpiece and explained that I'd receive instructions through it. The director would tell me what to do, and I should follow along naturally. They emphasized that if I became uncomfortable at any point, I could simply say so and the session would end immediately. As the session began, I could see numbers appearing on the monitor. What I assumed were viewer counts. The figures were higher than I'd expected, climbing into the hundreds. The director's voice in my earpiece was calm and professional, initially asking me to introduce myself using a fake name they'd provided. The first instructions were mundane. Stand up, walk around the room, describe what I was wearing. The audience seemed to be asking questions that the director relayed to me. Standard things like where I was from, what I did for work, whether I enjoyed being on camera. Gradually, the request became more personal. The director asked me to talk about my living situation, my relationships, my daily routine. I found myself sharing details about my unemployment, my loneliness, the financial pressures I was facing. Then came requests that made me slightly uncomfortable. I was asked to provide my address, my phone number, details about my neighbors. When I hesitated, the director explained that this was part of the service. Clients paid for authentic, personal connections with performers. She assured me that all information was kept strictly confidential and used only to enhance the viewer experience. The session continued for about 2 hours, with me answering increasingly intimate questions about my life, my fears, my vulnerabilities. By the end, I felt drained but satisfied that I'd completed the assignment successfully. The audience numbers had grown significantly, and the director seemed pleased with my performance. I was paid immediately and told to expect follow-up sessions. The money was exactly what I needed, and despite feeling slightly unsettled by some of the questions, I agreed to consider future sessions. Over the next few days, I noticed small things that bothered me. A car I didn't recognize parked across from my flat several times. Phone calls that rang twice and stopped. An envelope in my mailbox with no return address, containing only a photo of me walking to the shops. When I called the number Sarah had given me, it was disconnected. The building in Coventry was empty when I drove out to check, with no signs that anyone had been there recently. It was only when I started researching online that I began to understand what I'd actually participated in. The term that kept appearing was Red Room, live broadcasts where audiences paid to watch real people in vulnerable situations, with the entertainment value coming from the subject's genuine distress and fear. I realized that everything I'd shared during that session, my address, my routine, my vulnerabilities, had been broadcast to an audience that wasn't looking for entertainment in any conventional sense. They were looking for someone isolated, financially desperate, and emotionally fragile. The follow-up contact came exactly a week later, but not in the way I'd expected. Instead of a phone call or email, I found a note slipped under my door. It contained a single line: "Thank you for your application. The position is now permanent." That night, I noticed the car parked outside again, but this time I could see someone sitting in it, watching my windows. When I looked closer, I saw they were holding what looked like a high-end camera. I've been researching how to disappear completely, but I'm beginning to suspect it's too late for that. The audience I performed for wasn't just watching for entertainment. They were evaluating me for something much more permanent. The final confirmation came through a Reddit message from a throwaway account. Someone had sent me a link with a simple message: "Thought you should see this." The website was selling subscriptions to what it called ongoing lifestyle content. The preview thumbnail made my stomach drop. It was me sitting in my living room, photographed through my window. The monthly subscription price was higher than my old salary. I'm writing this from a hotel room in Manchester, but I don't think distance matters anymore. The internet has made geography irrelevant, and I've already given them everything they need to find me anywhere. The worst part is knowing that I applied for this myself, answered all their questions willingly, and provided them with a complete roadmap to my destruction. I was so focused on the immediate payment that I never considered what I was actually selling. If you're ever desperate enough to consider unconventional work opportunities, especially ones that seem too good to be true, please learn from my mistake. Some audiences aren't looking for performance. They're looking for victims. The worst part about finding out your basement was used as a torture chamber isn't the bloodstains, it's realizing you helped pay for the soundproofing. 4 months ago, I was just a small-time landlord in Portsmouth, trying to make enough rental income to cover my mortgage payments. Now, I'm staying in a Premier Inn outside Winchester, and tomorrow the police are going to search the basement flat I've been renting out to what I thought was a quiet, professional tenant who's actually been broadcasting murders to dark web audiences while I collected rent money from upstairs. I inherited the house from my grandmother 2 years ago, a Victorian terrace that had been converted into 3 separate flats. The rental income from the upper 2 floors helps me pay the mortgage while I live in the main house. It's not a huge moneymaker, but it covers the bills and gives me some financial security in an uncertain economy. The basement flat has always been the most difficult to rent. It's below street level, doesn't get much natural light, and feels a bit cramped compared to the other units. Previous tenants usually moved out within 6 months, complaining about the atmosphere or finding somewhere brighter. I'd started to think it might remain empty long term. When Marcus Thompson contacted me about the basement flat, he seemed like the ideal tenant. Professional references, stable income from freelance consulting work, and he specifically requested a quiet, private space where he could work from home without disturbances. He was willing to pay 6 months' rent in advance and didn't mind the flat's limitations. Marcus explained that his work involved sensitive client consultations that required complete privacy and discretion. He needed soundproofing installed, which he offered to pay for himself, and requested that I minimize visits to the property unless there were genuine emergencies. This arrangement suited me perfectly, a reliable tenant who wanted to be left alone. The soundproofing work Marcus arranged was more extensive than I'd expected. Professional contractors installed industrial-grade acoustic materials throughout the basement flat, along with enhanced ventilation systems and what appeared to be specialized electrical work. Marcus assured me this was all necessary for his consulting business and that it would improve the property's value. After Marcus moved in, the basement flat became remarkably quiet. I rarely heard any activity from downstairs, which was exactly what he'd requested. He kept regular business hours, with occasional evening appointments, and maintained the property well. As far as tenancy arrangements go, it was ideal. Marcus also proved to be an excellent tenant in other ways. He always paid rent on time, never complained about minor issues, and generally required minimal management. He occasionally had visitors for what he described as client meetings, but they were always professional and discreet. The rental income was steady and reliable. About 2 months after Marcus moved in, he asked about making additional modifications to the basement flat. He wanted to install specialized lighting and upgrade the internet connection to support what he called high bandwidth client communications. He offered to cover all costs and assured me the improvements would benefit future tenants. The internet upgrade was substantial: fiber optic cables, commercial-grade equipment, and backup systems that seemed excessive for normal home use. When I asked Marcus about the requirements, he explained that his consulting work involved real-time video communications with international clients who demanded professional quality connections. Marcus's business appeared to be thriving. He mentioned expanding his client base and taking on more complex projects that required enhanced technical capabilities. The basement flat was being equipped to professional standards that would allow him to offer premium services to demanding clients. Around this time, I started noticing unusual activity around the property. Delivery vans arriving at odd hours, often staying for extended periods. while Marcus supervised the unloading of equipment. When I asked about these deliveries, Marcus explained that his business required specialized equipment that needed careful handling and setup. The deliveries became more frequent and elaborate. Professional camera equipment, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer hardware that looked expensive and technical. Marcus assured me this was all legitimate business equipment necessary for his expanding consulting practice. I also noticed that Marcus had begun receiving visitors at unusual hours, late evening appointments that sometimes lasted until dawn, often involving multiple people who would arrive separately and leave at different times. Marcus explained that international clients required flexible scheduling due to time zone differences. The visitors were always discreet and professional, but something about their behavior seemed unusual. They would arrive with their own equipment, work intensively for several hours, then leave with everything they'd brought. Marcus described these as intensive consulting sessions that required complete focus and privacy. About 3 months ago, Marcus approached me about a different type of arrangement. He wanted to sublease the basement flat occasionally to other professionals who required similar facilities for their own consulting work. He offered to increase the rent substantially and assured me that all subletters would meet the same professional standards he maintained. The subletting arrangement seemed reasonable, particularly given the increased income it would provide. Marcus handled all the arrangements directly, screening potential subletters and managing their access to the property. I rarely saw these temporary tenants, but Marcus assured me they were all legitimate professionals. The subletting activity increased the overall usage of the basement flat, but it remained remarkably quiet thanks to the soundproofing Marcus had installed. Occasionally, I'd notice increased electricity usage or signs that multiple people had been using the space, but there were never any disturbances or complaints from neighbors. 2 weeks ago, everything changed when I received an unexpected visit from the police. They were investigating what they described as online criminal activity and had traced some suspicious internet traffic to my property. They asked detailed questions about my tenants and requested permission to examine the basement flat. The police examination revealed that Marcus's consulting business was actually a cover for something much darker. The basement flat had been converted into a sophisticated broadcasting studio designed for creating what they called dark web content. The soundproofing, lighting, and technical equipment weren't for legitimate consulting. They were for producing illegal streams. The investigators explained that the basement flat had been used to broadcast live violence to paying audiences on the dark web. The consulting sessions I'd observed were actually torture and murder sessions being streamed to thousands of viewers who paid to watch authentic suffering rather than staged entertainment. Marcus and his subletters hadn't been running a consulting business. They'd been operating a red room facility. The discreet professional visitors I'd seen were victims being brought to the basement for broadcasts. The extensive equipment deliveries had been setting up a professional murder studio in my own property. The police showed me evidence recovered from the basement flat, computer systems configured for dark web broadcasting, payment processing equipment for handling viewer subscriptions, and recording devices that had captured dozens of murder sessions over the months Marcus had been my tenant. Most disturbing was learning that I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic murder for entertainment. My rental property had become a venue for dark web red rooms, and I'd been collecting rent money from people who were using my basement to broadcast torture and death to international audiences. The investigation revealed that Marcus's operation was part of a larger network that specialized in using rental properties as temporary red room venues. They would rent properties from unsuspecting landlords convert them for broadcasting purposes, then relocate before attracting suspicion. The police explained that landlords like me were ideal targets because we provided legitimate cover for their activities while having minimal oversight of what tenants actually did in rented spaces. The rental arrangement created a buffer between their operations and law enforcement, making it difficult to trace their activities. My property had apparently been selected because the basement flat provided the privacy and isolation necessary for Red Room broadcasting, while the conversion to multiple flats meant that unusual activity would seem like normal rental property management. Marcus had been specifically looking for this type of setup. The legal implications of the situation are complex. While the police don't suspect me of knowing participation, my property was used for serious crimes, and I potentially face civil liability from victims' families. The rental income I received could be characterized as proceeds from criminal activity. More immediately, the property has been sealed as a crime scene while investigators gather evidence. I can't access my own home, can't collect rent from other tenants, and face substantial legal costs, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's real activities. The investigation has also revealed the scope of Marcus's network. Similar operations have been discovered in rental properties across southern England, all using the same model of targeting small landlords who wouldn't closely monitor tenant activities. I'm apparently just one victim in a much larger scheme. I've been staying in hotels while the investigation continues, unable to return home and uncertain about my legal and financial future. The police have warned me that the case will take months to resolve and that I may need to testify about my unwitting involvement in facilitating the operation. The most horrifying realization is how easily I was manipulated into providing the perfect venue for systematic murder. Every reasonable request Marcus made, soundproofing, privacy, professional equipment, was actually preparation for broadcasting torture and death to paying dark web audiences. The rental income I thought was helping secure my financial future was actually payment for providing a murder venue. The quiet, professional tenant I appreciated was actually a killer who needed somewhere discreet to broadcast authentic suffering to international subscribers. Tomorrow, forensic teams will begin a detailed examination of the basement flat to gather evidence about the scope of Marcus's operation. They've warned me that the investigation will uncover disturbing details about what happened in my property while I lived upstairs, unaware of the horror taking place below. I keep thinking about all the victims who died in my basement while I went about my normal daily routine overhead. People were being tortured and murdered for entertainment while I watched television, cooked dinner, and slept peacefully, never knowing what was happening one floor below. The police have explained that Marcus's network specifically targets properties where landlords live separately from tenants, creating the isolation necessary for Red Room operations while maintaining the legitimacy of a normal rental arrangement. My Victorian terrace conversion was perfect for their purposes. I've been advised to contact a solicitor about potential civil liability and criminal implications, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's activities. The legal system struggles with cases where property owners unknowingly facilitate dark web crimes through legitimate rental arrangements. The financial implications are also substantial. Beyond legal costs, I face potential civil claims from victims' families, possible seizure of rental income received from Marcus, and the costs of restoring the property after forensic examination. My rental business may be effectively finished. I'm writing this from a premier inn outside Winchester, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and I'm allowed to return home. The police believe Marcus's network is still active and that my cooperation with the investigation may have made me a target for retaliation. The most terrifying thought is how many other landlords might be unknowingly hosting similar operations. How many rental properties across the country might house dark web red rooms? How many small landlords might be collecting rent from systematic killers without realizing what they're facilitating? The rental property market provides perfect cover for these operations. Legitimate business arrangements that create privacy and isolation while deflecting suspicion from criminal activities. Landlords like me become unwitting accomplices to horror we never suspected was happening. Marcus's network understood exactly how to exploit the rental system, targeting properties and landlords that would provide the cover they needed while minimizing the risk of discovery. The conversion to multiple flats, the basement location, my preference for hands-off property management, it all made my property ideal for their purposes. Tomorrow's forensic examination will reveal the full extent of what happened in my basement flat while I collected rent money from upstairs. But I already know that I'll never be able to think of property rental the same way again. The landlord becomes an unwitting venue provider for systematic murder, and there's no way to unknow what your property was really used for. And somewhere out there, Marcus's network is probably targeting other landlords, looking for the next basement flat to convert into a dark web broadcasting studio. I never thought being a landlord could make me complicit in murder, but apparently collecting rent from the wrong tenant can turn your property into a venue for horrors you never imagined. I still can't quite believe how quickly things went from normal to absolutely terrifying. 2 months ago, I was just a minicab driver in Newcastle, trying to make ends meet after losing my warehouse job. Now I'm hiding in a service station near Durham, and tomorrow night I'm supposed to help transport someone to their death in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly facilitating for weeks. I've been driving for Galaxy cars for about 6 months. It's not glamorous work, late nights, drunk passengers, navigating through traffic for what works out to less than minimum wage most shifts. But after the warehouse closed down, it was the only job I could get that didn't require waiting weeks for security clearances or training courses. You just need a clean license, a reasonably decent car, and the ability to deal with difficult people. The job that changed everything started in early October. I got a call from the dispatcher about a regular booking. Someone who needed transport twice a week, always the same route, always paid in cash. The customer was described as a professional gentleman who required discretion and reliability. The pay was better than usual, and regular bookings are gold dust in the minicab business. The passenger was a man in his 40s called Michael Stevens. He was always waiting outside when I arrived, always polite and professional, and never wanted to make small talk during the journey. The route was consistent: pick up from a residential address in Gosforth, drive to an industrial estate on the outskirts of the city, wait for about 2 hours, then drive him back home. Michael explained that he worked in media production and needed transport to a specialized facility where his company created content for online platforms. He said the work required unusual hours and that he preferred having a reliable driver rather than using different taxi services that might not understand his schedule. The industrial estate where I dropped Michael was one of those anonymous business parks filled with warehouses and small manufacturing units. The specific building he used was unmarked, with blackened windows and several high-end cars usually parked outside. During the 2-hour wait, I'd see other people arriving and leaving, all carrying equipment cases or technical gear. After several weeks of this routine, Michael started asking if I'd be interested in additional work. He needed someone to help with equipment transport, moving cameras, lighting gear, and computer systems between different locations. The pay was substantially better than driving, and Michael assured me the work was straightforward manual labor. I agreed to the additional work, partly for the money, and partly because I was curious about what kind of media production required such elaborate security and secrecy. Michael explained that his company created specialized content for niche audiences who paid premium rates for high-quality, authentic material. The equipment transport work involved loading and unloading professional-grade cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that seemed more advanced than anything I'd seen in normal television or film production. Everything was carefully packaged and required precise handling to avoid damage. Michael gradually introduced me to more aspects of his operation. He needed help setting up equipment in different locations, not just the industrial estate, but also residential properties and commercial spaces around Newcastle and the surrounding areas. The setups were always temporary, designed to be assembled quickly and dismantled without leaving traces. The locations varied, but they all shared certain characteristics: soundproofed rooms with controlled access, spaces that could be completely isolated from outside observation, and technical infrastructure that supported high-bandwidth internet connections. Michael explained that this variety was necessary for creating diverse content that would appeal to different audience preferences. As weeks passed, Michael began explaining more about his business model. His company produced what he called authentic interactive content for online platforms that specialized in realistic, unscripted material. Viewers paid substantial amounts for access to live streams that felt genuine rather than obviously staged or performed. The technical requirements for this content were demanding: multiple camera angles, professional lighting that could be adjusted in real time, audio systems that captured every detail, and streaming infrastructure that could handle thousands of simultaneous viewers without interruption. Michael's operation was sophisticated enough to meet these standards consistently. Michael also started discussing the importance of finding suitable performers for his content. He explained that the most valuable material featured people who provided authentic reactions to various situations. Viewers could distinguish between obvious acting and genuine responses. So his company specialized in creating scenarios that produced real emotions and reactions. About a month into the equipment work, Michael asked if I'd be interested in a different type of assignment. He needed someone to help with what he called scenario testing, essentially helping to verify that technical setups would work correctly for live broadcasts. The pay for this work was even better, and Michael assured me it was just technical verification rather than actual content creation. The scenario testing involved me spending time in the prepared spaces, while Michael operated the equipment from control rooms. He would test camera angles, audio levels, lighting configurations, and streaming quality by having me move through different positions and respond to various prompts he provided through the technical systems. Michael explained that this testing was essential because his audience expected flawless technical quality. Any problems with audio, video, or streaming could ruin the viewing experience and damage his company's reputation. The testing sessions helped ensure that everything would work perfectly during actual broadcasts. The testing became increasingly elaborate. Michael would simulate various scenarios, test my responses to different types of stimuli, and document my reactions to unexpected situations. He said this comprehensive testing helped his company understand how their technical setups would perform under the stress of live broadcasting. During these sessions, Michael would give detailed instructions about timing, positioning, and responses to different cues, follow specific movement patterns, react to various sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might behave in challenging circumstances, He claimed this testing helped optimize the technical systems for capturing authentic human responses. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Michael had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the monitors in the control room were displaying more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens showed dark web streaming platforms with view accounts, indicating thousands of people watching live feeds. Michael's media production company wasn't creating content for mainstream online platforms. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The spaces I'd been helping to set up were red rooms, and I had been unknowingly preparing them for operation, while gradually being recruited as their transport coordinator. The weeks of scenario testing had been training sessions, teaching me the locations and procedures I'd need to know as their logistics coordinator. My equipment transport and setup work had been gradually transformed into preparation for facilitating actual Red Room operations, moving victims and managing the technical infrastructure. Michael dropped all pretense when he realized I understood what was happening. He calmly explained that minicab drivers were ideal logistics coordinators for his operation. They could transport victims without raising suspicion, had legitimate reasons for visiting multiple locations, and could move equipment between sites as part of their normal work routine. The industrial estate facility was just one node in a larger operation that used multiple locations across the Northeast. Michael's company specialized in identifying and recruiting people whose jobs provided cover for the gradual conditioning process required to create authentic dark web content. My scenario testing sessions had been training me for tomorrow night's operation. I'd been learning the procedures for transporting unwilling victims, understanding the technical requirements for live broadcasts, and becoming familiar with the security protocols necessary for avoiding detection during actual Red Room events. I managed to escape while Michael was distracted with technical preparations, but I know his surveillance network extends far beyond the locations I'd visited. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements through the minicab company's GPS systems, and building detailed profiles of my personal life. Since leaving Newcastle, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to my phone despite changing numbers, people who seem to recognize me at petrol stations and service areas, evidence that my movements are being tracked through methods I don't understand. Yesterday, I received a package at the bed and breakfast where I'd been staying. A package containing a sat-nav device that showed tomorrow night's pickup location and delivery route. Michael's operation had been preparing for months, and they expected me to transport their next victim to the prepared Red Room facility. The package included detailed information about tomorrow's victim, a young woman who had been selected and prepared through their recruitment network. They knew her routines, her vulnerabilities, and exactly how to get her into my car without raising suspicion. My role was to collect her and deliver her to the broadcast location. I could go to the police, but Michael has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Galaxy Cars would have records of my regular bookings, my involvement in equipment transport, and my participation in what they would call training sessions that could be presented as voluntary preparation for criminal activity. Security cameras at the various locations would show me helping to set up equipment, following Michael's instructions, and participating in what could be characterized as preparation for facilitating kidnapping and murder. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly working as a logistics coordinator for dark web Red Room operations. Michael's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The minicab industry provides perfect cover Drivers regularly visit unfamiliar locations, work irregular hours, and have legitimate reasons for transporting equipment and spending time in industrial areas. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch what Michael's audience has been anticipating for weeks. They've paid to see a carefully planned abduction and murder, and they expect their logistics coordinator to deliver the victim as promised. My months of unknowing preparation have led to this moment. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's one of the few places with constant lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The sat-nav device included details about tomorrow's victim and pickup location, suggesting their operation extends to surveillance and recruitment networks I never suspected. In roughly 20 hours, I'll have to decide whether to collect the victim they've assigned me or refuse to participate and face the consequences. But Michael has demonstrated that his network can track me across multiple counties, and they have evidence that could destroy my life even if I don't complete tomorrow's assignment. The most terrifying realization is that Michael's operation probably uses multiple drivers simultaneously. How many other minicab drivers might be unknowingly transporting victims to Red Room facilities? How many regular bookings might be training operations for logistics coordinators who don't understand what they're really facilitating? The transport industry provides perfect access to isolated workers who visit unfamiliar locations, handle sensitive cargo, and are expected to maintain discretion about their passengers and destinations. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Michael's technical expertise allows him to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using legitimate transport needs as cover. His business credentials provide credibility, his security requirements deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain operations across multiple locations. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as featuring a carefully orchestrated abduction using their trained logistics network. Michael's audience values the meticulous planning and professional execution that their driver coordination system enables. I never thought driving a minicab could lead to this kind of moral crisis. I thought the biggest risks were difficult passengers or road accidents. I never imagined that regular bookings could lead to becoming complicit in someone else's murder. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months learning to become an accomplice to murder without knowing what I was training for. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled Perfect Delivery. Michael's audience is expecting a flawless abduction executed by their professionally trained logistics coordinator. And an innocent woman is going to die because I helped build the system that will kill her. The driver becomes the deliverer of death to someone who has no idea what's coming. And I still don't know if I'll show up or let them destroy my life for refusing to complete the delivery. Do you remember when you were younger and life was simpler? When the worst thing that could happen during a sleepover was your mate's mum finding the magazines you'd hidden under the mattress, or getting caught sneaking downstairs to watch something you weren't supposed to see on late-night television. Those innocent transgressions feel almost quaint now, knowing what I know about what some people actually watch when the lights go out. I was 23 when it happened, working as a trainee accountant in Birmingham and living in a shared house with 3 other guys. There was nothing glamorous about any of it. We split the bills 4 ways, took turns buying toilet roll, and spent most evenings playing games or arguing about whose turn it was to clean the kitchen. The sort of mundane existence that millions of people live without anything particularly interesting ever happening to them. My housemate Jake had always been the tech-savvy one among us. Not in a professional way, just the kind of person who knew how to fix your laptop when it started running slowly, or how to stream films that weren't available on Netflix yet. He'd spent hours on forums discussing privacy software and online security, the sort of conversations that made the rest of us glaze over and reach for our phones. The change in his behavior started gradually. He'd always been a bit antisocial, preferring his computer to actual human interaction. But this was different. He stopped joining us for meals, barely acknowledged us when we passed in the hallway, and we'd hear him moving around his room at strange hours. 2 in the morning, 4, sometimes just before dawn. Something about the way he looked at us changed too, like he was seeing us differently, evaluating us in a way that made casual conversation feel uncomfortable. The sounds were what first made me properly notice something was off. Not just the usual keyboard clicking and mouse movements you'd expect from someone browsing the internet, but irregular patterns, long periods of complete silence, then sudden bursts of activity. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like muffled conversations, though we never saw anyone visiting his room. I mentioned it to the others, but they weren't particularly concerned. University houses are always full of odd noises and strange schedules. Still, we found ourselves unconsciously avoiding his part of the house, taking longer routes to the kitchen or bathroom to avoid walking past his door. None of us talked about it explicitly, but there was a shared sense that something felt off about being near his space. The first real warning sign came when I bumped into him in the kitchen one morning around 6. He looked terrible, pale, unshaven, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept properly in days. When I asked if he was all right, he just stared at me for several seconds before mumbling something about work stress and disappearing back upstairs. Work stress seemed unlikely, given that he worked part-time at a local computer repair shop and had never shown any particular ambition or pressure about his career. But people deal with things differently, and it wasn't really my place to pry into his personal problems. We weren't close friends, just housemates sharing expenses and common areas. The electricity bills started arriving higher than usual around the same time. Not dramatically higher, but enough for us to notice when we were splitting costs 4 ways. When we asked about it, he claimed his computer had been running more intensive software for some freelance projects. Again, nothing that seemed worth arguing about, though it did add to the general sense that something had changed. His room began to smell different as well. Not unpleasant exactly, but stale and closed off, like air that hadn't been properly circulated for weeks. The few times his door was open when I passed, I caught glimpses of thick sheets hung over the windows and the glow of screens arranged at odd angles, creating shadows that seemed deliberately designed to obscure what was actually happening in there. There were cables everywhere, trailing across the floor in patterns that suggested something more complex than a simple computer setup. We started hearing voices from his room more regularly, always muffled, always unclear, but definitely not just him. Sometimes it sounded like multiple people talking at once. Other times, like single voices giving instructions or making requests. The conversations never seemed to follow normal patterns. No back and forth exchanges, no laughter. Just these odd, disjointed fragments of speech. The internet connection throughout the house became increasingly unreliable. Pages would load slowly, streaming services would buffer constantly, and online games would lag to the point of being unplayable. When we complained to our internet provider, they insisted nothing was wrong with the connection, but the problems persisted. It felt like someone was using enormous amounts of bandwidth for something. I started paying more attention to his routine, not out of any particular suspicion, but because his behavior was affecting the rest of us. He'd leave his room only during specific hours, usually when the rest of us were out or asleep. The timing seemed deliberate, like he was actively avoiding contact with anyone else in the house. The packages started arriving more frequently as well, small, unmarked deliveries that he'd collect immediately and take straight to his room. When I asked the postman about them one day, he mentioned that our address was receiving more packages than most houses on the street, but couldn't tell me anything specific about the contents or senders. One evening, while he was out at his regular job, I heard sounds coming from his room. Not possible, obviously, since he wasn't home, but definitely something electronic, beeping, clicking, the sort of noises computers make when they're processing information or receiving data. The sounds continued for several hours, stopping only when I heard his key in the front door. The breaking point came during a particularly hot week in July. The house felt stifling, and we'd been leaving windows open to try to get some air circulation. I was in the garden that evening when I heard voices drifting down from his window, clear enough to make out actual words for the first time. Someone was giving directions, not navigation directions, but instructions about movements, positions, actions. The voice was calm and methodical, like someone reading from a script or manual. I couldn't make out the responses, but there were definitely other people involved in whatever was happening up there. That night, I couldn't sleep, not because of any immediate fear, but because something about the whole situation felt fundamentally wrong. The secretive behavior, the strange hours, the elaborate computer setup, the voices giving instructions. It all added up to something that went beyond normal antisocial behavior or work stress. I started researching online communities and activities that might explain what he was involved in. What I found made my stomach turn. There were references to hidden networks where people gathered for activities that operated outside normal boundaries, places where the worst impulses could be indulged without consequence. The descriptions were vague but deeply disturbing, suggesting interactive experiences where viewers could influence what happened to real people in real time. The realization that I might be living directly below someone participating in these networks was genuinely terrifying. The one-way conversations I'd overheard, the packages, the secretive behavior, it all suddenly made horrible sense. He wasn't just watching something disturbing. He was actively participating, making requests that were being carried out somewhere else, to someone else. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that there could be innocent explanations for everything I'd observed. But the combination of evidence was too strong to ignore, and the descriptions I'd found online matched his behavior too precisely to be coincidental. Sleep became almost impossible. Every sound from his room took on sinister significance. Every conversation I overheard seemed to confirm my worst suspicions. I'd lie awake wondering what exactly was happening above me, who might be suffering because of activities being coordinated from our house. The knowledge that these networks existed, that people participated in them from ordinary houses in ordinary neighborhoods, fundamentally changed how I saw the world around me. Every house could be hiding similar activities. Every antisocial neighbor could be involved in things that shouldn't be possible in civilized society. I started noticing details about other houses on our street that I'd never paid attention to before. Which ones had unusual amounts of electronic equipment? Which residents kept irregular hours? Which properties received frequent deliveries or had visitors at strange times? The suburban normality that had always felt safe and predictable now seemed like a facade hiding darker realities. The authorities seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Police patrols continued their regular routes. completely oblivious to the networks operating parallel to their understanding of crime and disorder. The gap between official awareness and actual activity was enormous, leaving people like me with knowledge we couldn't act upon and evidence we couldn't report. I considered moving out, but that felt like abandoning responsibility for what I'd discovered. If these activities were happening in our house, involving our internet connection and our address, then walking away would make me complicit in whatever harm was being caused. But staying meant living with knowledge that was eating away at my ability to function normally. The situation resolved itself when he disappeared. Or that's what we told ourselves. The truth is, we're not entirely sure what happened. His presence in the house became increasingly sporadic, then stopped entirely. But none of us could pinpoint exactly when we'd last seen him. One day, we realized his room had been silent for over a week, and when we finally worked up the courage to check, it was empty. But the emptiness felt wrong somehow. His belongings were gone, but selectively. Personal items had vanished while leaving behind things that suggested a hurried departure. The room had been cleaned, but not thoroughly, as if someone had tried to remove evidence rather than simply tidy up. Most disturbing were the scratches on the walls near the window, thin marks that looked like they'd been made by fingernails. The house felt different after he left, not just quieter or less crowded, but somehow cleaner, like a source of contamination had been removed. The internet connection returned to normal. The electricity bills dropped back to reasonable levels, and the strange packages stopped arriving. Life returned to the mundane routine that had existed before. But the knowledge remained. Understanding that these networks exist, that ordinary people participate in extraordinary cruelty, that such activities happen in normal houses, in normal neighborhoods. The innocent world I'd lived in before had been permanently damaged by what I'd learned. Sometimes I wonder if he moved to another house with other unsuspecting housemates, or if the activities I'd witnessed were part of a larger network that continues to operate from locations across the country. The infrastructure exists, the participants are out there, and the demand for such content apparently continues to grow. I still live in shared houses, still split bills and argue about cleaning rotas, and wonder about my housemates' odd behaviors. But now I pay attention to different details, notice different patterns, and ask different questions about the sounds that come from other people's rooms after midnight. Imagine discovering that your teenage daughter knows more about the darkest corners of the internet than you could ever comprehend, and that her knowledge isn't theoretical. I teach journalism at Leeds University, specializing in digital media ethics. It's the sort of academic position that sounds more exciting than it actually is, mostly grading essays about social media responsibility and explaining libel law to students who think Twitter is a primary source. My expertise extends to understanding how information spreads online, but I'd never ventured beyond the surface web until my daughter forced my hand. Emma came home from sixth form last autumn with what she called a special project. She'd convinced her media studies teacher to let her write about online anonymity and digital crime for her A-level coursework. The teacher had approved it, thinking she'd write about cyberbullying or identity theft, the usual teenage internet horror stories. Emma had something much more ambitious in mind. She asked me to help her access what she called the hidden internet. She knew I'd written academic papers about digital journalism and assumed I'd have the technical knowledge to guide her research. The truth was, I understood the theory, but had never actually explored these networks myself. Still, she was my daughter, and this was legitimate academic work. How dangerous could supervised research really be? We spent an evening setting up the necessary software on her laptop. Emma was surprisingly well informed about the process, mentioning specific browsers and security protocols that I had to look up as we went along. She claimed to have learned everything from YouTube tutorials and online forums, but her knowledge seemed more comprehensive than casual research would explain. Her project proposal was methodical and well structured. She wanted to document how illegal marketplaces operated, how anonymity was maintained, and how law enforcement attempted to monitor these activities. She planned to observe and document, not participate. It seemed like exactly the sort of investigative work that would impress university admissions committees. The first few weeks went smoothly. Emma would spend a couple of hours each evening browsing various sites, taking screenshots, and making notes about what she observed. She showed me drug marketplaces, weapon sales, and document forgery services. Everything was exactly what I'd expected. Seedy, obviously illegal, but ultimately just digital storefronts for familiar crimes. She was particularly interested in how these sites built trust between anonymous users. She documented reputation systems, escrow services, and community guidelines that governed illegal transactions. Her analysis was sophisticated, noting how these platforms replicated legitimate e-commerce features while operating completely outside legal frameworks. Then she discovered the entertainment sections. Emma mentioned them casually during one of our research sessions, describing live streaming services that offered what she called extreme content. She was vague about specifics, focusing instead on the technical aspects: how payments were processed, how viewers were verified, how streams were protected from outside monitoring. I should have been more curious about her evasiveness. Emma had been remarkably detailed about everything else she'd encountered, but when discussing these streaming services, she became almost professionally distant. She spoke about them like a researcher cataloging specimens, not a teenager encountering disturbing material for the first time. Her coursework notes from this period show a troubling shift in focus. Instead of broadly documenting illegal activities, she began concentrating specifically on what she termed interactive entertainment platforms. Her research became more targeted, more technical, and considerably more secretive. She stopped showing me her daily findings, claiming she needed to organize her material before sharing it. When I asked direct questions about what she was discovering, she'd deflect by discussing technical challenges or asking about legal frameworks surrounding digital evidence collection. Around Christmas, Emma's behavior started changing in subtle ways. She became more withdrawn, spending longer periods alone in her room. She'd always been somewhat solitary, but now she seemed actively to avoid family interaction. When she did engage in conversation, she seemed distracted, as though part of her attention was always elsewhere. Her sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I'd hear her moving around the house at 2 or 3 in the morning, using the kitchen or bathroom with the careful quietness of someone trying not to wake others. When I mentioned this, she claimed to be working on her project during late-night hours when internet connections were more stable. In January, she asked me about legal protections for journalists and researchers. Specifically, she wanted to know about circumstances where witnessing illegal activity might require reporting to authorities, and what protections existed for academic research that involved observing criminal behavior. I explained the general principles. Journalists had some protections for source confidentiality, but no absolute immunity from reporting serious crimes. Researchers were expected to maintain ethical boundaries and weren't protected from prosecution if they participated in illegal activities rather than simply observing them. Emma listened carefully and asked several follow-up questions, about where exactly the line existed between observation and participation. She seemed particularly interested in scenarios where researchers might influence events they were supposedly just documenting. Her questions made me uncomfortable, but I assumed they were theoretical concerns for her coursework. I encouraged her to discuss any ethical dilemmas with her teacher or the university ethics board if she was considering more advanced research. February brought the first real warning sign that something was seriously wrong. Emma received a package addressed to her personally, delivered by private courier rather than regular post. When I asked about it, she claimed it was research materials she'd ordered online. The package was small, roughly the size of a smartphone box, but she handled it with unusual care and took it directly to her room. Later that day, I noticed she'd rearranged her bedroom setup. Her laptop was now positioned differently, with what looked like additional equipment connected to it. When I asked about the new hardware, she explained that she needed better audio recording capabilities for her project. The equipment didn't look like standard recording gear. There were small cameras, additional monitors, and what appeared to be professional-grade lighting equipment. For a project that was supposed to involve observing existing content, she seemed to be setting up for content creation. Around the same time, Emma began receiving phone calls from unknown numbers. She'd always answer them privately, usually taking the calls outside or in her room with the door closed. The conversations were brief, and she never volunteered information about who was calling or why. When I asked directly, she claimed they were interviews with academic contacts she'd found. Through her research, she said she was speaking with digital rights activists and cybersecurity researchers who preferred telephone communication for security reasons. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about her demeanor during these calls troubled me. She seemed nervous rather than excited, as though the conversations were stressful rather than informative. In March, Emma asked for help accessing university library databases that required staff credentials. She needed academic papers about legal precedents for digital evidence and international jurisdiction issues surrounding online crimes. The research she was requesting seemed far beyond the A-level requirements. She was looking for case studies involving cross-border prosecution of internet crimes, specific technical details about how digital evidence was collected and verified, and legal analysis of situations where criminal activity was documented by civilians. I helped her access the databases, but I began reviewing the papers she was downloading. The material was genuinely academic, but it painted a disturbing picture of her research interests. She was clearly preparing for scenarios that went far beyond passive observation of illegal activities. One evening in early April, while Emma was out, I decided to examine her laptop more closely. I know this violated her privacy, but her behavior had become concerning enough that I felt parental supervision was warranted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Her browser history showed dozens of visits to sites I'd never heard of, with names that suggested extremely disturbing content. But more troubling were the accounts she'd created on various platforms, accounts with usernames and profile information that suggested she wasn't just observing these communities. She'd been actively participating in discussions about what appeared to be live-streamed violence. Her posts showed detailed knowledge of how these streams operated, who organized them, and how viewers could influence what happened during broadcasts. Most disturbing were her private messages with other users. The conversations suggested she'd moved beyond research and begun actively engaging with people who organized and participated in these activities. Some messages included references to meeting in person and participating in what they called production activities. The timeline of these communications showed a clear progression from curious observer to active participant over the course of several months. By the most recent messages, Emma was discussing specific dates, locations, and her potential role in upcoming events. I sat in her room for nearly an hour, reading through months of communications that revealed my daughter had become involved in something far more serious than academic research. The technical equipment in her room wasn't for recording observations, it was for broadcasting content. When Emma returned home that evening, I was waiting in the kitchen with printouts of her most concerning communications. I decided that direct confrontation was the only option remaining. Her reaction was not what I'd expected. Instead of denial or defensiveness, Emma seemed almost relieved that I'd discovered her activities. She sat down across from me and calmly began explaining what she'd been doing for the past several months. She confirmed that her project had begun as legitimate research, but she'd been recruited by people who recognized her intelligence and academic approach to understanding their operations. They'd offered her opportunities to move from observer to participant, initially in minor technical roles. Emma described how she'd been gradually introduced to more serious activities, always with the assurance that her involvement was minimal and primarily technical. She'd been told that her academic background made her valuable for documentation and analysis, rather than direct participation in what she carefully termed the entertainment aspects. She explained that the equipment in her room was for quality control and technical support, rather than primary content creation. Her role was to monitor streams, manage viewer interactions, and ensure technical problems were resolved quickly. Emma spoke about all of this with disturbing matter-of-factness, as though she were describing a part-time job, rather than participation in serious criminal activity. She seemed to view her involvement as a natural progression from research to practical application of her knowledge. What made her explanation most chilling was her obvious intelligence and careful consideration of legal and ethical implications. This wasn't a naive teenager being manipulated by criminals. This was someone who understood exactly what she was involved in and had made calculated decisions about her level of participation. She'd researched legal precedents, understood jurisdiction issues, and carefully structured her involvement to minimize personal risk while maintaining plausible deniability. Her academic approach to criminal activity was more disturbing than simple recklessness would have been. Emma finished her explanation by noting that she'd been expecting this conversation for several weeks. She'd known her activities would eventually be discovered and had prepared responses to the questions she anticipated I'd ask. She had plans for managing the situation, including strategies for ending her involvement if necessary, and methods for ensuring that any evidence of her participation would be difficult to verify or prosecute. We sat in the kitchen until nearly 3 a.m, discussing her involvement in activities I could barely comprehend. Emma answered my questions with clinical precision, explaining technical details and legal considerations with the expertise of someone who'd spent months studying every aspect of what she was doing. By the end of our conversation, I understood that my daughter had become someone I didn't recognize. The intelligent, methodical approach that had always made me proud of her had been applied to activities that horrified me. Emma went to bed that night with the promise that we'd continue our discussion the following evening. She seemed confident that she could convince me her involvement was manageable and that the risks were acceptable given the financial and educational benefits she was receiving. I stayed awake until dawn, trying to decide what options were available to me. Calling the police would certainly end Emma's involvement, but it would also destroy her future and potentially put her in physical danger from people who trusted her with sensitive information. Attempting to force her to stop might simply drive her activities underground, making them more dangerous and removing any possibility of monitoring or influencing her choices. The most disturbing realization was that Emma was probably right about the legal risks. Her involvement had been carefully structured to avoid direct participation in the most serious crimes, and her academic credentials provided plausible explanations for much of her knowledge and activity. 3 days later, Emma left for what she claimed was a university visit in Birmingham. She took the train on Friday morning, planning to return Sunday evening after attending information sessions and campus tours. She never came back. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts were deactivated the day she left. The university she claimed to be visiting has no record of her registration for any information sessions. The equipment in her room is gone, along with her laptop and most of her personal belongings. She left behind only her school textbooks and a note saying she'd contact me when it was safe to do so. It's been 8 months since Emma disappeared. I've reported her missing, but without evidence of foul play. The police investigation has been minimal. A 17-year-old who left voluntarily with her own belongings and documentation isn't considered high priority. I've tried to trace her digital activities, but the accounts and platforms I discovered have either been deleted or require technical access I don't possess. The academic research that started everything is still on our home computer, but it reveals nothing about where she might have gone or who she might be with. Sometimes I receive text messages from unknown numbers with just a few words confirming that she's safe. The messages come from different locations around the country, never the same number twice, always brief enough to avoid meaningful conversation. I know Emma is alive and apparently unharmed, but I don't know what she's become or whether I'll ever see her again. The intelligent, methodical daughter I raised has disappeared into a world I helped her access, using skills I encouraged her to develop. The worst part is knowing that everything she did was logical and well planned. Emma didn't stumble into danger through poor judgment or teenage impulsivity. She made careful, calculated decisions that led her away from everything I thought we'd built together. Her A-level coursework is still in her room. 90 pages of detailed analysis about digital crime and online anonymity. It's brilliant work, demonstrating exactly the sort of critical thinking and research capability that should have led to university admission and a successful academic career. Instead, it reads like a manual for everything that happened afterward. It's funny how sometimes the most innocent decisions lead you down the darkest paths. Take my decision to become a night security guard at 34, for instance. I thought I was just taking a quiet job that would give me time to figure out what to do with the rest of my life after the redundancy from the council. Instead, I ended up discovering things about human nature that I wish I could forget. The job was at a small industrial estate in Coventry. Nothing glamorous, just a collection of warehouses and small manufacturing units that needed someone to walk around with a torch and make sure nobody was nicking anything. 12-hour shifts, 4 nights a week, decent pay for essentially doing nothing but staying awake and occasionally checking that doors were still locked. The site office had a proper security setup. Banks of monitors showing feeds from cameras dotted around the estate, a comfortable chair, and most importantly, a decent internet connection. Management had made it clear that as long as I did my hourly rounds and filed the incident reports, what I did with the rest of my time was my business. Perfect for someone trying to work out their next career move. Those first few weeks, I spent the quiet hours browsing job sites and updating my CV, but there's only so much career planning you can do at 3 in the morning before your brain starts craving something more stimulating. That's when I discovered online communities for night shift workers, forums where security guards, hospital porters, warehouse staff, and various other nocturnal workers would gather to share stories and keep each other company during the long, empty hours. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the deeper parts of the internet, not the obvious stuff that makes headlines, drug markets, and identity theft, but the more obscure corners where people gathered to discuss things that wouldn't be tolerated on mainstream platforms. Privacy advocates, political dissidents, people who valued anonymity above all else. The appeal was obvious. After spending most of my adult life in local government, where every email was monitored and every website visit was logged, the idea of browsing the internet without leaving digital footprints felt liberating. Like taking off a suit of armor you'd been wearing so long you'd forgotten it was there. The technical side wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. There were guides, tutorials, entire communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few nights, I had access to a parallel internet that existed alongside the one most people knew about, invisible and unregulated. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Forums discussing philosophy and politics, marketplaces selling legal but hard-to-find items, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate oversight. The criminal element was there certainly, but it felt more like a small part of a much larger ecosystem, rather than the dominant feature the media made it out to be. It was during my third week of exploration that I stumbled across the discussion about live streaming. Someone in a privacy forum had posted a technical question about bandwidth requirements for real-time video over encrypted networks. The conversation that followed was academic in tone, but disturbing in content. They were discussing the feasibility of broadcasting live events to paying audiences without law enforcement being able to trace the source. Red rooms were mentioned only in passing, dismissed by most participants as urban legends that didn't match the technical realities of anonymous streaming. But one poster disagreed, claiming they'd encountered legitimate examples hidden deep within invitation-only networks. They refused to provide details, but something about their matter-of-fact tone suggested they weren't making it up. That comment stayed with me over the following nights. During my hourly rounds, walking between empty warehouses with only my torch for company, I found myself thinking about what might be happening in other buildings, in other cities, in other countries. Places where people gathered to watch things that should never be filmed, let alone broadcast to paying customers. The search took longer than I'd expected. Every obvious lead turned out to be a scam or a honeypot. The deeper I dug, the more sophisticated the gatekeeping became. This wasn't just about knowing the right websites. It was about establishing credibility within communities that valued secrecy above all else. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. I'd been helping moderate a forum for night shift workers. Nothing dramatic, just removing spam and settling the occasional disagreement. When I received a private message from someone I'd never interacted with before. They claimed to appreciate my contributions to the community and wondered if I'd be interested in discussing more sensitive topics in a private channel. The conversation that followed was careful, coded, full of references I didn't understand, and questions designed to test my knowledge and intentions. Gradually, it became clear that they were evaluating whether I could be trusted with access to something most people would never see. The invitation, when it finally came, was for a private network that existed several layers deeper than anything I'd encountered before. Access was limited to verified members only, with new users requiring sponsorship from existing participants. The verification process was extensive. Proof of identity, background checks, even references from other members who could vouch for your discretion. It took nearly 2 months to gain full access, and by then I wasn't entirely sure I wanted it anymore. But curiosity had become compulsion, and the same methodical approach that had served me well in local government carried me through the final stages of the approval process. The private network was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 100 active users at most, but the content was unlike anything I'd seen before. They called themselves documentarians, claiming to preserve authentic human experiences that would otherwise go unrecorded. But the experiences they were interested in documenting were things most people would never want to see. The Red Room section was hidden within a subsection marked Live Archives. 3 different providers, each claiming to offer unscripted real-time content featuring genuine participants. The language was clinical, designed to maintain plausible deniability while making the actual service clear to interested viewers. I spent weeks researching the providers before making contact with one. Their operation appeared professional. Encrypted communications, scheduled sessions, technical support for viewers having connection issues. They operated more like a legitimate streaming service than the criminal enterprise I'd expected. The booking process was surprisingly straightforward. Payment handled through an escrow system that provided guarantees for both parties. I was provided with connection details and technical requirements for a session scheduled for the following Thursday at 2 a.m. When the time came, I found myself sitting in the security office, surrounded by monitors showing empty car parks and darkened warehouses, about to witness something I knew would change how I saw the world. The session began promptly at the scheduled time, connecting me to a live stream that took several minutes to stabilize through the encrypted network. The video quality was poor but functional, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty, while cameras captured the space from multiple angles. A chat interface allowed communication with other viewers, though the messages were sparse and cryptic. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room occasionally flickering as the stream quality adjusted. I was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of performance art, when a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. The man who entered was unremarkable, middle-aged, wearing simple clothing, moving with the casual confidence of someone in familiar surroundings. He spent several minutes adjusting equipment I couldn't see clearly, occasionally glancing at the camera as if checking the feed quality. Then he left, and we were back to watching an empty room. The waiting was almost worse than what came next. Other viewers were using the chat to place bets, make requests, discuss payment options for specific outcomes. I realized I was witnessing something that existed at the intersection of entertainment and crime, where the audience was complicit in whatever was about to happen. When the door opened again, there were 2 figures. The same man as before, now accompanied by someone much younger. A woman, early 20s perhaps, who seemed confused about where she was or how she'd gotten there. She looked around the room with growing alarm, taking in the cameras and bare walls and single chair with obvious distress. The chat exploded with activity. Dozens of messages appearing faster than I could read them. Viewers making suggestions and placing bets on what would happen next. Bitcoin addresses were being shared. Payments arranged in real time. I watched in horrified fascination as what I was witnessing transformed from observation into participation. The man guided the woman to the chair with gentle but firm insistence. She kept looking directly at the cameras, as if trying to understand what they were recording. Her expression shifted from confusion to fear as the reality of her situation became clear. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing, though I had no idea how to explain where I'd found it or whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I found myself paralyzed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The man began responding to requests from the chat. He would pause, read something on a screen I couldn't see, then nod or make adjustments to whatever he was preparing. The audience was directing the performance, choosing what happened next through their messages and payments. Then something changed. The steady stream of chat messages stopped abruptly, replaced by a series of warnings from different users. Abort session, abort session, abort session. The man looked directly at the camera, his expression shifting from professional calm to genuine alarm. He moved quickly to something off-screen, and within seconds the video feed cut out entirely. I stared at a blank screen showing only a connection error message. When I tried to reload the page, the entire site was gone. The private network, the forums, even my access credentials, everything had vanished as if it had never existed. Over the following days, I tried to convince myself that what I'd witnessed had been elaborate fiction, a performance designed to extract money from people curious about the darker corners of human nature. The production quality could have been achieved with basic equipment, and everything I'd seen could have been staged by competent actors. But I kept thinking about those final moments before the stream ended, the way the man's demeanor had changed when he'd seen those warning messages, the speed with which everything had shut down. It felt less like a show ending and more like an emergency evacuation. 2 weeks later, I noticed the van. It was parked across from the industrial estate entrance when I arrived for my shift on Tuesday night. Nothing unusual about that. People parked there regularly to use the cash machine at the petrol station next door. But this van was still there when I did my first round at midnight, and again at 1 o'clock, and again at 2. Through the security office windows, I could see it clearly in the light from the street lamps. Dark blue, no markings, windows tinted too dark to see inside. Just sitting there, facing the estate entrance, as if whoever was inside was watching for something, or someone. The van was there for 3 consecutive nights before it disappeared. During that time, I noticed other things. Cars that seemed to follow the same route past the estate at regular intervals. A jogger who ran the same circuit at 3:30 every morning, always glancing towards the security office as they passed. Small anomalies that individually meant nothing but together suggested a pattern. On the Friday night, after the van had finally gone, I received an email at my personal account. The sender was anonymous, the subject line blank. The message contained only a single line of text. "We know what you watched." Below that was an attachment, a photograph taken through the security office window, showing me sitting at the desk with my laptop open. The image was clear enough to make out details of the screen, though not clear enough to see exactly what I'd been viewing. I deleted the email immediately and ran every security scan I could think of, changed all my passwords, cleared my browsing history, even formatted the laptop's hard drive. But the damage was already done. Whoever had sent that message had been close enough to photograph me through the office window without triggering any of the motion sensors around the building. That was 6 months ago. I've changed jobs since then. Couldn't concentrate on the security work after that. Kept seeing suspicious vehicles that probably weren't there and hearing footsteps that were likely just the building settling. I work days now, in an office with other people around, where everything feels safer and more predictable. But I still get emails occasionally, never more than once a month, always from different anonymous addresses. Sometimes it's another photograph, my car in the supermarket car park, my flat building taken from across the street, me walking to work on Tuesday morning. Once, it was a copy of my employment records from the security company. Each one carries the same message. We know what you watched. I don't know what they want from me. Money, silence, complicity. None of it would surprise me at this point. But I've learned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. And some audiences never stop watching, even after the show has ended. The thing that bothers me most isn't the surveillance or even the constant feeling of being monitored. It's knowing that somewhere out there, in windowless rooms with concrete walls and multiple cameras, things are still happening that should never be filmed. That people are still gathering online to watch and direct and pay for experiences that exist at the furthest edges of human cruelty. And now I'm part of it, whether I want to be or not. A witness who can't testify. A viewer who can't unsee. Connected forever to something I stumbled across during the long, quiet hours of a night shift in Coventry. Sometimes I wonder if that was always the plan. If the whole thing, the forums, the invitations, the careful vetting process, was designed not just to provide entertainment for paying customers, but to create a network of compromised witnesses, people who'd seen too much to ever feel completely safe again. People like me, who now understand that the worst monsters aren't hiding under beds or lurking in dark alleys. They're sitting in rooms just like the one I'm in now, watching screens that show things no human being should ever have to see. Have you ever wondered what happens in office buildings after everyone goes home? 2 months ago, I thought the answer was simple. Cleaners like me come in, empty the bins, hoover the carpets, and lock up. Now I'm sitting in a McDonald's car park in Birmingham at 3 a.m, knowing that in roughly 18 hours, thousands of people on the dark web are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly preparing for weeks. I work for a commercial cleaning company called Spotless Solutions. We handle office buildings, retail spaces, and industrial sites across the West Midlands. It's night shift work, starting after business hours, finishing before the morning staff arrive. The pay isn't brilliant, but it's steady employment and the work is straightforward enough. Empty bins, clean toilets, vacuum floors, wipe down surfaces. Nothing complicated. 3 months ago, I was assigned to a new contract, a small office building in Solihull that housed various tech companies and startups. The building was modern, well maintained, and generally easier to clean than some of the older properties on my usual route. Most importantly, it paid better than average because the client had specific requirements about discretion and security. The building manager who showed me around was a woman called Sarah Chen. She explained that several of the companies working there dealt with sensitive projects and required enhanced security protocols. This meant signing additional confidentiality agreements, undergoing background checks, and following strict procedures about which areas I could access and when. Sarah was professional but friendly, taking time to explain the building's layout and the specific cleaning requirements for different areas. Some offices needed daily attention, others were cleaned weekly, and a few were marked as restricted access, requiring special permission and supervision to enter. The restrictions seemed reasonable for a building housing technology companies. The work itself was routine for the first few weeks. I'd arrive at 9:30, work through my assigned areas methodically, and finish by around 2 a.m. The building was usually empty, except for the occasional programmer or designer working late. But they kept to themselves, and I kept to my cleaning schedule. About a month into the contract, Sarah started asking me to take on additional tasks beyond standard cleaning. Moving furniture in certain offices, rearranging equipment, testing that various devices were properly connected to power supplies. She offered overtime rates for this extra work, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The additional tasks were always in the basement level of the building, which housed what Sarah described as a media production company. The space had been fitted out with professional lighting equipment, multiple camera setups, and sophisticated computer systems that required careful handling during cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company created content for online platforms and needed their equipment maintained in specific configurations. This meant I couldn't just clean around things. I needed to understand how the setup worked so I could clean thoroughly without disrupting their technical arrangements. The basement studio was impressive, but oddly sterile. Professional cameras positioned at various angles around a central area that could be reconfigured for different types of filming. Lighting rigs that could create various moods and effects. Computer workstations with multiple monitors showing editing software and streaming interfaces. What struck me as unusual was how clinical the space felt. Most media studios I'd seen on television or in films had a creative, lived-in atmosphere. This felt more like a medical facility or laboratory. Everything precisely positioned. Surfaces that could be easily sanitized. Drainage systems that seemed designed for more than just normal cleaning needs. Sarah began training me to operate some of the equipment as part of my cleaning routine. Not for production purposes, she assured me, but so I could test that everything was functioning properly after cleaning sessions. Turn cameras on and off, adjust lighting levels, verify that recording systems were operational. Basic maintenance tasks that would help the production team prepare for their work. During these training sessions, Sarah would have me stand in various positions around the studio while she operated the equipment from the control area. She claimed this was necessary to test camera angles and lighting configurations, ensuring that the technical setup would work properly for the production team's projects. I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in the basement studio, learning to operate more sophisticated equipment and taking on responsibilities that seemed beyond normal cleaning duties. Sarah always had reasonable explanations. The production company paid premium rates for comprehensive maintenance, and my technical aptitude made me valuable for tasks beyond basic janitorial work. Around this time, I started noticing that the building's internet usage was unusually heavy during my cleaning shifts. Wi-Fi speeds would slow dramatically, sometimes to the point where my phone couldn't connect properly. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she explained that the production company often uploaded large video files during off-peak hours to take advantage of better bandwidth. I also began finding evidence of recent activity in areas that were supposed to be empty during my shifts. Chairs moved, equipment that had been repositioned, cleaning supplies that showed signs of recent use. When I asked Sarah about this, she mentioned that some of the companies had staff who worked very late or came in during unusual hours to avoid disruptions. The basement studio started requiring more frequent and thorough cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company had increased their output and needed more rigorous sanitation between filming sessions. This meant using industrial-strength cleaning products, sanitizing all surfaces, and ensuring that the space was completely sterile before each use. One night, while cleaning the basement studio more thoroughly than usual, I discovered equipment I hadn't seen before. Medical devices, restraint systems, and items that clearly weren't related to normal video production. When I asked Sarah about these additions, she explained that the production company had expanded into educational content about medical procedures and safety training. Sarah also began asking me to test new aspects of the studio setup, verify that restraint systems were properly secured, check that medical monitoring equipment was functioning correctly, ensure that various tools and devices were clean and ready for use. She framed these tasks as quality control for educational content production. The requests became more specific and frequent. Sarah needed me to test the studio's soundproofing by making noise at various volumes while she monitored from the control room. Verify that the ventilation system could handle different types of atmospheric conditions. Check that the drainage systems could manage various types of liquid waste. About 3 weeks ago, Sarah introduced me to what she called the final testing phase of my training. This involved me spending time in the central area of the studio while she operated all the equipment simultaneously: cameras, lighting, recording systems, and monitoring devices. She claimed this comprehensive test was necessary to verify that the entire setup worked correctly for the production company's most demanding projects. During these sessions, Sarah would give me detailed instructions about positioning, movement, and responses to various stimuli she introduced through the studio's technical systems. Follow scripted scenarios, react to different sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might respond to unexpected situations. She said this testing helped ensure that the studio could handle any type of educational content. The testing became increasingly intense and realistic. Sarah would simulate various emergency scenarios, test my responses to stress situations, and document my reactions to different types of physical and psychological pressure. She assured me this was all part of preparing the studio for realistic safety training content. Last week, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Sarah had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the computer monitors in the control room were showing more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens displayed what appeared to be dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts showing thousands of people watching live feeds. Sarah's production company wasn't creating educational content. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The basement studio was a red room, and I had been unknowingly preparing it for operation while gradually being trained to become its next victim. The weeks of testing had been conditioning sessions, documenting my responses to various situations and building anticipation among dark web viewers who had been following my story. My cleaning duties had been gradually transformed into preparation for my own broadcast, with each session bringing me closer to becoming content rather than maintenance staff. Sarah dropped all pretense of reasonable explanations when she realized I understood what was happening. She calmly explained that commercial cleaning provided perfect cover for red room operations. Cleaners work alone, have access to private spaces, and are expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. The enhanced security protocols, confidentiality agreements, and restricted access areas weren't about protecting technology companies. They were about maintaining operational security for dark web broadcasting. The basement studio had been designed specifically for creating authentic content using unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. My training sessions had been broadcast live to dark web audiences who paid premium rates to watch someone gradually discover their situation. The comprehensive testing, scenario simulations, and documented responses had all been content creation, building toward tomorrow night's final broadcast. I managed to escape while Sarah was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends throughout the building and beyond. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of my personal life during the months I worked there. Since leaving Solihull, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Sarah's operation. This morning, I received a package at the hotel where I'd been staying. A package containing cleaning supplies and a note explaining that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the conclusion of the Cleaner series. Sarah's audience had been following my story from the beginning, watching me unknowingly prepare the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. The note included detailed information about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving the building. They knew which buses I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd bought from various shops. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Sarah has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me operating cameras, testing equipment, and following her instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unknowing assistance. Spotless Solutions would have records of my assignment to the building, my regular presence there, and my involvement in technical tasks beyond normal cleaning duties. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Sarah's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The commercial cleaning cover provides perfect legitimacy. Who would suspect a janitorial service of facilitating dark web red rooms? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Cleaner series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves maintaining spaces become the victim of the very space they maintained. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Sarah's audience. I'm writing this from a McDonald's car park because it's one of the few places with 24-hour lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The cleaning supplies in this morning's package included a note with details about this location, suggesting their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond the office building. In approximately 18 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Sarah has demonstrated that her network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Sarah's operation probably targets multiple cleaning staff simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly preparing equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many commercial cleaning contracts might be covered for dark web activities? The cleaning industry provides perfect access to private spaces during off hours, with workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Sarah's technical expertise allows her to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using commercial cleaning as cover. Her business credentials provide legitimacy. Her security requirements deflect suspicion, and her resources allow her to maintain complex technical infrastructure. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Sarah's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought commercial cleaning could lead to this kind of danger. I thought the biggest risks were chemical exposure or workplace injuries. I never imagined that maintaining an office building could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months cleaning and maintaining the very equipment that's going to be used to kill me. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Clean. Sarah's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The cleaner becomes the one who needs cleaning up after, and there's no one left to empty that particular bin.